Hello and welcome to next panel, and we have today 4 speakers in this panel talking about naming of the war, about sanctions, about social resilience at the time of war, and finally why Putin's war is unwinnable. Please welcome our panelists Ivan Gomza, Olga Onwich, Inna Melnikovska, and Alexandra Kudel. And my name is Volodymyr Kulikov. I teach at the Cultural Heritage Studies program at Central European University. I will be chairing this panel. Please post your questions via the questions and answer function, and also if you have comments, please leave them in the box. I would like to remind that this is an academic discussion, but also it aims at supporting Ukrainian scholars and students affected by Russia's invasion to Ukraine. So please consider donating to either of the platforms indicated in the chat, which I'm putting here right now. Yes, I think this is it. Yes, so and let me introduce the first speaker. It's Dr. Ivan Gomza, and I am inviting him to present his ideas. Dr. Gomza is a head of public policy and governance department of at Kyiv School of Economics. His research interests include comprise nationalism, democratization, authoritarian regimes, contentious politics, and good governance. In addition to many articles published in international academic journals, he also authored 2 books, and the recent one is titled The Republic of Decadent Days, Ideology of French Integral Nationalism under the Third Republic. It was published in Kyiv Critica 2021. And Ivan is going to talk about naming and nature of Russo-Ukrainian war. Ivan? Please,
yeah, thank you for the introduction. So hello, thank you for joining us. I hope you can hear me. And as it was put by the presenter today, I want to touch on 2 important and interrelated questions. First is the proper way to designate the current horror in Eastern Europe. And second is a particular predisposition that both hinders this proper designation and incited the horror in question. And to put my answer concisely, the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war has been provoked by Russian imperialism. Unfortunately, the imperial nature of the war is often unnoticed by the general public. And this should be changed because any viable conflict resolution must account for the origins of the crisis. So let's start with the naming. Although even lay people acknowledge the importance of proper naming, for instance, it is politically correct to say partner rather than girlfriend or boyfriend, pundits and media in the West often lack cultural and historical sensitivity to properly describe the events we are now discussing. For instance, people use quote-unquote neutral phrases like the conflict in Ukraine, or Russian invasion of Ukraine, or Putin's war, or the war in Ukraine. And I believe that none of them is fully appropriate. Let me explain why. Conflict, by definition, from the vocabulary, is a competitive action of incompatibilities. You can have a conflict of ideas, you can have a conflict of interests, but the notion itself is far too diluted and too abstract to describe a maternity hospital being wrecked by an aerial bombardment. Invasion is equally limited. It grasps only a subset of belligerent actions and operations. War, once again by vocabulary definition, is an armed conflict between different states, and it is a more fitting term. However, neither the Putin's war nor the war in Ukraine are appropriate. Let's start with the war in Ukraine. As a notion, it describes a territory, a terrain, a theater of operation. In other words, it robs agency from one of the belligerents, I mean from Ukraine. The naming implies there is a space where some unknown opponents contest for some gains. In other words, this naming, it smacks colonialism. It resembles the 19th century with its wars in Africa. I don't think that people who use this phrase sincerely suggest that we should go back to politics rat in tooth and claw. Rather, I believe, they lack cultural sensitivity and proper perspective. Finally, this is not a Putin's war. Let me explain why. In historiography, we seldom use rulers' names to designate interstate wars. For instance, we say First Silesian War, albeit there were two illustrious monarchs, Frederick the Great of Prussia and Maria Theresa of Austria, who governed the competing states. Likewise, no one says the Bismarck's War to describe the Franco-Prussian War, even though it was Bismarck who masterminded that particular war. In case we do use names, let's say we have Rákóczi War or King Philip's War, they are often attached to leaders who incited uprisings rather than to rulers who quelled or tried to quell them. And the reason is simple. War is an armed conflict between two states, and each belligerent wields a state apparatus, operates with an army comprising thousands of people. It is supported by economy that brings together millions. So states make war, rulers can only kindle them. Populations are implicated in wars, sometimes adversely, sometimes enthusiastically, but they are implicated. And this brings us to the second question. Several opinion polls in Russia have been taken since the war erupted. And all reservations regarding the public opinion surveys in Russia notwithstanding, the war is supported by the population. There is, for instance, a hashtag, "We are not ashamed," meaning we are not ashamed of Russian war crimes. And millions of Russians are currently putting it in their social media. Any Ukrainian who has relatives in Russia is both revolted by misunderstanding and actually, shut down by the support, sometimes taciturn, sometimes overt, that is shown by Russians for the regime. So what I'm trying to say, that imperialist attitudes harbored by both Russian elites and the Russian population toward Ukraine are responsible for that type of reaction, behavior, and action. Both, Russian elites and Russian population in general, are wounded by the independence of Ukraine, the Ukrainian political project that is antithetical to the Russian one, and the loss of territories that were instrumentalized as the foundational stone of Russian identity. Remember, Kyiv is, quote unquote, mother of Russian cities. It is, quote unquote, the cradle of Russian civilization. In addition, Ukraine used to consume goods and cultural products from Russia and in huge amounts, and nobody likes to lose a client and the market, hence the war. And people in the West, they often tend to ignore the imperial nature of the Russian state. They think of the British Empire or the French colonial empire when they think about an empire, the empires with huge overseas possessions and strict racial division of power. Natives in those empires rarely served administrators, like say in the British Raj, and they could not build a successful career, let's say in London. Ukrainians, however, they served in the low and middle ranks of the imperial apparatus under Romanov. They even governed the state during the Soviet times. So people can ask, especially in the West, where is imperialism? Were not Ukrainians a part of the Russian political experiment? And my argument is that people who say this, build this kind of argument, they use an improper parallel when they think of European colonial overseas empires, when they think that this is the only possible type of imperialism. Because throughout the history, colonial possessions were acquired predominantly in the neighborhood. Think about the Persian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire. They often conquered their neighbors and gave them an opportunity to assume the highest offices within the state apparatus. For instance, several Roman emperors, they came from Iberia, Spain, the very first Roman colonial possession. And what land empires, not overseas empires, did was not a racial division of power or of labor, or merciless exploitation of territory. It was the imposition of its cultural and political models. Think about Ottoman subjects who paid taxes to Sultan. Think about Roman subjects who lived by Roman law. And I'm not going into the discussion whether it was beneficial or detrimental to Greeks and Celts. I want you to recall that anytime a colonial possession deviated from the cultural and political rules imposed from the metropole, there was and severe punishment. Ukraine has deviated from the Russian autocratic pan-Slavonic project, hence the logic of devastation and wasteland policy currently adopted by Russia. And finally, and it is my last idea, to see how Russian imperialism is responsible for the Russo-Ukrainian war, think about a yet unnoticed natural experiment ongoing in Eastern Europe. Belarusia, has been governed by a ruthless dictator longer than Russia. Lukashenko's dictatorship jailed political opposition, killed people in the streets, and has a vast repressive apparatus. However, Belarusian people, they lack the imperial attitude toward Ukraine. So unlike simple Russians who are, quote unquote, too powerless to meaningfully oppose the war, Belarusians sabotage railways, their military, their army mutinize instead of killing Russians. Russians are doing this right now in the course of the Russia-Ukrainian war, because Russian imperialism makes simple Russians both susceptible to the regime propaganda and disdainful of Ukraine. So most of them are not victims, but accomplices in the ongoing war crime. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Maybe somebody has some clarification questions, because we have dedicated time in the end of panel where we can have more broad discussions and reflections. But if necessary to clarify something now, please raise your hand, speak. Not yet. All right. Then I think, Alexandra, please.
Hello, Ivan. Thank you very much. Just a question of clarification, perhaps a recommendation. Quite often here in the West, we are trying to convince our audience that since Russia has an imperial worldview, that it will also move west from Ukraine, and that's why the West has to be concerned. Do you also see it this way? Do you see it in the way they talk? And yeah, maybe you can give us some tips how we can further convince our audience here.
Well, the geographical notions, they're very flexible. I mean, the part of the collective West, let's say Poland or Lithuania, today used to be the part of Russian Empire several centuries or maybe even years ago. So the point I'm trying to make is that I'm not sure that Russia is mentally prepared to conquer, say, France. No, that's another part of the world. Yeah, it's actually not the part of their empire, but to conquer Warsaw yet again, maybe to put hands on Prague, the Slavonic capital. Why not? So West today might be a part of their imperial desires. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Ivan and Alexandra. And we are moving to the next speaker, who is Dr. Olga Onwich, and she is a senior lecturer in politics, associate professor at the University of Manchester. Olga had many visiting positions and scholarship at a very prestigious academic institutions such as University of Toronto, Oxford University, and Harvard University. She is principal investigator in three-year ERC project titled Determinants of Mobilization at Home and Abroad, Analysis and Micro-Foundation of Out Migration and Mass Protest. Long title, but very prestigious project, ERC. For those who are not from Europe, I just would like to remind that ERC, this is one of the most prestigious funding scheme in the European Union. And Olga is presenting the paper Ukrainian Identity Protest and Zelensky Effect, Why Putin's War is Unwinnable. Okay, something optimistic. Olga, please.
So I do have the title in my title, Putin's War, and I think as a Ukrainian, I'm allowed to also disagree with Ivan. On everything else he said, I fully agree, except the use of Putin's War. And we can get into a discussion why I specifically think it is in fact important to call this Putin's War, Russia's war against Ukraine as well. But so what I thought I would do is kind of a summation of 3 projects I'm actually continuously working on over the last 16 years, and then more recently, and sort of the things that I think that even some of us who are in this panel, some of us who are in this call, Ponar's participants, we might have not really, we didn't really respect how much some of the research was telling us about identity, about civic engagement and protest in Ukraine, and then certainly a lot of pushback that I got over the last 3 years about Zelensky himself. So I'd like to share with you 3 main points that I think our research, both published and forthcoming, really stresses. The first, so it's based on loads of data collection, specifically, I mean, I've conducted protest surveys since 2005, but also more specifically here, our protest survey from 2013-14, and then a series of 10 other surveys that we've conducted over the last 8 years. I can go into details. Henry Hale has been part of this work, Volodya Kulik has been part of this work, and Gwen has been part of this work in different ways and to different degrees. And so the first thing is obviously our research has extensively shown that this divided society idea doesn't really work. There is in fact not 2 Ukraines in Ukraine. The middle is much more complicated than we'd like to admit to. And I think this is most importantly, some of our earlier research in the 90s and 2000s that got wrong is that we really mistook what linguistic diversity meant, and that there is this element of relational fluidity to also linguistic use, practice, and embeddedness. And over time, when we developed our tools to capture these things, and Henry and I specifically worked on this extensively, we found that whether it's linguistic diversity or ethnicity, these things don't overlap neatly with language practice, language ID, civic ID, political behavior, or public opinion. And so most importantly, as Gwen already noted this morning, but also as Graham Robertson and Grigol Popelikish have noted, it's about homeland attachment for most Ukrainians. It's about attachment to the state, or it's about civic identity. All these things are kind of capturing the similar aspect. And so we've published extensively on this. We had a special issue on this. And here I'd like to just highlight actually the work of my colleagues rather than my own, because I think these 4 papers are so incredibly important for understanding what is happening in Ukraine today and why people of Mariupol are resisting, why people of Melitopol are organizing protests, and around what collective frame. Because Volodya Kulik told us that we're seeing a shedding of so-called Russianness, and that civic identity has been exponentially growing, not only over the last 8 years, but over the last 15, 20 plus. As I said, Grigol and Graham really told us that attachment to the state in the conflict context went up, and that the conflict did not actually shift or harden ethnicity and language practices in Ukraine. Elise Giuliano really highlighted that in those southeastern regions, it's not so much about language, ethnicity, language practice, language identity. It's about regional identities, and that regional identities were more about the political economy of those left behind rather than on ethno-linguistic terms. I think Yuri Zhukov also talked about the political economy of support for conflict in the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. But here, Elise's work, I think, is so underappreciated and so hugely important for understanding that this wasn't about ethnic or ethno-national identities at all. And Gwen and Alice's work on civic identity, specifically along the contact line, and how important that was. So why I think this is important, and it's connected incredibly. Whilst we were focusing on language practice, language embeddedness, language identity, ethnic identity, identity around descent, we missed, some of us, the civic identity component, but more importantly, that people became more attached to their civic identity and less attached to their descent or linguistic practice identity. And that all of this was also connected to a continuous, at times incremental, but nonetheless consistent upward rise of civic duty. And so the more people felt a civic duty to their state, the more they declared in surveys an attachment to that state or homeland, right? And so one of the questions that I've been posting in all of our surveys over the past 8 years is around support for democracy and also framing things in terms of civic duty. And this connects to the work that we've done on protest in Ukraine. Now, I don't think I have to tell anyone on this call that now people consider Ukraine to be a protest nation, but certainly 16 years ago when I started research, it was an uphill battle certainly when it came to contentious politics of Ukraine, my book being one of the first that covered this extensively, that we were constantly talking about the weak civil society in Ukraine, even analyses of 2014, even analyses of the Euromaidan protests were focusing on now it's finally the building of the civil society and activism. No. If we take mass protests alone, there are several generations of Maidan, mass engagement. This is an intergenerational component of Ukrainian civic identity and engagement. So whether it's, the Euromaidan, or the Orange Revolution, or Ukraina bez kuchmy, or of course the series of protests across a whole year of protest waves that some people, I think, incorrectly call a student movement, because it was quite bigger than that, of the revolution na hraniti. But we can go beyond that, right? Yes, we focus on these post-independence large protest events. We can certainly look at engagement and knowledge of different activist networks over time and space, different social movements and protest events over time and space. But in my work, I did some process tracing dating back to about 1919, 1920. And in fact, whether it's in archives of letters between dissidents and activists, or whether it's in more contemporary protest, those who engage in protest, we find a repeated discourse of some kind of civic collective identity, and again, a unity around what oftentimes people referred to as national liberation. And again, the language of civic duty, if you start looking at texts from the Shady or from the Helsinki group, or from letters of prisoners in the 70s and 80s that were in a variety of different camps and prisons, they use the language of civic identity that is then also picked up by whether it be students or union participants in the south and east of the country in the 90s, and then again picked up by a series of activists over time. So Ukrainians who were engaged for long parts of the 20th century and the 20th century have been using the language of civic duty and civic identity over and over again. So if we said that we missed it, in some cases, those who were surprised by the reactions that Ukrainians are showing now, well, shame on us, quite frankly. The second thing about intergenerational support, some of the work I'm doing now on cohort analysis, and including a paper that came out last year with Christina Arkwright, who is my PhD student at the University of Manchester, we're finding that there's actually intergenerational support for democracy. And that intergenerational support for democracy has also been rising. And then again, it's connected to civic identity and connected to having a strong sense of civic duty. And what people forget about 2014 is that the median protester was actually 36. And there was about 15% of the protest population that were considered grandparents. And they referred to themselves as guardians of democracy. That's an actual quote from this woman on the screen, guardian of democracy. So it's not just the youth alone. And so to now more recent research in a paper that I hope is coming out shortly, again, we found that over the last 3 years, readiness to protest has been growing dramatically. So I've been tracking this since 2014. Around mid-2021, we were at 2014 levels. So Putin also, I guess, picked the absolute worst time to begin his master plan of invasion of Ukraine when readiness to protest was at a 7-year high, right? 55% of the population. Some of our data, we did collect data in January, February 2022. I can't present all of it yet because we are more concerned about our partners' safety at Keys rather than getting the data. But they did tell me that actually the readiness to protest was even higher in that, that survey that we did in February 2022. Again, the correlations between what, so some of this data, by the way, is panel data. And over time, we can actually test whether it's civic ID and civic duty that correlate in 2019, that correlate to a rise in protest readiness. And in fact, that's the case. If you had, if you were, had a civic identity of being Ukrainian and you reported a strong sense of civic duty in 2019, you were also then more likely to be protest ready in 2021. And I hope that we find the same thing consistently in 2022. And finally, my last point, the Zelensky factor. Over the last 3 years, I have been working up a mountain of people trying to tell me that Zelensky is something that he was not. And there's no, here, it's really awful because there's no victory in being right about this. I think even when Gwen was making comments about Zelensky's campaign, it was actually policy ridden. It was far more rich than people would like to give Zelensky credit for. Most notably, Natalia Gumeniuk sparked this idea. So she, the intellectual property rights are hers. She actually told me in 2019 after he won that she conducted a discourse analysis, content analysis maybe is more correct, of all his Kvartal shows that she could find in video format when he was traveling around the country with his troupe. And she did several years of shows in her content analysis. And she found repeatedly that there were very particular policy claims being made in the so-called political satire that perhaps is not my cup of tea either. But 3 things came up in that and in his campaign, and then later in all of his presidential speeches, and then certainly in, as I'm going to show in a second, in policy victories. First and foremost, a narrative around civic unity. He uses the language of civic unity repeatedly when he was an actor and comedian, but also in his campaign and also then later in his policy formations. The war, it wasn't just being against the war, there was actual policy propositions about how the war can be won. But even in the theater shows, there was a language of we have to stay united as citizens for the sake of those in the Donbass, for the sake of those in elsewhere in the country. Third, the corruption thing, I'm not going to go there. That's a clear element of his policy declarations. But third, there was actually a very concrete notion around the diversity and multilinguistic diversity of the country, and that is not an obstacle to a common national identity. And if you don't believe me, go through the speeches yourselves. Hopefully a paper will come out and you can see what I've done, but you'll be surprised how consistently he used this language over and over again around key policies and around the identity question. And even when we were doing a little bit of this content analysis for a paper with Henry Hale, Volodya Kulik, and Gwen Sasa, we found that in order to shore up support for pandemic-related mitigations, he also continuously referred to this unity, this civic identity, and he linked taking care of oneself, taking care of those close to you, and taking care of Ukraine as one. I think there were several policy successes that concretely tie into some of his propositions that he made in the campaign and before. But most importantly, I think he acted as a mirror for other Ukrainians, specifically in the South and East, and those who are Russophone, and maybe who didn't fall into the categories as presented by his main opponent, Poroshenko. Most importantly, he brought this electorate with him on foreign policy, on support for democracy, and on civic identity positions. So the final two slides I'm going to show you is how he did that for one foreign policy position. When it comes to NATO support, we noted that between 2019 and 2021, there was quite a high level of increase. We now know this through other data as well, of support for Ukraine joining NATO. And this was across all regions of Ukraine. In fact, the largest jumps were in the south, which is the red bars, and in the east, which are the black bars on this graph here. But statistically, there is a very, very important, I know I need to end, but I just wanted to end on this. Having voted for Zelensky or having voted for Sluha Narodu and being from the east and south of the country are the most important factors in predicting your move to supporting NATO, also your move to supporting other Euro-Atlanticist policies, also moving to support democracy and moving to civic identity. He brought the Ukrainian electorate with him, and that's, I think, why he became such a threat to Russia, to Putin, and to their imperial ideas of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and we're moving to the next speaker, who is Inna Melnikovska. Inna Melnikovska is an assistant professor in comparative political economy at the political science department at Central European University. And she received her PhD in political science from the Free University of Berlin in 2016. And before joining CEU, Inna was a postdoctoral fellow at the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard University. And now Inna is presenting a paper titled Putin's Cronies and Their Disintegration in Global Finance, Understanding the Working of Western Sanctions on Russia's Crony Capitalism. Inna, please, you can start the presentation.
Thank you, Volodymyr. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, dear audience. I would like to express, first of all, my thanks to Ponaros, Henry, Marlene, and many others who make this academic marathon happen. When Kiev, the city where I spent my student life, is being shelled and Russian army comes closer and closer to my parents' home, being outside of Ukraine, one looks for desperately for different possibilities to support Ukraine and people. So thanks for channeling my energy to what I probably can do at the best, present and discuss my relevant insight in my research. So I am honored to be a part of this endeavor. So my presentation today is based on my current book project, where I investigate the integration of Russian politically influential businesses into global finance and the effects of this integration on business behavior in Russia's political economic systems, which we know as crony capitalism. What is the relevance of this topic in the current situation when we observe a new wave of the Western financial sanctions actually aimed at Russian oligarchs and at restricting, cutting them off the global finance? So we clearly know that the expectation is that this would make them exercise their influence on the Kremlin to stop the war and change Russia's aggressive foreign policy. But my argument is that to understand the working of the sanctions on Russian oligarchs, on their behavior and preferences, one should understand the functions, the role of their financial integration in Russia's crony capitalism. So to know what you cut, you know, kind of understand the functional rationale of this financial integration for Russian oligarchs. So let me remind you just that business and political elites in Russia operate in mutually beneficial symbiosis. So access to the state institutions and proximity to political power enable business elites to secure their economic interest and make money, as well as to secure their accumulated wealth and their property rights. So in turn, they provide some financial and other ways of support to the Kremlin. But the main thing is that business elites, Russian business elites, are not the victims, as they are sometimes portrayed, but they are complicit. They make money and they benefit in different ways from this regime and the system of Russian crony capitalism. The other kind of feature of this crony capitalism is that it does not stop on Russian borders. Russian crony capitalism has went global and is well integrated into the global finance world, at least until several years, because we have waves of financial sanctions and restrictions that go back to the Magnitsky list. So what type of this financial integration we have? I suggest that these are largely a sort of two types or two streams of financial integration. So first one is a sort of shady, illicit financial integration. So we know from investigative disclosures like the Panama Papers and similar papers that Russian businesses, not only Russian politicians, use offshore financial centers to escape restrictions and control of national and international regulations, and set up to 50 and even according to some estimations, more than 50% of Russian wealth is held offshore. So, but this is only one part of the story. The other part of the story of this integration is about very legal, more transparent integration when Russian big companies offer their shares at international stock exchanges, for example, in London, and were treated as a sort of emerging multinationals in this international crediting, issuing Eurobonds appears. Both these illicit and more transparent illegal types of financial integration serve certain mechanisms. I identify three of them. So first of all, this financial integration is used to diffuse rent-seeking practices. So when Russian businesses practically exploit the mobility, capital mobility, and offshore vehicles to replicate rent-seeking practices in other regions of the world, and in turn either to strengthen their rent-seeking capacities or compensate for, to a certain extent, exhausting sources of rents in Russia. The other mechanism of why they use this financial integration is to reach certain, although limited, modernization, corporate modernization, first of all. So being involved in these global financial markets, they transfer certain kind of rules of corporate governance, accountability standards, ownership, transparency to a certain extent, but it does not mean that this modernization is full-fledged. Rather, these kind of new practices are accompanied with persistent Soviet practices, and so we have a sort of double standards applied at the corporate level. And then the last mechanism is probably what one calls as institutional arbitrage. It's outsourcing of the rule of law into other jurisdictions. So it is usually done through the kind of transferring of corporate rights of their domestic holdings to shell companies. And so in this way, Russian businesses can benefit from secure and efficient protection of property rights in the West, while they still exploit possibilities of ineffective rule of law in Russia. So through these three mechanisms, one can argue that globalization to some extent breaks the monopoly of Russian state as the only one enabler of rent-seeking and the only one protector of property rights, because financial markets offer additional sources for rent-seeking, and they offer additional protection of property rights that could be to a certain extent used as the alternative to Russian state. So they enhance the capacity of business to be more independent. Yeah, so it's not complete cut of the ties to the Kremlin. This autonomy is rather embedded into existing networks between the Kremlin and Russian businesses. But half this capacity, increased capacity of business autonomy, translate into business political strategies. And here I try to kind of follow the Hirschman's conceptualization of three possible business strategies: voice, exit, and loyalty. And one could say that the hopes that this increased embedded autonomy would lead to the voice strategy of businesses where they will kind of disclose their dissatisfaction with the regime policies is rather wishful thinking. Yes, so we see increasingly that the voice is not present there, first of all, because Russian oligarchs lack the leverage. They are increasingly far away in terms of their proximity to the Kremlin from the inner circles where the decisions about policies are made, and they also lack, or their leverage is not so big as regards their support in Russian population. So instead, Russian oligarchs rather rely on two other strategies, namely on exit strategy, and this could be traced back to the increasing number of investor visas that were issued to Russian businesses, but also exit strategy in the sense that they reorient themselves to financial cooperations with China and South Asian countries and creditors. And the other kind of the last strategy which probably dominates business political behavior, it's increased loyalty of businesses to the Kremlin. So because in this kind of situation of being cut from additional sources of rents and additional protection of property rights, they became even more dependent. So the asymmetry of powers in the business-state relations is diminishing on the side of the business. So, and they are sort of strategy is to try to demonstrate their loyalty in order to get the piece of the shrinking patronage pie. We see more loyalty there than before, but another kind of dimension of this interaction with of business-state relation is not on is related to horizontal relationships among the business groups. So competing for one and the same Russian kind of budget carrots, they increasingly fight with each other, and so this leads to a sort of dissatisfaction, narrowing of the Kremlin inner circle, and so there is certain potential that this might, when the window of opportunity will open, to defection and eventually also certain level of voice on the business side. So to conclude, despite Western sanctions, economic decline and attacks by governments, business elites remain regime's allies and are unlikely forces for political change and modernization in Russia in the first place. So in short term, financial sanctions can even have a sort of reversal effect, because they will lead to the rally around the flag among the oligarchs vis-a-vis the Kremlin. But in a long term, or say probably midterm way, they can have intended consequences through adding to horizontal competition between oligarchic groups. This kind of would also mean that one would need to take this into account to understand that once implemented, these financial sanctions need to stay for long to be able to to develop its transformative powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inna. Finally, we are inviting Alexandra Kudel, the last speaker within this panel. Alexandra is a lecturer again at Kyiv School of Economics, and she holds her doctorate in political science from, again, Free University of Berlin. These two universities are very well represented in today's panel. Alexandra is a consultant of open government for the Council of Europe and UNESCO. And Alexandra is presenting a paper titled The Black Box of Ukraine, How Collaborative Democracy Contributes to Societal Resilience at the Times of War. Alexandra, I'm inviting you to speak.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr, for the introduction. And I'm also grateful for being here in this very distinguished panel. I would like to make a contribution, rather some thoughts. I wouldn't say it's a paper yet, but I would like to share some thoughts and ideas which also resonate with what has been said already. So I start with a puzzle that it seems that many have not expected, that there will be so much resilience in Ukraine and stand up against the aggression. And as Olga already alluded, this was perhaps something that we missed in the development of the Ukrainian society. And I think that that is what we missed or didn't study enough. It was this unity and self-organization which existed at the society at large, and not just the, let's say, army or the state institutions. I would like to point out exactly to the aspects of state-society relations, which I think they contribute to this resilience, in addition to this civic identity that has been already described. And what my observations are based on my own research, as well as the research with my dear colleagues Oksana Hus and Marcia Grimes. They combine insights from the volunteer movement. I did interviews in 2014, 2016. Also, the study of political will for anti-corruption reforms at the local level. And also the surveys which we did for the Council of Europe on the practices of open government, which is transparency, accountability, and citizen participation at the local level. And so my main point is that by the time Russia invaded Ukraine openly on the 24th of February, there was already very productive state-society relations that were approaching partnership on a scale of state-society relationships. So we had on many reforms on local and regional and national level, there was always a critical mass of civil society organization, government, and business sector representatives who have been joining forces on solving concrete policy issues. And this process was also accompanied by the unprecedented demand for accountability, and which then sort of materialized in the immense development of open data and realization of different projects on access to information and the digital tools. So we have on one hand, we have the demand for accountability. We have citizens who want the state to be more transparent, to give them more rights to say. On another hand, we have business with the know-how, and we have state representatives who share these ideas. And so this triangle cooperation has resulted in this very well-known tools like Prozoro, for example, which we received a lot of admiration abroad, but also lots of much smaller tools, some of e-governance that simplify life, and also the immense increase in transparency of operations, especially at the local level, at the very diverse areas of governance. And while I don't want to talk about these initiatives specifically, I want to share the observation that in demanding this accountability, citizens, they did the active citizenry, which I refer to civil society organizations and politicians and executives who shared this call, they behaved not as subjects or even not as mere consumers of government services, but they behaved as owners of that state, which wanted to make this change, and in that and they developed this productive partnership relationship, which is on one hand critical, that is constant demanding of accountability, increase in transparency procedures. On another hand, it's collaborative, meaning that civil society did not only demand, but provided concrete solutions, provides concrete solutions, advocates them, and works to support the authorities in different levels how to implement these solutions. That is a quite that is a rare example. For example, if a tool that is developed elsewhere outside by private authority that is being then owned by or internalized by the state at this highest level, let's take like the Prozor system. But also we noticed that there is a massive revolving door effect, which helped sort of bridge the civil society, business, and state sectors. When same people who have had civil society experience, they have joined local authorities, for example, and the national authorities and the parliament, and let's say the distance between state and the civil society has reduced thanks to this revolving door effect. And we could talk about even blurring some boundaries between the state and society in a very productive way. Take, for example, the reanimation package of reforms, whose advocacy work sometimes included literally writing legislation, which is again a very unique experience when we look at the liberal democracies of the West. Also, I wanted to notice that in developing perhaps this, what Olga called civic identity, you can tell me if I misunderstood you, we see a huge drive of taking the ownership of the state. And in my own observations, this was already evident in the volunteer movement to support the army in that 2014 starting, when volunteers literally substituted some functions of the state. Back then, it was volunteer lending that reorganized the whole procurement system of the Ministry of Defense, for example. And these were the volunteers who were landed in the authorities in a very hybrid format. And again, reducing this distance between the state and the what we would call a civil society. And finally, I would like to notice that at the local level, thanks to decentralization, there was an immense improvement in the collaboration between the authorities, civil society, and the business. And our research on political will for anti-corruption reforms, which we covered the span of 2015-2020, we saw that the communication between these usually separate spheres, business, civil society, and authorities, featured deliberative components, such as justifications, argumentations, listening, responsiveness, and where the demands for accountability by the civil society, for example, they were accompanied with propositions of solutions, while the authorities actually listened to these and also proactively asked for advice. And as an example of such a cross-sectoral collaboration in Lviv, there was from 2016, there was a council on competitiveness, which consisted of the local authorities and representatives of the local business, where they discussed problems of development, economic strategy, and according to the in the perception of the authorities, they let the business frame what is necessary in order to develop the city economically. That is this synergies in owning their city, which I also believe that is contributing to current resistance, because that is your place, and that is and these institutions that have been already created before, where people collectively solved problems, they help to build the trust that you can also solve any other problem, and the reduced distance between civil society, state, and the business in a productive way also helps building the resilience that we see currently. And finally, I would like to also, my final point is that now I've described what may sound a bit of an elite communication, right? Civil society organizations, businesses, authorities, but we shouldn't also forget that over past, since 2015, thanks to decentralization and reform, participatory democracy institutions have been developing in Ukraine. And one of the most prominent examples is participatory budget, which engages citizens without any experience in professional civil society organizations in voicing their preferences, forming coalitions to support these preferences, advocacy of these preferences, and then making their decisions on those proposed projects. For those who don't know, it's basically a very simple tool when people can say what they can develop a project. Let's say they want to build a fountain in their city. They make it a project and they collect votes online to support this. And if there's enough votes, then the local authorities implement this fountain in their city. But as we know from the research on participatory budget in Ukraine, many of the project authors have become then either local deputies or local civil society leaders, and we see over these years the development of a new cohort of really grassroots activists who are working not in protest but actually very much in support and in partnership with the state. So in a way, this I'm thinking about Olga's presentation with the protest potential. It looks like it was this mobilization has also been channeled into the constructive collaboration with the authorities as well, in this drive to change the system which people live towards more democracy. And maybe my final point, you were joking that as Ukrainians we disagree, and I believe that this is also what we see here at the local level and at all levels of where interfaces between state, civil society, and business happen. There was always a productive discussion, criticism, and exchange of arguments, never abiding by the authority. And that is why what we and Oksana, who is also listening, we've been discussing and tentatively calling this collaborative democracy of Ukraine. But we are happy also to hear what you think of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And time for our panel is over. I think we can afford maybe to spend here just literally 2 minutes. And I could see that most of panelists answered questions in the chat. But if some of you feel that it's necessary to speak and to react right now, very briefly, please use this opportunity. I don't know, Olga, maybe you, because I can see one unanswered comment. But
I don't have an answer to Graham's question because I haven't looked at the discourse in the rest of Eastern Europe, but I can tell you that the discourse in Argentina is exactly the same when it comes to protest engagement. And we're tracking civic duty in Argentina and we're seeing similar patterns. So it might not be a Ukraine specific thing after all, or they're just two protest nations. That's also possible.
Thank you so much, Olga. Then I think this is it, and I'm thanking all our panelists again that it was Ivan Gomza, it was Olga Onwich, Inna Melnikovska, Alexandra Kudel, and of course for all attendees who post here questions and help us to shape this conversation. Thank you very much, and Alexandra, I think I'm passing you this driving wheel. And now you're the
Thank
boss.
you. Thank you very much, Volodymyr.
Sure.
Thank you for the great moderation. Yes, now it's my turn to moderate. And without further ado, I would like to invite Volodymyr actually to present. And let me just say, okay. And my duty is also to remind everyone who have just joined that there's also a collection of the funds going for the Scholars at Risk and Sites for Ukraine, and also Kyiv School of Economics, who is currently is also collecting funds for the humanitarian action that is currently on the ground. And so I would like to invite our first speaker, Volodymyr Kulikov. He's a historian. He's a visiting professor and project manager at the Central European University and associate professor at Karazin Kharkiv National University. He specializes in corporate heritage and the business history of Eastern Europe, and his main publications are on the history of enterprises, big businesses, and industrialization in the Russian Empire and in Ukraine. And he has been working on the project, looking at the past as a resource for business organizations. And today, Volodymyr will have a talk on the topic, being on the right side of history, business actors in the Russo-Ukrainian War of 2022. The floor is yours.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, this is a topic, and why I'm speaking about this, perhaps most of you were watching yesterday's speech to the members of Congress by President Volodymyr Zelensky. He asked for more weaponry, and he said that there is something else with which all Americans can help. And he said that we can stop buying the products of business that continues to fund Vladimir Putin's war machine. And he literally said, citation, all American companies must leave Russia, leave them immediately because it is flooded with blood. Peace is more important than income. And also repeatedly, he and other experts was raising this idea that, you know, on which side of history you are. So for me, as for a business historian, that is something very interesting. And today, in my paper, I present some very preliminary results of the reaction of businesses operating in Russia. So what is going on there? The first question is that, you know, that there are lots of talks about the exodus of foreign companies from Russia, but how bad or how good is it? Dependent from which side you are looking. So perhaps the most credible research so far was done by Jeffrey Sonnenfeld and his research team at Yale Chief Executive Leadership Initiatives. They compiled a list of companies that curtailed Russian operations, and every day they update it. It's a great work. And as of March 15, 2022, there were around 400 companies. I believe today it's even more in the list. Sounds a lot, but I was thinking that, okay, that's how much is it? So actually, if we look at the number of all companies, foreign companies operating in Russia, this 400, it's just 2%. So it's 2% of all foreign companies registered in Russia. The problem with this list that it's very important, and it's important in terms of putting pressure on companies, but the list is not comprehensive, and it includes mostly popular brands whose withdrawal caused significant media attention. So that's why I suggest a different, maybe more systematic approach. Yeah, this is how the list look like. If you go to the website, you can find this. So, and my approach was slightly different. I was focusing on the 50 largest by revenues foreign companies, because obviously if we're talking about financing Putin's war machine, the largest company are the most important, 50 companies from the Forbes list. And in the latest data for 2021, these companies generated almost $100 billion. It's a lot because, for example, if you compare it to the revenues to the entire Russia state budget, it was $350 billion. And so what is going on within this top 50? I created a list, and for each company, I check the website, so that's the public statement, what is the reaction. And here is the aggregated results of this database. So out of this 50, 21 said that they are suspending shipment operation. Another 21 said that they remain or didn't publicly disclose a position, like, for example, Huawei. No reaction at all. And there are 8 companies which inform that they are going to scale back, for example, keeping only essential products. And so you can see these numbers on the table. Most of businesses decided to remain in Russia, justified by the necessity to provide essential services to Russia's people. However, even such position caused enormous pressure in social media. And many companies which were hesitating, like McDonald's and Coca-Cola, finally they reversed the course and closed their premises in Russia. Obviously, to continue business in Russia means extremely highly financial and reputational risks. So I expect more and more companies will follow the suit in the nearest time. However, when we are talking about companies which are like this pharmaceutical company or so companies related to medical service or informational service, then the situation is controversial. For example, by cutting off communication service, companies deprive Russia's population of access to independent information, mass media, and withdrawal from pharmaceutical companies can result that people in need will not receive necessary medication. So here on the screen you can see kind of typical tweet as a reaction to Lilly's, this is American pharmaceutical company, to withdraw from Russia's business. Still, I think even this partial exodus of foreign companies will have disastrous social and economic consequences for Russia. Forbes calculated that companies holding business in Russia directly employed at least 200,000 workers. Besides that, thousands of people lost a source of income because of Russian contra-sanctions. For example, then government banned Instagram, which used to be an important platform for freelancers to advertise services. And I expect that unemployment will be cascading, causing a severe social crisis. Also, what is important is that exodus of Western companies from Russia is another strategic defeat of Vladimir Putin, besides a poor performance of his army and intelligence. Because you probably remember that his government assured people the country was prepared to the sanctions and expected rather a decorative protest, or probably remember that as a Russian ambassador to Sweden, Viktor Tatarintsev formulated this as, quote, we shit on all your sanctions, unquote. So Putin propagandists, they persuaded Russians that West would not dare to pull out from Russia because Russian market is so important for them. And it seems to be that it was very serious miscalculations. And finally, the closure of companies presented iconic brands also have a very strong symbolic meaning. Like here you can see McDonald's, which the first McDonald's opened in Moscow in 1990. People were queuing there for hours to get there, and it was this taste of capitalism, taste of freedom, similar to Coca-Cola. And now after 32 years of operating in Russia, McDonald's is closing its 847 locations. So apparently this wind of change was not removing the Iron Curtain, but just lifting it for a bit, and now it's closing again. But also a few words about that. What role did foreign companies play in creating post-Soviet Russian economy, and how important it is that they are withdrawing now? Couple sentences of history that you probably know that there were several waves of influx of foreign business in Russia in modern history. And the first one was 1880s when foreign entrepreneurs significantly contributed to establishing modern industry in the Russian Empire. And just yesterday I was thinking about Mariupol, that that was one of the cities where this modern industry of the Russian Empire was created. In 1896, entrepreneurs took the entire steel plant here in Pittsburgh and moved it to Mariupol, and it was one of these first modern enterprises in the Russian Empire. Now it's completely destroyed. The next wave of this foreign assistance contribution was second half 20s and then 30s. Then many leading companies helped the Soviet Union to rebuild destroyed industry after the First World War and Civil War. And of course 1990s, then again they contributed significantly. So foreign companies never were the majority in Russia's business, but their role was always disproportionately high. They not only transfer technologies, modern equipment, and managerial know-how, but also often help to mobilize Russian financial and human capital, and they also facilitated integration of Russia into the global economy. And I just mentioned today McDonald's. So McDonald's was a big employer in Russia. They also invested money in training people, but also they spent a lot of money on social programs, social services. Like from 1990s, they spent more than $10 million on charity, on different social programs. So it will be, of course, a big loss for the Russian economy. And I think the last, if I can still afford a couple of minutes. So what is the next, and what is Putin's policy towards the situation? Well, you probably remember that at the beginning they say that well, they don't care, and actually the sanctions are good for Russian economy because they will liberate Russian enterprises oppressed by these international corporates. I can see that last week the narrative changed, and now they are talking about this as terrorism, as yeah, this is Russia's president spokesperson, and he is talking about withdrawal as banditism, this international terrorism, and so on. And yeah, now they accuse that some companies, they deliberately undermine Russia's economy and suggest to criminalize executives of such companies. The Russia's parliament is about to discuss the bill about nationalization of companies closing their operations in Russia, and they especially targeting companies owned by people or organizations from unfriendly countries. There are few voices opposing this within Russia. A week ago, Vladimir Potanin, the second wealthiest businessman in the country, he openly stated that this is a bad idea, and confiscating state assets of foreign companies will, I quote, throw country back to 1917. I cannot agree more with this statement. So Potanin suggests that the better strategy would be to leave the foreign companies opportunity to return to a Russian market. Apparently then the war is over. I think that nearest day will show that whoever hacks or does win. And to sum up, what I can say from this analysis, that sanctions matter. Public pressure on the companies staying on the wrong side of history matters. And I saw that how firms quickly change their opinion to stay in Russia, then they face this enormous public pressure. If you want to help, I think that to address these companies, to write to them, to comment their behavior, their decision on social media, it really can help them to make a better and proper decision. This is it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Very timely discussion. I don't see any particular questions. That's why we will just go to the next speaker. So I would like to invite Pauline Jones. She's a professor of political science at the University of Michigan, and she's also the founder and director of the Digital Islamic Studies curriculum. She also has served as the director of the University of Michigan's Islamic Studies program and International Institute. And her past work has contributed broadly to the study of institutional origin, change, and impact in Central Asia. And today, Pauline will speak on the topic, the regional and global economic impact of Russia's war against Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. I am going to focus my remarks today on the regional and global effects of both Russia's war against Ukraine and the international sanctions in response to this unprovoked attack. So it follows very well on the last presentation. Specifically, what I want to talk about is the economic impact on Central Asia and the short, medium, and long-term impact on global energy markets. If I were to summarize my talk in one sentence, it would be the costs of doing business with Russia are just too high. Let's first turn to Central Asia. Central Asia's economies, as many of you probably already know, are highly exposed to Russia because of high levels of economic integration. Some, of course, are more closely tied than others, and therefore more exposed than others. And I can say more about that if there's some questions after the talk. But I think there are the four main mechanisms through which Central Asia's economies are directly affected by the war and sanctions. The first is the collapse of the ruble. The ruble's declined, as we know, by over 50%, and this has had an immediate negative impact on local currencies because they essentially rise and fall with the ruble. In Kazakhstan, for example, the tenge has lost over 20% of its value since the war began, despite the fact that Kazakhstan is one of the few countries in the region that has both substantial foreign reserves to prop up its currency and a very competent central bank. In fact, the central bank has already spent over 100 million to try and preserve the currency to no avail. The largest local impact of the ruble's decline, however, is on wages, the value of wages of migrant laborers. In Tajikistan, for example, the simony has lost over 30% of its value since the war began. And this is really important for the region because, and for Tajikistan in particular, because remittances account for about 1/3 of the country's economy. And they're sent home as rubles, but received in Tajikistan as simony. The second mechanism is the collapse in trade. So Russia is one of the top 3 trading partners for every country in the region. The region's heavily reliant mostly on imports from Russia, but also as an export market. And when it comes to imports, one of the crucial imports is grain. Just a few days ago, Russia, or maybe it was almost a week ago, that the time seems, it's hard to keep track of the time anymore. Russia announced that it would extend its ban on the export of grain, sugar, and other foodstuffs to members of the Eurasian Economic Union until the end of August. And this has sparked fear of food shortages throughout Central Asia, particularly in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, because they're most affected. Both of them are members of the Eurasian Economic Union, and they are the largest importers of Russian grain. Kazakhstan is actually the 3rd largest importer of Russian grain in the world, just behind Turkey and Egypt, who will also, both of those countries will also be greatly affected. Kazakhstan actually increased its dependence on Russia just last year when it purchased, it increased its purchase of grain by over 75% after it experienced its own drought and very poor grain harvest. Kyrgyzstan relies on both Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan relies on both Kazakhstan and Russia for over 90% of its wheat imports. One of the crucial exports that the region's reliant on Russia for, export to Russia is crude oil, or via Russia, I should say. And here, of course, Kazakhstan is the hardest hit. Its biggest export is crude oil. About 57% of its total exports are crude oil, and this makes up about 40% of its state budget. The bulk of its shipments, about 2/3, currently transit through southern Russia via the Caspian Pipeline Consortium, or the CPC. And even before the US oil embargo, which I admit is minimal in contrast to a potential embargo, let's say from Europe. But even before the US oil embargo, buyers around the world were refusing to purchase oil shipped through the CPC. And they were refusing to do this for a couple of reasons. The main one really is that it runs through Russia, and so there's a sort of notion of this war tax, or this risk that of the instability, and also the reputational issue with doing business with Russia, with buying oil that transited through Russia, but also because the CPC carries Russian oil as well, and so Kazakhstani oil mixes with Russian oil, and there was this notion that even if they thought they were buying Kazakhstani oil, they'd actually be accused of doing business with Russia. The third mechanism whereby Central Asia's economies are affected by the downturn or decline of Russia's economy is through investment. Russia is one of the largest sources of FDI, foreign direct investment in Russia. It's second only to China. And so as its economy comes to a standstill, so too do investment dollars in Central Asia. And this is something that would be key and has been key to the region's recovery, especially after COVID. So it is a significant effect, both in the short, medium, and long term for Central Asia. The fourth mechanism, and maybe this is in many ways the most important, especially if you're thinking about just immediate impacts, is that the decline in the overall economic activity in Russia has had a very significant effect on remittances from migrant laborers. I mentioned this before in the context of the devaluation of the ruble and how it affected the value of the wages that migrant laborers send home. But the decline of overall economic activity affects the volume of these wages. So most of these migrants are employed in retail and constructions, and there is just simply fewer jobs in those sectors. And so migrant laborers are being sent home in droves, and they're not able to find employment in Russia. And this directly affects the standard of living for Central Asians. It's hard to overstate the economic significance of remittances in Central Asia. They provide a financial lifeline to many of these countries, especially Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, where they provide more than a quarter of GDP for both those countries. So in 2020, remittances were 31% of Kyrgyzstan's GDP and 27% of Tajikistan's GDP. And they increased slightly in 2021 with the resumption of migrant labor after there was a respite from the COVID pandemic. Was another key part of the economic recovery for the region, which now has been reversed again, essentially. This economic impact will be enormous on the region. Remittances in Central Asia are expected to decline on average by 25% in 2022 alone, so just this year. And again, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan will be hardest hit. Kyrgyzstan remittances are just expected to decline by 33%, and Tajikistan, they're expected to decline by 22%. Meanwhile, the Central Asian governments are likely to face some popular backlash as a result. I think there are two ways in which there's likely to be popular backlash. One is just from the war itself. Many governments in Central Asia have remained or tried to remain neutral. But there are lots of signs of popular support for Ukraine in this conflict on the ground. And I think these are most visible, or have been most visible, in Kazakhstan. But there are signs in other Central Asian states as well. I think many of us saw the demonstrations in Almaty, the signs reading "No War," and yesterday Georgia, today Ukraine, tomorrow Kazakhstan, ? Kazakh language media has also which tends to be more loyal to the government, has not towed the official line that this is a conflict or that this is a military exercise. Rather, they've used the words aggression and occupants and invasion. So it's interesting to see that Central Asian media is actually contradicting in some ways the governments there. There's also even more likely to be popular backlash from the economic consequences of the war. Governments in the region are likely to face enormous pressure from the inflation, the unemployment, and as we know, these pressures often lead to some social unrest. My own work that tracks protests in Russia since 1991 shows that the majority are driven by these kinds of economic grievances, and these have increased since 2010. Certainly, we all witnessed the January just a few months ago, the fuel surges that spiked protests in Kazakhstan that first we went from a very localized protest to a national protest. Let me now turn quickly to energy markets. And I want to just talk briefly about the short term, and then I'll sort of collapse the medium and long term in order to save a little bit of time. So in the short term, we're already seeing, of course, the impact of the war and the sanctions on energy markets. Much higher prices. Oil is already at $130 a barrel. It's expected to hit 185 by the end of the year, and it could reach as high as $300 a barrel. Some are arguing. Just as a reference point, oil was selling at $90 a barrel just 1 month ago. So it's quite a spike in prices. And this, of course, is directly related to the fact that Russia is the second largest exporter of crude oil. So this is affecting supply. It's a supply issue. It's also the issue of demand having already been very high and rising even before Russia invaded Ukraine. And this is just increases the price. The economic impact, of course, is inflation and slowed economic growth around the world. And as I said before, energy prices were already rising before the war began in Ukraine due to the tight supply and the pent-up demand from consumers as economies were beginning to recover already from the COVID-19 pandemic. And this has just exacerbated the situation. This shortage is the second sort of short-term implication, and it's actually likely to have medium and longer term effects. But in the short term, many countries, including the United States, will have to dip into strategic reserves. They'll have to find ways to ramp up production to make up the loss in the supply from Russia. The Biden administration in the US has committed to releasing more than 90 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve this fiscal year, with an emergency sale of 30 million barrels announced about a week ago. And the International Energy Agency, the IEA, has agreed to coordinate a release of 60 million barrels of oil reserves, with about half coming from the United States. Europe, of course, will be the hardest hit by all of this. They import approximately 40% of energy from Russia. In fact, the European Union is the single largest collective buyer of Russian oil. But Europe has actually a strategic petroleum reserve. It has about 32% of its natural gas supplies intact. And the OECD states have about 90 days supply of total imports for each country in their strategic petroleum reserve. So this is about 2 months of reserve. And 2 months certainly is enough time for the US and Canada to ramp up production, possibly Norway, as well as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. But that brings me to sort of the medium and longer term. There is going to be an acute need to find alternative suppliers of oil and gas, assuming that the access to Russian oil continues to be closed or increasingly becomes cut off. The most viable sources of these alternative supplies are Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, Iran, and Venezuela. So none of these are really good options. They're either economically fraught, politically fraught, or both. Saudi Arabia and the UAE could easily make up the shortfall. They have the capacity, but they have to agree to do this. They could easily agree to produce an additional 2.5 million. It's well within their capacity, but so far negotiations have not been fruitful, and in large part because Saudi Arabia is wanting to stay committed to an agreement that they have with Russia. Russia's not a member of OPEC, but it's a member of OPEC Plus, and because the relationship with the United States and Saudi Arabia has become very tense in recent years. So we don't quite have the diplomatic, let's say, influence that we used to have with Saudi Arabia. The next best options are Venezuela and Iran. And from a crude market perspective, of course, Venezuela is the best choice after Saudi Arabia and the UAE, because it would offer a close by replacement to the heavier crudes that are typically delivered by Russian imports. But Venezuela really can only manage to produce about 600,000 additional barrels a day. And it would need a significant amount of Western assistance and investment in order to do this, because of the decline in the oil industry that's happened and the neglect that's happened under Chavez and now Maduro. So Iran is probably the next best source. It could produce actually an additional 1.3 million barrels a day if trade sanctions are lifted. But this is a big if. It's complicated because in part, Russia would have to agree to lifting these trade sanctions.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had to. Okay. So let me then just talk about need to reduce our energy dependence. I'll just say briefly that it's time for Europe to diversify away from Russian hydrocarbons. I think that's something that the trend has already started in that direction. And I think that this also will require a significant investment, but it's well within our power to do so. We also need to consider the fact that another long-term impact of this is that Russia itself, while we'll be searching for alternative suppliers, Russia will be searching for alternative buyers. In the short term, of course, it'll have to sell at a discount, but in the longer term, it could mean that Russian oil and gas is permanently shifted to China, India, and other countries in Asia. And if the West fails to either find viable alternative suppliers or to end its energy dependence on fossil fuels, this could have very serious long-term political implications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting. Just there was
No,
one
that's
more
okay.
question. I'm sure people also would like to know. So their question was, where likely will Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and others turn for grain imports? Maybe if you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. I'm not sure that they have a great option for turning. I think that Kazakhstan will try to increase its own harvest. So Kyrgyzstan's dependent on both Russia and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan's not had a good harvest within the last year, but I think it'll try to turn to its own harvest and to grow more of its own wheat. But that I'm not sure where they'll turn. Other than that,
yeah, bleak perspectives. Well, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Pauline, for the very, very great specific presentation. I'm really sorry I had to break it. And we just have to go to the next speaker, and that is Arturas Rozenas, he's associate professor of politics at New York University, and he studies authoritarianism, violence, propaganda, and historical legacies with regional focus on Ukraine. And he will present findings of the paper Breaking the Soviet Past in Ukraine. Together, this is a paper written together with his co-author Anastasia Vlasenko. And the floor is yours. We can't hear you yet.
You're muted.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thanks, Alexander, for the introduction. Thank you, everyone, for joining this interesting event. So as Alexandra mentioned, this is joint work with Anastasia Vlasenko, who is a PhD student at Florida State University. And Alexandra will post a link to her website. She's doing a lot of interesting work. Anastasia is doing a lot of interesting work on Ukrainian politics, on the political development in Ukraine. Please check out her profile over there. And you will also find the link to the paper, the results of which I will briefly present now, the paper that is forthcoming in the Journal of Politics. So I'm not going to be talking, obviously, about the current events as they are unfolding. I'm going to be talking about certain aspects of the background of these events, the background which I think forms part of a very strange and tragic miscalculation that happened with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So I will be talking about what we can learn about the political development and political culture in Ukraine from the decommunization that started happening with the Euromaidan protest. So one interesting aspect of the story of Euromaidan that separated it quite severely from other revolutions in Ukraine, like the Orange Revolution of 2004, was an emphasis on removing the Soviet symbols. In particular, the emphasis of removing statues of Lenin and other Soviet figures. So what we did in this particular, the event known as a Leninopad. So what we did in this particular paper, we collected data on what we think is the entire population, all of the, or most of the statues for Lenin that were erected in Ukraine throughout the entire Soviet period, about 2,400 of them. We located the locations, geographic locations of those statues. To the best of our ability, we figured out the times that they were built. We figured out the times that they were removed if they were removed, and we also collected a lot of information about how those particular monuments to Lenin were removed. And the goal of this particular study was to try to understand whether the removal of these monuments, the change in the symbolic landscape of the country actually had any tangible effects on the politics as it unfolded on the ground. So what we did, in addition to collecting this information, we then merged it to information on election returns and turnout and election returns across Ukraine at a very precise geographic level. And we looked for several patterns. We tried to see whether the places where monuments to Lenin were removed, whether they tended to vote in a more, you can call it, I will use sort of shortcut terms, heuristic terms, whether they voted more in line with the pro-Russian or pro-Western position. In this particular paper, we call it pro-Soviet position. So what did we find, very briefly? We looked at the impact of Leninopad, impact of the removals of monuments on the election returns of what we call pro-Soviet candidates or pro-Soviet parties. So what we mean here by pro-Soviet, and we define it very, very precisely in the paper, is that any parties or candidates that either served in a government with Yanukovych or were previously or currently members of the Communist Party, members of the Party of Regions, or we associated or promoted a position that we think can be perceived as being nostalgic, as being positively evaluating Ukraine's Soviet past. So what I'm showing you in this particular graph is I'm showing you the change in pro-Soviet votes following the removal of a monument in an electoral precinct of Ukraine. And we show these effects across 4 different elections. So first of all, the May 2014 election, that's the first election after Yanukovych ran away to Russia. Then October 2014 parliamentary election in the fall. Then March 2019, the first round of the presidential election, from which current President Zelensky went into the runoff. And then July 2019 parliamentary election. And so on the vertical axis, we are showing the percentage of votes that, again, pro-Soviet parties or candidates gained as a result of a local removal of Lenin's monument. So what we see here is an interesting pattern, which is in the very first election after Euromaidan in May 2014, a removal of Lenin's statue resulted in an increase of about 4 percentage votes for the pro-Soviet candidates in that particular election. And that particular effect is very robust and is very statistically significant. But what we see afterwards is in every following election, you actually don't see anything similar happening. In other words, whether a monument was removed or was not removed did not have any tangible, any traceable effect on how people voted in the following elections. So what is happening? Why do we see a certain backlash effect? In other words, backlash effect meaning the pro-Soviet monument is removed and people vote in a more pro-Soviet way in 2014, in the May of 2014, but all of that dissipates and disappears in the following elections. So we considered multiple different explanations of this particular pattern, and we ruled all of them out except one, which is that we think what has happened is that in summer of 2014, during the summer of 2014 especially, that is in between the presidential election of May 2014 and parliamentary election in October 2014, there was a very significant shift in the public perception of what Soviet symbols actually represented. So what we did an extensive text analysis of the media narrative surrounding the Soviet symbols. And what we find that before the escalation of the war in Donbass in the summer of 2014, the issue of Soviet symbols in Ukraine was very divisive and partisan issue. In other words, parties disagreed as to what that symbol represents. Parties disagreed whether those symbols had to be removed or not. And not only parties, the public debate was sort of very divisive on that particular issue. after after the escalation of Donbas war in the summer of 2014, we find that the public narrative surrounding the Soviet symbols became far more consensual, and it became far more tied to the issue of state sovereignty. In other words, following the escalation of war, the Soviet symbols started to represent the threat to Ukraine's state sovereignty. It started to represent aggression from Russia. And the issue of whether a particular monument should or should not be removed stopped being a partisan political issue. It became a consensual issue. And as a result of that, it stopped affecting elections in any traceable fashion. So why do we think it's actually forms an interesting part of the current, why do you think it's actually in some ways informative about what is happening on the ground now? I think it is informative because it shows yet another way in which Putin's decision to invade Ukraine was a massive miscalculation. In what way? Is that this research shows that basically starting with the first invasion of Ukraine in 2014, there was a massive shift in Ukrainian political culture in an attempt to separate itself, break itself from the Soviet past. In other words, with each successive election, Ukraine was going further and further away of delineating itself as an ex-Soviet state. Whereas in Russia, the political culture, in fact, was developing in quite different direction. The popularity of Soviet symbols in Russia was increasing. New monuments to Lenin had been raised in Russia while thousands were removed in Ukraine. So when Putin is saying things like, Ukraine and Russia are the same country, he's also missing this other important particular cleavage between the two nations. That is that one is becoming very much Soviet politically, even now as we speak, is becoming more and more totalitarian. The other one has been separating itself and breaking itself away from the very Soviet past that Putin is trying to reestablish inside Russia right now. So these are my observations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have we have a few minutes, 1 minute for a question if anybody have. Okay, do maybe panelists have any questions? You can. See. Okay, there's a comment in the chat, but no questions. Okay, then I thank you very much for the presentation. Thanks a lot for joining us. And then I would like to invite our next speaker to join us in the panel. This is Eugene Finkel. He's an associate professor, School of Advanced International Studies of the Johns Hopkins University. He was born in Lviv, and today he wants to talk about food. Oh, excuse me, this is timer. He talks about food security and Russia's war against Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know it's sorry, quite early in the US. So, in this panel, we already heard several questions to Pauline about what will happen with grain and food, and that's exactly the topic that I want to focus on. It's part of a book project that I'm finishing right now with two co-authors at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Jana Azari and Yitzhak Brodny. And there we want to look at the role of food in Russian security thinking and Russian authoritarianism. So essentially, there is a lot of debate right now about what sanctions will do to Russia, what will make the regime to hopefully break down or change course. There is a talk about, sanctions on oil, on financial sector, impact on industry. But what we find in this book is that what Putin regime really cares about and really fears is not oil, not gas, it's food. Why food? Well, because if you look at Soviet and Russian history, The only real regime changes that happened in Russia over the last 100 years were because of food. The 1917 revolution started as food riots in Petrograd. What killed the Soviet Union were not the CIA or the Star Wars, but empty shelves, in food stores. The largest popular mobilization in Soviet Union, the Electoral massacre, was because of food. And even now, when we look at the recent protests in Kazakhstan, they were driven in large part by spike in not only fuel prices, but also food prices. And Putin and people around him know it very, very well. And what we find in our work that there is a strategic plan, there is a strategic thinking there to make Russia food secure and self-sufficient, what we call nutritional autarky, to cut off Russia from any dependence on Western food, which was back then when Putin came to power a pretty tall order. In 1990s, Russia was the largest importer of grain in the world. Now it's the largest exporter. So in the course of about 20 years, even less so, Russia went from being completely dependent on foreign grain to making other countries depending on its grain, self-sufficient in food. How did it happen? Well, a combination of several things. Putin and people around him are certainly not experts on agriculture. They intuitively they understood the importance of food for regime survival. Most of those people lived in Soviet Union in late 1980s. In 1990s, they saw the empty shelves. They experienced the fears of famine and state collapse in 1990s. Actually, Putin making his first money was the barter deals and being in charge of bartering food for precious metals in St. Petersburg City Council. So the role of food he knows pretty well. What happened there was simultaneously Putin's and people around him obsession with sovereignty and security, and the push from below by several people, several quite capable bureaucrats, conservative bureaucrats in the Ministry of Agriculture, who convinced the regime that trying to achieve self-sufficiency in food is not just a political issue, it's also a very important security issue. And since early 2000s, the West and many people in Western social sciences viewed those early years as peak Putin liberalism, liberalizing the tax codes, the free market reforms. But when it came to food, from the very beginning, there was a push to achieve self-sufficiency and import substitution, mainly through modernizing infrastructure, building new storage facilities, investing a lot of money in grain terminal in the port of Novorossiysk, but also creating a new class of local producers, not small farmers, because small farmers are good for democracy, and that's certainly not something that Putin really much cares about, but creating a small number of large producers who would make Russia self-sufficient in food. And those people are very politically well connected. So we're talking about governors, we're talking about former ministers, former senators, relatives or potential relatives of Medvedev. And those people received very large amounts of state credits, very generous long-term state financing. They received reduced tariffs to transport their grain, and from grain, this push for self-sufficiency also expanded to other areas like fish and meat, and it was explicitly positioned as a national security issue, not an economic or a social issue. In fact, in 2010, Russia adopted a food security doctrine. Now, what food security means for most of the world is people's access to sufficient nutritious food. That's the standard UN Food and Agriculture Organization definition. What food security means for Russia? It means self-sufficiency in food. It means that at least 90% of grain that is consumed in Russia is produced domestically, about 85% of meat, and other very high percentages. And it is explicitly couched in the language of national security and sovereignty. In 2020, this this food security doctrine got renewed for another 10 years with even more ambitious targets. And the goal is explicitly to cut off Russia from any dependence on foreign food. In 2014, after the annexation of Crimea and Russia's involvement in the war in Donbass, as most of you probably know, the West introduced sanctions against Russia. Putin's response to ban the import of foreign, mostly Western food into Russia to protect domestic markets and to allow local food producers to grow. And that's where we are right now. So what are the effects of this push? On the one hand, on paper, it seems like a huge success. Russia, at least on paper, is completely self-sufficient in food. It's the largest grain exporter in the world. Countries, not only Central Asia, but quite a few Middle Eastern countries like Egypt or Algeria, to a lower extent Saudi Arabia, depend on Russian grain. Russia actually makes more money out of exporting grain than exporting weapons. It's the third largest item on Russia's export list after oil and gas. We're talking about $25 billion a year. So on paper, it seems that Russia has succeeded, and Russia, unfortunately, is secure in terms of food. But when you look at what happens in practice, this program has failed. Because autarky is economically inefficient, and we already see the results of that. Essentially, Russian consumers are at mercy of several large, well-connected producers. And when those decide that it's time to raise the prices, that's exactly what happens. The state now tries to monitor prices and to force producers into various voluntary quote-unquote agreements to keep price controls, but prices keep rising up, and without opening the Russian market to food competition from the West, they're not going to go down. And what we see right now over the last couple of weeks is even higher spikes in food prices and empty shelves and panic buying. So there are reasons to think that the food situation in Russia is going to deteriorate, and it's very much something that Putin is and should be concerned about. And another thing that we see is that Russia succeeded way beyond its wildest expectation, to an extent that the food market and its agriculture depends on exports. If those exports are blocked, and we already are seeing that as a result of various shipping companies canceling their contracts with Russia, this grain will be either dumped onto the local market, prices will go down, and the industry will collapse, or the Russian state will have to spend billions and billions of dollars on supporting producers and keeping them in the business. So if those trends continue, it is indeed very dangerous for the regime, and the regime will not be able to maintain the population welfare. The bad news, though, that it's going to take quite a lot of time. We're talking about months, if not years, because now it's March, so the storage facility is almost empty, and grain can be stored for up to 24 months. So we're certainly not talking about this year, but if sanctions continue, then I think Russia is in trouble, and Putin's worst nightmare of food riots or food shortages are going to come through. So we're aiming for 10 minutes, so I think I'm exactly here. If you want, I can talk more about that, or I can take questions. So, Alexandra,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eugene. There are questions in the chat from Andrew Kutchins, all panelists. It strikes me that Russia announced cutoff of grain exports to the Eurasian Economic Union countries very quickly. Won't this negatively affect the states' views of the utility of the Eurasian Economic Union? And it's to all panel members, so feel free, all of you, to answer.
So I since I already have my microphone open, I can talk about, the view in the Central Asia. That's probably a question for Pauline. I can talk about the logic behind that. The logic is to prevent panic buying that we see in stores. In Russia, prices are going up. People are emptying the shelves. And also to prevent re-export, because what quite a few of those countries did was to import Russian grain and re-export it to other countries and pocketing money from the price differences. It's especially true by the way, for Belarus, less so for Central Asian countries, and to stabilize the market to make sure that the state does not run out of grain. It again shows you how much the state does care about the food market.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to comment on the question?
I can attempt a little bit of a reflection on this. Yeah, Andy was asking this question earlier. What was the alternative supply route for grain for Central Asian countries? And my answer to him personally was possibly China. Again, it's hard to estimate whether China has much surplus, but it's been reported much that China was buying up all international grain surpluses last year. I don't know if now China will be willing to sell it back at a higher price, especially if they ask for very politely. Obviously, Kyrgyzstani grain market or grain needs would be a tiny portion of what China has. But certainly the blocking of exports of Chinese grain, Russian grain to Central Asia has been discussed, unfortunately, in unofficial ways, that it's making the Eurasian Economic Union commitments unattractive, and has given reason for these countries, or at least some voices in these countries, to also consider whether they would like to go on complying by EA-EU commitments of their own, especially considering that, for example, in Kazakhstan, as well as in Kyrgyzstan, there has already been rather steady stream of anti-Eurasian Economic Union sentiments from the beginning. But where Russia may have done this not necessarily to punish or to make it worse for EA-EU, especially this being Putin's favorite game, but in a preemptive way to possibly stave off some of the food supply crisis that is expected in Russia itself.
Thank you very much, Emil. I guess at this point, I would like to thank all of the panelists for your insightful discussions and hand over the moderation to Serhiy Kudela.
Yes, hi.
Okay,
hello.
Great. You're in.
Okay, very good. So hello, everyone. I will be moderating this panel. We have four excellent panelists: Elizabeth Wisnick, Eric Herron, Katie Stewart, and Peter Rutland. We will start with Elizabeth Wisnick, who is a professor of Montclair State University and an expert on foreign relations of Asia with a focus on China. Elizabeth, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to try to share my screen. So what I thought I would do this morning is to talk a little bit about Chinese perceptions of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's been a lot of speculation about China's role and about, making sure my microphone is on. There's been a lot of speculation about China's role and China-Russia relations and how this impacts the ongoing war. Just a comment on the previous panel, China had a very bad wheat harvest this year, so I don't think it's likely to sell wheat back to anyone. So let's see how China is discussing this war in its media. So right before the war began, this was from February 22nd, this was an image that we saw that shows that China downplayed the intelligence that was being shared by the United States about the military buildup by Russia around Ukraine and the likelihood of war. And they equated the discussion of the likely war with other aspects of U.S. commentary about China that they considered fake news, such as of course, things that were not fake news. As it turned out, these were all true things. Or at least the issue of China's responsibility for the coronavirus. Of course, the Wuhan lab leak is not the accepted explanation, but the genocide going on in Xinjiang, and then the invasion of Ukraine. These were all equated with one another, and it showed that China was prepared to downplay the likelihood of conflict. There's been speculation, did China know in advance? Did Putin, when he arrived for the Olympics on February 4th, tell Xi Jinping about the war? If he did, Chinese officials seem to have concluded that it would be a small action and that it would be successful and quick. And we know this because the Chinese embassy in Kyiv didn't evacuate the 6,000 Chinese citizens, and instead, initially the instructions were to stay put and display the Chinese flag, which is a very strange instruction for people expecting a war. If they did expect it, then they expected somehow that China would be spared any ill consequences. And then later, the Chinese embassy had to evacuate these citizens, interestingly, at their own expense, in terms of flights to China. So another initial reaction reminded the United States about the 1999, the U.S. mistaken 1999 bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, saying, don't tell us what to do, that we should pressure Russia. You're in no position to lecture. And it was really a kind of wolf warrior response by the Chinese foreign minister spokesperson. So wolf warrior being a Chinese action film that displayed how Chinese were standing up for Chinese interests. And so in the immediate aftermath of the Russian invasion, the international community was turning to China to do something. And so China was saying, this is why are you criticizing Russia? What about you? Of course, there were other voices, more moderate voices in the Chinese government, including the current PRC ambassador to Ukraine, who did talk about how China respected the sovereignty of Ukraine. So you had this kind of dual message of saying we respect sovereignty. Sovereignty, of course, is a longstanding position in Chinese foreign policy because of China's concern about other countries interfering with its ambition to what they call reunify Taiwan and continue to control Tibet and Xinjiang. The next messaging as the war continued was to not call it a war. They repeated the Russian language about a military operation. Xi Jinping did talk about a war or war happening in general terms, but Chinese commentators tend not to call the Russian invasion a war. This is some kind of a proxy conflict between the US, NATO, and Russia. And you notice from this image, the flag that is missing is China's flag. China is not involved. China is far away. China is neutral. And that's been the line that China has been emphasizing. And in fact, they blame the conflict on the United States. Fueling the fire has been the meme in the Chinese media coverage. And this is a way of pushing back at language that says, why doesn't China do more to stop it? Russia's strategic partner should be able to step in and restrain Russia. China's saying, well, it's the United States providing weapons, expanding NATO, and so forth. And what about the China-Russia relationship? This was from a time prior to the Russian invasion. We can see that there are some principles in this partnership that are still holding. The general ones they discussed in their February 4th statement about their opposition to the expansion of US alliances, to their opposition to Western interference in the domestic politics of authoritarian states. But there are differences that may deepen as this war continues. The term Ukraine was never mentioned in their February 4th statement, indicating that may be an area of difference. And we will see as time goes on to what extent China is prepared to risk any counter sanctions in support of its relationship with China. So far, we haven't really seen that to any major extent. Can China play the role of mediator? This idea has been floated by various Chinese officials, but it's not very clear that this is a serious proposal. We haven't seen much evidence of that. And China is seen as an implicit supporter of Russia and isn't really seen as neutral by Ukraine, for example, or other parties, although at this point, everyone would welcome any effort, any serious effort by any state. But it's not clear that China is actually pursuing this role. China's been trying to stay out of the conflict to avoid harm to its economic interests and its global stature. So this is a slide from social media. It shows two pigs. This pig is the Ukraine pig, and this is the Taiwan pig. And it was a reflection of the discussion that has gone on about Taiwan and Ukraine. So the Chinese government says, no connection here. Taiwan is part of China. Ukraine is a sovereign country. These are two different things. But online, people have been wondering, what does this mean for Taiwan and China's ambitions there? And then finally, this is the Kiev television tower here, the Kiev television tower. So what does this mean for China's Russia policy? I would argue that this is a challenge for it. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, has been personally invested, meeting with Putin 38 times, and now Putin has invaded a neighboring country, and this is casting aspersions on Chinese foreign policy. However, I think that there's no likelihood of a change in Chinese foreign policy because Xi Jinping is hoping for a third or perhaps unlimited term as president as the fall Congress of the 20th Party Congress of the Chinese Communist Party meets. And what he cannot admit is that his Russia policy has failed. And so he's likely to dig in and maintain this policy and try to square the circle, how to appear to be a part of the solution while staying connected to the main instigator of the problem. So I don't see very much change happening here. So I'm going to conclude there. I'm sure there's lots of other questions that we could discuss about this interesting topic. Thank you. And thank you to the organizers for putting together such an amazing series of lectures in such a complex format in a short period of time.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Please, to the audience, please submit your questions and we will seek to answer them if we have time at the end of this panel. Our second panelist is Eric Herron, who is professor of political science at West Virginia University. Earlier, he was a professor of political science at the University of Kansas. He also served as program director at the National Science Foundation. And his research focuses on political institutions, particularly electoral systems. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergey. During my time on the Ukrainathon, I'd like to do two things. Highlight research that I've done over the years that's relevant to understanding Russia's aggression, as well as Ukraine's political system, and also acknowledge Ukrainian scholars and organizations who've inspired me over the years. So many speakers have addressed some of these issues already, and my conclusions might diverge from some of their thoughts, but I want to make 4 points. First, when Vladimir Putin declared war on Ukraine, his speech misrepresented Ukrainian society, history, and culture. He said that Russian speakers were experiencing a genocide. Now, not only was this a lie, but we've known for a long time that this narrative is false. So 20 years ago, I worked with Lowell Barrington and Brian Silver to ask Russian speakers about their orientation to Ukraine and to other post-Soviet states. Most Russian speakers in Ukraine in that survey saw Ukraine as their homeland, did not perceive themselves to be under threat, and did not want protection from Russia. And if anyone's interested in seeing that particular paper, please contact me. I'll send it to you. It's behind a paywall. The second point, much of the early coverage of the war in the Western press has implied that Ukraine is or was divided into two, an East oriented toward Russia and a West oriented toward Europe. And it also implied that Russian language use was equivalent to support of Russian interests. We have also known for many years that these interpretations are not accurate and that Ukrainian society is more nuanced. A paper I wrote with Lowell Barrington is available from Nationalities Papers online for free access. They created an online free edition about Ukraine. And that paper addresses this issue. And Sergey has links. He can make them available in the chat for this particular paper and other really interesting papers that have appeared in Nationalities Papers over the years about Ukraine. I'm also working now on a paper with Ralph Clem that shows how our perceptions of spatial issues, borders, and regional strengths, especially in terms of development issues, have fundamentally changed in Ukraine, beginning even before the war started 8 years ago in Donbass. Third point, Ukraine's government has struggled with corruption, but it's been making reforms and is on a positive trajectory. Now, Putin alleges that Ukraine is a failed state, mired in corruption, and this is false. Corruption has been a vexing problem, but Ukraine has made progress. And I would also note that measures of corruption indicate that corruption is more deeply embedded in Russia than in Ukraine. I published a book with the University of Michigan Press in 2020 that talks about Ukraine's successes and its failures in addressing this problem. It's currently free to read online. Sergey has this link as well and can put it in the chat for anyone who's interested. So the fourth and last point I want to make about my research is that prior to Putin's escalation, the war was characterized as a frozen conflict by the media and by some observers of Eurasian politics. But the war was never frozen. I've worked with Cynthia Buckley and Ralph Clem to map Russian attacks on civilian infrastructure in Donbass, and we published an article about this a couple of years ago. This paper is also behind a paywall, but I'll share it with anyone who is interested. So I want to transition to talking a little bit about Ukrainian scholars and organizations, because they've been really instrumental in me developing an understanding of Ukraine and being able to do research over the years. And I'm really grateful to a number of people, and I want to amplify some of their voices here. I've been fortunate to visit Ukraine many times, and as you're all aware, there are incredible Ukrainian scholars, many of whom are participating in this event. You've heard from Alexei Herron at the beginning of the Ukrainathon. Volodymyr Dubovik is going to be at the end, and there are so many scholars based in Ukraine who are participating. These are just a couple of examples. But I want to mention a couple, or a few scholars perhaps, that aren't on the list, but have taught me an incredible amount about Ukraine. Some of them have passed away. Some of them are still active in research, but I encourage all of you to seek out their work where it's available. I want to start with Alexander Tsyov. He gave me a deep introduction into Ukrainian culture, society, language, and identity. We had long discussions of politics, and he corrected many of my misperceptions. I shared an interest in parties and political systems with Andrei Milashevich and learned a tremendous amount from his work as well. Lyudmila Pavlyuk made me think more carefully about elections and rhetoric and consider it from a different perspective. Yuri Shveda and Anatoly Romanyuk taught me about Ukrainian electoral politics, local Lviv politics, and also made me think more carefully about US politics. Sergei Vasilchenko inspired me to develop my skills in geography and think more explicitly about spatial issues. The last scholar I'm going to mention is Elmira Muratova. She gave me a better understanding of Crimea and the Crimean Tatars. Once again, there are so many others that I owe a debt of gratitude to, and I would encourage everyone to seek out these scholars and other Ukrainian scholars to learn from their important work. I've also admired the work of non-governmental organizations like Laboratory F4, Chesno, Cifra, and many others. And I can't emphasize enough how important Ukrainian civil society has been, not only for advancing democracy, but also producing really insightful analysis, often in English, sometimes in Ukrainian. And once again, I really encourage you to seek out their efforts. I want to conclude my remarks by talking specifically about one of my long-term colleagues and friends. I met Nazar Boyko in 2007, and I've worked with him on many different projects since that time. And while he continues to conduct research on elections right now during the war, he's also been organizing important relief and defense efforts in Ukraine. In addition to being a scholar and a director of an NGO, Nazar and his wife Oksana are entrepreneurs who've been using their skills to set up a supply chain to import and distribute walkie-talkies for defense forces. They're also developing and manufacturing utility vests for soldiers, and they're doing this all on the ground in Lviv and in the area around Lviv. If anyone would like to know more about their efforts and how you can help, please get in touch with me. I would also encourage everyone to help the organizations that have been highlighted during this event. The organization, PONARS, has mentioned some. Other speakers have mentioned efforts that can definitely benefit from your support. So I'd like to sign off by thanking Sergei for moderating and to also thank PONARS for hosting this really important event. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Particularly thank you for mentioning Ukrainian scholars and activists. Some of them were my teachers as well. I'll move on to our third panelist, and that is Katie Stewart. Katie Stewart is an assistant professor of political science at Knox College. Her research deals with national identities, and she specifically looks at how Putin is using nationalism as a legitimizing strategy that can backfire. Katie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, from West Peoria, Illinois, USA. So yes, my research focuses on Russian nation building, so I'm going to talk about Russia's war on Ukraine from that perspective. I'll talk through one prominent national narrative that Putin has emphasized over his time in power, how it contributes to his regime's durability, and how it relates to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union and Yeltsin's ineffective and sporadic attempts at nation building, Russia's new national identity wasn't yet consolidated when Putin came to power in 2000. The boundaries of the Russian nation, which characteristics narratives based on the Soviet era and on the imperial eras, which would be emphasized, had not yet been decided, and what place Russian ethnicity and language would hold was also not settled. Even authoritarian regimes need to gain some legitimacy among at least a core group of supporters to maintain that power and to be durable. So as one way of gaining a bit of that legitimacy, Putin and his allies utilize nation building for legitimacy building purposes. Because of Russia's multinational population and to avoid losing control of that narrative to far-right ethnic Russian nationalists, Russian nation building at this time was ambiguous on the margins, which allowed Putin to adjust that narrative to suit his current needs and his audiences. However, the past 2 years, as evidenced by the crackdown on minority language education and amendments to Russia's constitution, this narrative has increasingly consolidated around Russians as the state-forming people and around religion, particularly Russian Orthodoxy, as a key element of that Russian nation. One of the dominant strands of Putin's narrative that maintained relative consistency throughout this time is Russia's ability to defend itself from external threats over, as Putin says, its 1,000-year history of statehood. So the key aspect here is really on the emphasis of calling on unity and sacrifice to achieve these victories. You can see this narrative construction most clearly in holidays and attempts to control and co-opt memories of World War II, what Russians call the Great Patriotic War. So to emphasize this narrative and to de-emphasize narratives of revolution, like the celebrations of the October Revolution, Putin signed into law a new national holiday, National Unity Day, in 2004 that was meant to honor Moscow's liberation from Polish invaders in 1612. So this was an event that ended the time of troubles and really began a period of Russian state expansion and consolidation. So the purpose of meeting the holiday, it took a lot of time to really disseminate, have people agree upon the meeting and to solidify. So the messaging from the Kremlin and from those regions that aligned their narratives with the Kremlin very clearly focused on the need for putting aside any sort of diversity to unite and protect the country. There were some counter narratives. There were some in Tatarstan that was focusing on a slightly different narrative of strength and diversity rather than strength and unity. And there were ethnic Russian nationalists who tried to utilize this holiday for their purposes as well. However, that dominant narrative that serves the goal of transforming Russian national pride into support for Putin as the nation's protector is the one that calls on Russians today to do what their ancestors did in the past, to follow that model of putting aside any differences of culture or thought and to unite to protect Russia's sovereignty. This new holiday and its narrative of strength and success through unity had a measurable impact on support for Putin. So I conducted a survey in 6 of Russia's regions in 2016, and a strong predictor of Russian pride was participation in National Unity Day celebrations. It significantly increased Russian pride among both ethnic and non-ethnic Russians. And then that pride was significantly and positively related to the likelihood of voting for united Russia. So it does touch on a narrative that clearly resonates with a segment of the Russian population. But with that successful resonance, this narrative of strength and unity consistently makes its way into Putin's speeches outside of the holiday as well. For example, in his 2012 address to the Federal Assembly, he reminisced about meeting with a group of veterans from World War II from different nationalities. And he said, one of the veterans, not a Russian man by nationality, said, "For the whole world, we are one people. We are Russians." So it was during the war, so it has always been. And this really sounds quite similar to what he said a couple of weeks ago, bringing up the multinationality of soldiers fighting for Russia and Ukraine, when he said that their sacrifice makes him want to say that he's a member of all these different nationality groups. I am Dagestani, I am Chechen, I'm Russian, though still emphasizing that Russians and Ukrainians are the same people. So again, we see this valorization of veterans as models to emulate and the call for putting aside differences for the protection of the larger Russian nation. This emphasis on unity and coming together behind the leader of the Russian people is a refrain that's been found throughout Putin's nation building attempts of the past 2 decades. While National Unity Day's date is meant to commemorate 1612, the speeches highlight events and draw connections across time to highlight Russia's victories and this callback to ever-present threats and the call to action that fits the present moment. So in last year's National Unity Day, just a few months ago on November 4th, Putin, instead of giving his typical address from Moscow, was in Sevastopol at the Russian Civil War Memorial Complex there. He said the complex in Sevastopol shows that Russia remembers and loves all its devoted sons and daughters, no matter what side of the barricades they were once on, and that our country has recovered its historical unity. It is, of course, here in Sevastopol, in Crimea, that one gets the keenest sense of this alive, indissociable bond. Sevastopol and Crimea are now with Russia, and will stay with it forever because this was the expression of the sovereign, free, and uncompromising will of our entire people. So here, Putin very much putting his standard narrative on the events here, and very much expanding the boundaries of both the Russian people who are called to unite and the territory for which they are supposed to unite. So it's the same narrative now expanded into Ukraine. So with this, we see Putin's definition expanding, and part of that made its way into the national security strategy of 2001 that emphasized protection of Russian culture, spiritual moral values, and history as matters of national interest and security. So here it places the extent of threats to Russian culture and values in a lot of detail, and it groups the United States and its allies together with corporations and terrorists as entities that actively attack traditional Russian values. So Putin and the Russian media are now making these baseless claims of genocide of Russians and threats posed to Russian people and state sovereignty by Ukraine and NATO, which is yet another example of Russia being placed in this position of a nation besieged by threats from the outside and from the West that want to corrupt its culture and deprive it of its position among powerful states. So we see the familiar basis of Putin's calls for unity, obedience, and rooting out any traitors. So it's not a new narrative, but a familiar one that's been repurposed here. So yesterday, Putin said, but any people, even more so the Russian people, will always be able to distinguish true patriots from scum and traitors. So he calls on what he considers to be the true Russian people to really come together and complete their unification process here as a nation by rooting out what he considers the enemies. So with this continued emphasis on the national narrative, it's difficult to see Putin willingly ending the war without achieving what he identifies as the defense of the Russian nation once again. So it's telling that he sent former culture minister Vladimir Medinsky to head the Russian delegation in Belarus. So he's Russia's culture minister for about 8 years and currently serves as an aide to Putin. He's firmly in alignment with Putin's version of the Russian nation, using his past and current positions to control Russia's portrayal in both cultural and historical works. So there's a problem with defining and building the nation solely from above. I'll wrap up here. You still need to agree with that vision of the nation, to feel like it reflects the sense of community and belonging. For some in Russia, Putin's nation building does resonate and boost his support as the leader of the nation. However, it is very clear that Ukrainians, including many ethnic Russians in Ukraine, as Eric highlighted, do not agree with these expanded national boundaries and narratives that Putin has outlined. As Renan said, the nation is a daily plebiscite requiring the choice of sentiment of belonging. When Putin may have expected Ukrainians to say yes to this plebiscite, he's getting a resounding no. So thank you for listening. And as a reminder, please consider donating to support Ukrainians in this time.
All right, thank you very much, Katie. And our final panelist is Peter Rutland, who is a professor of government and the Colin Nancy Campbell Chair for Global Issues and Democratic Thought at Wesleyan University. Of course, he is widely published on issues of contemporary Russian nationalism, politics, and economy. Peter, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Sergey. I don't have a PowerPoint, and I'll try to confine my comments to 4 points. And what I'm trying to do is, already we're only 3 weeks into the era, but I'm trying to draw conclusions about where we individually and collectively went wrong in failing to foresee this war. So this is a chance to rethink some of the categories we've used in our approach to the post-space, which we might now call the pre-fascist space, because that's one of my points is we spend too much time looking backwards, not enough time looking forwards. Too much time looking at the legacies of the Soviet past, and not enough time looking at the way these societies were reconfiguring for the future. So the first point I want to make is the point of NATO enlargement, which dominates a lot of the debate about why this war happened, and the debate among academics in the US, not just Russian propaganda. And I'm afraid that while the West, the collective West, as Putin now sneeringly calls it, which includes places like South Korea and Japan and Taiwan, the collective West has rallied to the Ukrainian interpretation, which this was an unprovoked act of war. Much of the rest of the world, it seems, and here I'm echoing what Elizabeth was saying, very interesting presentation about China, that India is also in the same boat as China, as far as I can tell, in terms of blaming the US, basically, putting this in a frame of global hegemony of the US and Russia pushing back. And that narrative is probably pretty widely accepted in the global South generally. So I think that's something that we as academics have to do, is to try and help counter that narrative and to get closer to the truth. And the problem with the NATO enlargement narrative is that, yes, there is a grain of truth in it. We can all play alternative history and counterfactuals. And yes, if NATO expansion had stopped in 2004, and if the US had said, okay, that's it, nobody else will join NATO, we don't want to prod the Russian bear, maybe this war could have been avoided. We never know. But I would concede that, but at the same time, NATO does not pose a threat to Russia. Russia is a nuclear armed power. There's no conceivable scenario in which NATO would militarily threaten Russia. So whether it is in NATO or outside of NATO is irrelevant. It's not a threat to Russia, wherever the eastern border of NATO lands. And in terms of intellectual background, I think the international relations community spends too much time looking at World War I and the security dilemmas and accidental war, and not enough time looking at World War II. Some wars are deliberately engineered and wanted by side. Second point, diversionary politics argument. We've also heard a lot of argument that Putin needed this war because his popularity was declining home. Same argument was made about the Crimean annexation. I don't think that's relevant at all. This is an authoritarian, now totalitarian regime where public opinion doesn't matter. And even elite opinion, it seems, doesn't matter. Elections can be easily rigged. And this goes back even to the 1990s. Electoral politics did not seriously constrain Boris Yeltsin. Elections were rigged then, even before Putin, even when there was still a free press. So the diversionary argument for me just doesn't hold water. It reflects, again, a kind of intellectual failing of ours to spend too much time looking at elections, election results in authoritarian regimes, public opinion in authoritarian regimes. Those factors are, it's of some interest, but it's not driving the politics, the decision-making of Putin. And even characterizing it as an electoral authoritarian regime, to me, didn't never really made much sense, or as a hybrid regime under Putin. It's an authoritarian regime. Third point, the role of ideology. Ideology is an independent factor. It's not just a legitimizing device. It's not just a tool to win elections or sway public opinion. It's a motivator. Katie mentioned the speech that Putin gave yesterday. Just the language that he uses in that speech, sneering about foie gras and talking about we'll spit out the national traitors like flies onto the pavement. Ideology reflects beliefs, it reflects core values, and Putin's nationalism is not coming out of just a kind of rational calculation of how to get reelected. It's reflecting these deep beliefs that he has about Russia's place in the world and in history, and his mission in trying to defend Russia from these phantasmagorical threats. I would say this again in the category we should have seen this coming, that Putin has been preparing Russian society for this kind of war for a decade or more. So we did have some discussion of the nationalization of the elite, forcing the oligarchs to bring money home, but he was also engaged in nationalizing the people. And that's a quote from Hitler, that phrase, nationalizing the people, preparing the nation for a kind of collective task. And again, when we wrote about memory wars in Russia and monument wars and debates about World War II, that was important, but we're all looking at it backwards. We're looking at it as kind of nostalgia for the Soviet period, and we were comparing it with like memory wars in Nazi Germany, again, backward looking. But what we didn't see was that this was a forward-looking strategy. Some people did, of course, but I didn't. Certainly, I didn't think Putin would launch a war against Ukraine and shell and bomb Ukrainian cities full of people who Putin and Russian nationalists claim to be Russians. So it's completely intellectually contradictory that you're waging a war, killing people to prove that they are our people. Just doesn't make any sense at all from a rational point of view using our frames of analysis, but I guess it makes sense within Putin's frame of analysis. Final point is that of the sanctions, topic I've followed pretty closely over the years, and there's been a radical shift in our understanding of sanctions as well. So the Magnitsky Act, smart sanctions, which were imposed after the Crimean War, were based on a model of Russia as an oligarchy with these rich bankers and industrialists, and if we hit their assets, they'll persuade Putin to change his behavior. And clearly that model of decision-making in the Kremlin was totally flawed, that Putin was not listening to the oligarchs. They were doing what they were told. And what we have now then is a radical shift from the smart sanctions model, not completely because it still was targeting some individuals, but to a blanket sanctions, right? So to crippling sanctions that are going to hurt the Russian people just as much as the Russian oligarchs. And so that shift, which I think is welcome and probably effective and will work, we haven't yet caught up, we political scientists and sociologists haven't yet caught up with what is the scenario, the conceptual framework behind the blanket sanctions approach, other than that as kind of an expression of moral outrage and virtue signaling. And I would posit that it's not based on a premise that the Russian people are going to rise up that if we hurt them through the sanctions, they will finally think, okay, we've broken the social contract with Putin. He's not delivering the stability he promised us. So we need a new leader. I don't think the dynamics of this regime work that way. Or as far as we can tell, the mentality of the Russian people as a whole works that way. So I think the logic behind the blanket sanctions is more straightforward, that it's damaging Putin's capacity to wage this war. He's going to run out of money. He's going to run out of missiles. He's going to run out of manpower. And he's certainly going to run out of morale in the army. So the sanctions, I think, are more of a blunt instrument along those lines. And this again goes back to the role of China, and for that matter, India, but particularly China, that his capacity to wage this war, which has been, which he's losing, the Ukrainians are winning, and his capacity to continue the war without losing completely will depend on external support, because the sanctions are so damaging that Russia cannot just draw down its reserves and survive this war for very long, I suspect. Okay, on that point, I will finish my early morning rant and open the floor to the questions.
Thank you, Peter. And just to reaffirm what you said about the oligarchs, today an interesting article was published about Mikhail Friedman on Bloomberg, where he talks about the very limited levers that oligarchs have with Putin, and says that this logic that sanctioning oligarchs would somehow change Putin's behavior is completely misguided, and that the distance between the oligarchs and Putin is like Earth and cosmos. On this, let me turn to the questions. I have several questions already to Elizabeth. One from Fabio Merlin. Elizabeth, is there any space for military alliance between Moscow and Beijing? And also the second question to you from Andy Cutchins. To what extent can you see security of China extending further aid? To what extent can you see China extending further aid to Russia during the war, given concerns about coming on radar, sanction radar? Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you for those questions. There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not this partnership is an alliance. And this has been complicated by the language that both countries use, that the Chinese officials tend to refer to the partnership as greater than any alliance, unlimited, and Russian officials have equivocated, sometimes calling China an ally, sometimes not. Personally, I don't see this relationship as an alliance, even though they have many shared principles. They've had a long record of military cooperation. India is now the #1 buyer of Russian weapons, not China. And as we've seen, China has not unequivocally supported Russia in this war. So I don't know that this war is going to encourage China to draw closer to Russia because of all the unforeseen consequences of that in this particular conflict. I agree with Andy that it's unlikely that China had no inkling of this coming conflict, but they were given U.S. intelligence in addition to whatever Putin told Xi Jinping in Beijing. But I think that China, like Russia, does not have enough expertise on Ukraine. They probably did not understand the situation in Ukraine accurately, and I think they underestimated what Putin was going to do in Ukraine, as Peter was talking about in his interesting presentation, that we have some analytical work to do to understand Russian motivations. I think China has that as well. and there was a question on India. I think India is playing an interesting role too, because it also has tried to assume a neutral pose, but largely supporting Russia. But I don't think either India or China can really make up for the sanctions. China has an interbank agreement with Russia, but that means that Russia will have to buy things with yuan only, the Chinese yuan, which is not convertible. And there's talk of a similar mechanism for rupees with India. They both might buy some additional oil and gas, but they would face counter sanctions if they circumvented the sanctions. And certainly China has been careful so far. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see we have another question in the chat. Let me open that. From James Richter, Putin's rhetoric has been increasingly drawing sharp lines between those who are legitimate members of polity and those who are dangerous. Russians who don't support the war are not Russians. Ukrainians who don't support Russia are Nazis. Does this suggest mass repressions are likely, and what is possible here? Peter, maybe you can start.
Well, I think the famous quote at the beginning of the war, the Ruski Kорабль quote, it was a Ruski Kорабль and not a Rossiyski Kорабль. And generally, I think that there's an incredible ambiguity or complexity and confusion in Russia as an empire or Russia as a nation, right? And Putin is leaning more towards the Ruski, the Russian people, and so the emphasis on the Russians in Ukraine and Russian speaking as a kind of extension of that. That's not the way that empires think and behave, right? So empires are multilingual, multi-ethnic, because that's what an empire by definition is: one people ruling another people and many peoples. So empires have to have some kind of ethnic inclusivity. Obviously, they're not treating the other peoples as equal, but they're recognizing their right to exist and incorporating them and incorporating their elites. So that was what was so bizarre and so striking about Putin's July article about Ukraine, where he's denying their right to exist, and he's saying they're really Russians. So he's trying to expand the Russian state as a nation state, not as an empire of the Soviet variety, certainly. So that's would be my initial reactions to this issue.
And I can touch on this a bit as well. So in his speech yesterday, when he was talking about the traders, that was given to leaders of the regions. So I think it's sort of particularly dangerous when Putin is giving some of these broad outlines of sort of who is considered Russian, who's not considered Russian, what traders are, when talking to those on the ground who might be implementing what he's saying. So if there are these signals that those elites and administrators of the region should be rooting out traders, I think there is that potential for repression to take place there.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question from Volodymyr.
I can make just make one quick point.
Yes.
Sergey. Just related, if I recall correctly, in the war declaration, Putin may not have mentioned either term when speaking about his allegations of genocide. I think he spoke about people who live in Donbass, which is, in some respects even more ambiguous, but also more encompassing. So I just wanted to make that point. I don't recall, and I'd have to go back and look at the transcript, but I don't think that he said, Russians as, state citizens or Russians ethnically. I think he talked about those who live in Donbass.
Okay, and I think Volodymyr Kulik made a comment rather on what Peter said just now. Peter, your reference to Ruski Kорабль indicates that Ukrainians don't give a damn about ambiguity and complexity of Russian national imperial project. To us, it's all the same and equally dangerous and hostile. Peter, you want to respond or should we move on? Okay.
Well, as I remember, it was the captain of the Ruski Kорабль who called it himself a Ruski Kорабль. So I take Volodymyr's point, but I was talking about the Russian perception.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And since we don't have any questions, let me pose my question to you, everyone who wants to answer. So many of you agree that Russia's war on Ukraine is not about security, it's not about NATO. But then when we look at the configuration of diplomatic settlements that are being discussed, the elements deal primarily with security. We've heard about neutrality, for example, as one option that is right now on the table. If neutrality ultimately is something that will be agreed on by the parties, what does it tell you about the ability of the negotiating parties to actually come to a settlement that would produce durable peace? Because if we assume that this war is really driven by the rejection, by the worldview that Putin holds about Ukraine and his dismissal and rejection of the Ukraine's right to exist, then it seems like the conflict is not possible to solve. You cannot really come to a settlement that would produce durable peace.
Well, yeah, but Russia's losing the war. So have to alter their perception. And so reality is forcing them to alter their perception. So Ukraine, as it were, has won its right to exist. This is an optimistic, I'm speculating, but if this pans out, Ukraine will have won its right to exist in Russians' eyes by defeating on the battlefield, basically. It's like the Finnish War, it's like the November 1939 Winter War. After 1945, Stalin could have taken over Finland, and he didn't. And it wasn't because of lack of capacity to take over Finland. It was because, I'm guessing, mentally he kind of conceded that Finns are different and let them go, as Lenin had let them go after 17. So, but you're right. It could be. The negotiations break down because the Russians will just simply refuse to give up and will fight on until they think they can achieve their goals. So you could be right on that score.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I mean, just briefly, if neutrality simply means non-membership in NATO, then there's a possibility for a negotiated settlement. If neutrality means that Ukraine and the Ukrainian people have a different orientation to Russia and a more positive orientation to Russia, that's simply not going to happen. And so it depends on what neutrality means to the parties. In terms of the negotiating table, it's likely to focus on these kinds of international arrangements. But underlying it, I think, is a preference for how Ukraine and Ukrainian people orient themselves to the world. And even before this escalation, I think the die was already cast. But with this, with the horrors of what we have all seen over the last month, there's no neutral Ukraine from that perspective of orientation to Russia for my lifetime.
Thank you, Eric. Yes.
May I just add, I think that neutrality might really be irrelevant if, as you say, that this is not about security. And it's hard to find an off-ramp. Even if Putin is losing the war, is he going to admit that he's losing the war, or is he going to use some worse means of destruction to make his point? And it's and around Ukraine, you have other states that are going to be wanting to join NATO and the EU, and that's going to worsen the security situation as Putin sees it. So not very optimistic how we negotiate an end to this, given Putin's increasingly hardening mindset.
Thank you. Any last thoughts, comments? Katie, you want to add something?
Yeah, I would just sort of second what Elizabeth just said. It's sort of, it would be great if there is sort of an easy negotiation. Just say Ukraine won't be a NATO member. That's it, end to the war. But unfortunately, that doesn't look to be what the end goal here is. And while Putin has sort of gone all in on sort of selling this war to the people through propaganda on the media, any sort of settlement short of saving what he considers the people in Donbass from the genocide is not going to play well for his ability to maintain a firm grip on power and a firm grip on sort of people's acceptance that see him as a strong leader of Russia.
Okay, with this, thank you to the panelists, thanks to the audience for the questions, and I transfer the torch to Katie.
Thank you very much. All right, so I am now shifting gears from panelist to chair of the next hour. So for those of you who are just now joining us, I'm Katie Stewart, an assistant professor of political science at Knox College, joining you from Peoria, Illinois, USA. And as a reminder, our wonderful presenters will talk for about 10 minutes, then we'll leave time for questions and answers after that. So if you do have a question, please put it into the Q&A space there, and we'll do our best to get to those. And then just as a reminder as well, as part of the event, we're appointing all of attendees to donate or get involved with Scholars at Risk and Science for Ukraine. So I'll put those links in the chat here in a second. But we'll start off our 8 o'clock Eastern Time panel with Professor Judith Twigg of the Political Science Department of Virginia Commonwealth University.
Hi, thanks, Katie, and thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this amazing event. I'm going to give a quick situation update on the damage that Russian attacks have done to healthcare facilities in Ukraine, the kinds of health needs and health services that are available to refugees who are arriving in Poland and other border countries, and the response from Ukraine's health sector and from international partners. And then I'll land on a few health-related issues that are causes for concern for Ukraine moving forward in more of the medium-term time frame. So there are about 3,000 health facilities along the lines of conflict in Ukraine or within areas that are currently under Russian control. There have been documented attacks on at least 44 specific healthcare facilities and 20 documented episodes of attacks directly on healthcare personnel. And Dr. Mike Ryan, who leads the World Health Organization's Health Emergencies Program, says that we have never seen globally this many deliberate attacks on healthcare, with strikes on healthcare workers and facilities becoming a part of Russia's strategy for attack. So this is clearly a violation of international humanitarian law. And I'll just note as a footnote to that WHO statement that most of the official World Health Organization statements about the war have just been an exercise in the use of passive voice. You know, Ukraine has been attacked. Health facilities have been destroyed. Paragraph after paragraph that go on like this with literally no mention of Russia. So WHO has always said health is above politics, but of course WHO is an intensely political organization, and Russia has spent the last 10 or 15 years deliberately working its way into WHO as a part of Russia's overall pretty aggressive global health diplomacy strategy. The World Health Organization's main non-communicable disease office for Europe is still functioning in Moscow. So it's clear that WHO is trying not to antagonize Russia, trying to avoid antagonizing Russia as part of its public statements. So beyond the immediate health crisis in Ukraine, obviously the violence, the death, the injury from the conflict itself, there are also concerns about outbreaks of infectious disease. So in the short term, obviously COVID-19 is a threat. People are huddling together in subway stations, basements, other kinds of shelters to protect themselves from bombardment. Ukraine's COVID-19 vaccination rate is low. About 37% of adults in Ukraine are fully vaccinated. And that rate is uneven across the country. About 65% of people are vaccinated in Kyiv, but the rates are as low as 20% in some of the oblasts that are most affected by the war. The countries taking in refugees also have relatively low vaccination rates. Poland is just under 60%, just over 50% in Slovakia, hovering around 42% in Romania and Moldova. So there's concern about the spread of COVID-19 as refugees move across the border. The reasons for these low vaccination rates will sound familiar to people in all the countries that are listening to this Ukrainathon. Overall mistrust in government, also rampant misinformation about vaccines. And I'll note that much of that disinformation about vaccines is deliberately spread from Russia with Ukraine as a specific target over many years about vaccine disinformation coming from Russia. The organizations that are processing refugees at the border are trying to make COVID vaccines available. So UNICEF, the Ukrainian Health Ministry, have all set up vaccination stations at the same places where refugees are getting food and water and other supplies, but obviously they're not able to cover everyone. And I'll note that those vaccine stations that are being set up at the border are not only giving COVID vaccines, but they're also trying to give vaccines for measles, polio, diphtheria, other vaccine preventable diseases. So looking into Ukraine's situation with those other diseases, the last time there was a cholera outbreak in Europe was in 2011, and that was in Mariupol. Cholera is a waterborne disease, so anytime you have a breakdown of water and sanitation systems, as we're seeing in some of these cities that are under siege or under attack or occupation, there's a big risk of spread of cholera. Ukraine had a big measles outbreak in 2017 that continued right up until the COVID lockdowns in 2020. There were over 115,000 cases of measles in Ukraine during that outbreak. And they did a big vaccination campaign for measles that got coverage rates for the vaccine up to about 82%. But for a disease that's as contagious as measles is, that's not herd immunity level. You have to get higher than 82% in order to prevent further outbreaks. And again, regional variation in vaccine coverage is a big deal here. There are some regions that have much lower vaccine coverage for measles than others. Kharkiv, for example, has measles vaccine coverage that's well below 50%. Ukraine is also a high burden tuberculosis country. There are about 32,000 new cases of tuberculosis every year in Ukraine, and about a third of those are drug resistant. They're resistant to the frontline antibiotics that we have to treat tuberculosis. Diagnosis and treatment of TB were already down by about 30% because of the COVID pandemic. And about a quarter of people in Ukraine who have tuberculosis are also infected with HIV. So all of these people are dependent on literally daily supplies of medicines in order to manage their condition. And those drugs are becoming increasingly hard to get, obviously, in many parts of the country. If TB patients can't stay on their antibiotics, not only will they get sick, but they're also increasingly likely to develop drug-resistant tuberculosis that's much harder to treat. So the international community is stepping up here. PEPFAR, for example, the President's Emergency Program for AIDS Relief, started by President George W. Bush, run by the United States government. They've just announced an immediate allocation of $6 million in additional funding to provide antiretroviral medications to about 100,000 people living with HIV in Ukraine. And I'll just note as a sideline here that we've already seen what happens to parts of Ukraine that come under Russian control when it comes to drug users who are trying to manage their addiction and who are at risk of HIV. When Crimea was occupied back in 2014, there were about 1,000 Ukrainians living in Crimea who were on harm reduction, on opioid substitution therapy, methadone, in order to try to manage their opiate addiction, to prevent a relapse into use of heroin or other opiates, and also to prevent the kinds of behaviors that would lead to them getting HIV. Ukraine has always followed enlightened international best practice when it comes to those kinds of harm reduction services and substitution therapy for opioids. Russia does not follow any of those practices. And so those 1,000 people who were on methadone in Crimea back in 2014 had it suddenly yanked out from under them. And it was an unbelievably tragic situation. We know that some of those people got out. We know that many of them committed suicide. Many of them went back to using heroin again. So this is the kind of risk that users of injection drugs and HIV patients will find themselves in as they come under Russian occupied portions of Ukraine during the war. There's an enormous amount of medical relief coming into the country and to the refugees. And Ukraine's Ministry of Health and the National Health Service of Ukraine, the National Health Services contracting agency that was created as a part of health reforms back in 2016, 2017, they're doing a remarkable job of coordinating this flood of money and material assistance for health that's coming into the country. So there are spreadsheets that the National Health Service of Ukraine and the Ministry of Health are updating regularly and distributing to all of the donors that are describing what their most urgent needs are. And so at the top of those spreadsheets are always things like medical oxygen for COVID patients, for pregnant women that have difficult labors and deliveries. There are all kinds of needs that for medical oxygen. Also things like surgical kits, bandages, gauze, antibiotics, pain meds, your standard tools of combat medicine. So it's a remarkable degree of coordination that we're seeing from the Ukrainian authorities, given all of the disruption and the violence. And then the added element of tragedy on top of tragedy for this situation is that the attacks on healthcare facilities are happening in many cases to health facilities that have very recently been renovated. Ukraine's health sector had been completely unreformed until 2015, until after the Euromaidan. Beginning in 2015, there was a really impressive health reform process that was launched that tackled corruption in the health sector, changed the way healthcare is financed, gave more people better access to care, and channeled investments into better primary care, into more modern hospital facilities. So a lot of those resources are now being destroyed. And a lot of healthcare investment obviously is now going to have to be diverted to reconstruction of damaged or destroyed facilities. So if there is any room here for a note of optimism, it's that when the war is over, we assume that the international community will be investing tremendous resources in Ukraine's reconstruction. And the Ukrainian health sector already has a well-developed strategy, a roadmap for those investments to come in and pick up where that health reform process has left off. So that's my 10 minutes. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Judy. I'm not seeing any questions yet in the Q&A or chat here, so I guess I'll start off. So you mentioned that there has been a lot of sort of disinformation regarding the COVID vaccine in Ukraine, like there has been in many places. So on the border where there are these sort of opportunities, the vaccine stations, is there also information going along with that to get people to encourage them to take the vaccine?
Absolutely. And Ukraine, working with international partners, has pretty good experience in information, education, communication about vaccines. Going back to Ukraine's outbreak of polio back in the summer of 2015, there hadn't been an outbreak of polio in Europe in decades, but because of low vaccination coverage, largely prompted by this disinformation about vaccines, there were 2 cases in the summer of 2015 of polio among children in Western Ukraine. And the international community, especially WHO and UNICEF, jumped into the situation, worked with Ukrainian health authorities to put a massive polio vaccine campaign along with massive education to parents about the importance of vaccinating their children. And so it was a remarkable communications campaign from UNICEF, which is very good at this because they do it all around the world. They're very good at working with countries, understanding what the specific cultural factors are that prompt vaccine hesitancy and vaccine refusal. And so there were digital signs in supermarkets, metro stations, a massive Stop Polio vaccination campaign around the entire country. So the COVID vaccine education campaigns that we see now are just using a lot of the tools that had already been developed out of polio.
Great, thank you. We do have a bunch of questions that just popped in. So maybe very quickly, is Ukraine's current health system able to deal with a large number of casualties? And do you anticipate a change in CDC, World Health Organization exemptions on vaccine protocols to permit movement of those fleeing Ukraine and Russia?
Mm-hmm. So those are great questions. Thanks, Joe, for the question about the health infrastructure available to treat casualties. I mean, this is obviously incredibly location specific, and there are health facilities that are overwhelmed in the places that are under occupation or siege. It's very difficult to get supplies in. So those facilities are overwhelmed and are dealing with shortages, not just of materials, consumables, drugs and medication, but they're also dealing with shortages of personnel, because a lot of the people who have left these cities are physicians and other health workers. So the disruption certainly has made it very difficult to deal with both the military and civilian casualties from the war. The question about the change in the vaccination protocols at the border, that's a fluid situation. Talking with people who are working at the border, I get the impression that those protocols are already being loosely enforced, given the severity of the emergency and the need to process people as quickly as possible. A lot of the holdups at the border are actually on the Ukrainian side, as they're processing people before they cross over into the recipient country. And there is an enormous amount of pretty efficient COVID screening that's happening on the Ukrainian side. So I'm not hearing too much about that being a major component of bottlenecks at the border, but I do know that WHO is working that problem on an ongoing basis.
Great, thank you very much. And we're right at 7:15 about, so maybe if you're willing to take that last question in the chat, to type in the chat box. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Next we have Keith Darden, Associate Professor at American University School of International Service.
Hi, thanks. And thanks to Ponars for organizing this important event. And thanks to Judy for setting up some of the significant negative consequences of this invasion. There are many. And so what I'm going to focus on is how we can get out. In other words, how we can put an end to this terrible war and the terrible invasion. The invasion has been terrible for Ukraine. But it has also been terrible for Russia. So the Russian military has not performed according to expectations. They've had considerable losses. And the economic sanctions, which continue to have a significant effect on the Russian economy, are likely to persist for a very long time. And so in some ways, the terrible nature of the war might help precipitate its end. Because for both sides, it's likely to be unsustainable over a protracted period of time. And because it has been terrible for both sides, it's likely to end in a negotiated settlement. If you think about how a war like this might end, one way would be with a Ukrainian victory, now with withdrawal of Russian forces. One might be with a Ukrainian defeat, however we want to think about that. But it's most likely to be something in between, which is, compromises that are made on a variety of fronts in order to cease the hostilities and hopefully get a more permanent end to the conflict that opened up in 2014. So if you think about, part of what leads people to resist a negotiated settlement is that they hold out the hope for victory. And I'm not sure what a plausible vision of victory looks like for the Ukrainian side in this conflict. So if we think about, the withdrawal of Russian forces, does that mean the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Donbass as well, right? So is it going to go back to the status quo ante of 2013, the withdrawal of Russian forces from Crimea? because we saw that that was not, those were not, if those are part of Ukraine's demands, in other words, those are things that Ukraine is not willing to accept, then it doesn't seem that that conflict is going to end anytime in the foreseeable future. And so we need to think about, what is a plausible vision of Ukrainian victory, and could those outcomes perhaps be achieved through negotiation as well, right? So a Ukraine favorable settlement. Hopefully on the Russian side, the war has gone poorly enough for them that they too are thinking in the range of settlement. There's all signs that they are. And so I think if we want to think about what the range of options for settlement looks like, there are several parameters that people have talked about which might be manipulable. One is the Ukrainian force posture, so what the Russians call demilitarization, but we might think of as creating a Ukrainian force or deploying a Ukrainian force within Ukraine in a way that might be more acceptable to the Russian side. The second is alliances, whether Ukraine will renounce aspirations to join NATO and perhaps have a declaration of neutrality. The third, much more complicated, are boundaries. So whether Ukraine will accept that Crimea is no longer part of Ukraine, or that the Donbass is no longer part of Ukraine, that's really complicated for a variety of reasons, but I think needs to be included in the settlement discussions. Finally, it's the constitution. And this was the most problematic part of Minsk. The idea that Ukraine would be forced to change its constitution. Of course, renouncing NATO aspirations also requires changing the constitution at this point. So those are, I think, the big areas where, some sort of negotiated settlement is going to have to find a space that is acceptable to the Ukrainian side and acceptable to the Russian side if we're going to end this war through a negotiated settlement. We had an arrangement, the Minsk II agreement, which did take a position on all of these things, right? It de facto kept Ukraine's territorial integrity intact with the exception of Crimea. In other words, it called for bringing back the Donbass into Ukrainian control, but with a high degree of autonomy. So with some kind of constitutional change that would have rendered Ukraine's external alliances to be a position of neutrality. In other words, Ukraine would not be able to join NATO, at least in the Russian version of Minsk, because the Donbass would have had a veto on that. Ukraine would also not have been able to join the CSTO because Ukraine's western regions would have had a veto on that. So it was a kind of constitutional change that sort of retained Ukraine's internal pluralism and sort of secured a degree of neutrality within its borders minus Crimea, right? The Russians have indicated that that's no longer an acceptable settlement for them, right? So they will continue fighting to get something better than that settlement. So that creates some difficulties on the Ukrainian side. If the war is going to end in something other than a Ukrainian victory, in other words, a Ukrainian defeat of those Russian forces, which seems likely, that, in other words, that it would have to end with something other than the defeat of the Russian military. There will have to be a much less pleasant agreement to end the war. And so what might that look like? It might look like the recognition of Crimea as being part of the territory of the Russian Federation. In other words, an acknowledged redrawing of Ukraine's boundaries, which in the end of ends might not be the worst thing for Ukraine. In other words, maintaining an open conflict over Crimea is going to be a security risk for Ukraine for a very long period of time, right? For the foreseeable future. Even if this war were, to sort of end in a ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire, it would never be closed, much as Ukraine's security has never been established since 2014, right? And so the goal here, I think at this point, is to go for some sort of more permanent settlement and get the best deal you can get the best boundaries you can get out of this arrangement, and not have to change your constitution in some significant way. Neutrality seems to be on the table. In other words, the Zelensky government seems to be fairly favorable to neutrality as long as they have good friends. In other words, no one's talking about strict alliances, but security guarantees from the United States and the UK. And that might be acceptable to the Russian side if US forces and British forces are not deployed on Ukrainian territory. So you can think about a variety of different configurations that would end this conflict. I think what concerns me now is that none of those configurations are even open to discussion in the West and on the Ukrainian side. And so if we do think that the war is having a catastrophic effect on Ukraine, and that catastrophe is not going to be mitigated until you reach a negotiated settlement, my concern is that as we resist the settlements because they are unpleasant, we're just going to increase the costs on the Ukrainian people until perhaps the point where you end up with the worst outcome, which is Ukrainian defeat. So it's not clear to me that Ukraine can sustain the costs of the war for such a long period of time. Russia, perhaps not as well, but it does seem to be the case that they can revert to a more autarkic economic system. The war is not being fought on their territory. They have an arrangement with China. There's a way that they can survive and continue to fight. And so my concern is that if Ukraine doesn't accept something here, doesn't accept a very unpleasant negotiated settlement, something worse than Minsk, the ultimate outcome will be the destruction of Ukraine. So I think we need, there are plenty of surveys which say Ukrainians are unwilling to yield territory in Crimea or in the Donbass. I've seen them all. I think those surveys need to sort of have a qualifier, which is as opposed to what? As opposed to another 2 years of armed conflict on Ukrainian territory, the exodus of the women and children of Ukraine out of combat areas, which will expand, right? So yes, obviously, in the ideal world where we can simply act on principle, one would not want to yield territory to an aggressor. But in the real world that we live, sometimes you have to do that. Okay? If I'm held up at gunpoint on the street, I don't think it's a good principle to hand over my wallet, but I'd probably rather hand over my wallet than be shot dead. And so those are the kind of very unfortunate negative decisions that have to be made at this point. And I think we need to give the space to our Ukrainian colleagues to think about those choices and not constantly push a much more aggressive agenda in the negotiations. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And in the remaining 4 minutes, it looks like we have 3 questions posed in the chat here. So the first one is, given the widespread confidence in Ukraine that Ukrainians are winning this war, why would Ukraine accept the terms you outlined that clearly indicate Ukraine's defeat?
So they don't indicate Ukraine's defeat. Ukraine's defeat would be a much more negative determination. In other words, it probably will not just be the loss of Crimea and the Donbass in terms of borders and neutrality. And I think that's always been the error. People saw Minsk as essentially capitulation, but capitulation will look a lot worse than Minsk, and capitulation will look a lot worse than the settlements that I outlined. So I think Ukraine may be winning in the sense that major cities are not taken and they're inflicting considerable losses on Russia. But there's a fair amount of Ukrainian territory that is currently under Russian control, and there's a fair amount of loss of life and destruction that still can be visited on Ukraine by the Russian Federation, and they show no signs of stopping. So that's, what does victory mean? Again, I want us to go back to this concept of what does victory mean for the Ukrainian side? If it means the withdrawal of Russian troops from Crimea and the Donbass, Ukraine is not close to victory.
All right, and then sort of two somewhat related questions. So one is, what are your thoughts on where that Ukraine offered Russia a 99-year lease of Crimea? Do you think this is a potential creative solution? And then a question from the Q&A box. What do you think of Putin being required to modify the recognition of LHR and DHR to have them change their constitutions as well, and foregoing the claim to the full plus and restrict it to the territory occupied at the beginning of the war?
Okay, so the 99-year lease, sort of Hong Kongification of Crimea, I think is an interesting prospect, and I think that one should be entertained for sure. It's something that doesn't actually, and there are a lot of ways to kind of, there are lots of shades of gray here, right? Like you can have a lot of ways of wording a settlement like this that makes it more acceptable. So I think a 99-year lease would be kind of inspired in some ways as a solution. I'm not sure the Russian side would agree to it, but maybe they would, and I think that should certainly be on the table. In terms of the DNR and the LNR going back to their oblast boundaries as opposed to the boundaries of Ordlo, I think that's unlikely at this point, honestly. I think that the way that the Russians are behaving in Mariupol suggests that this is not for punishment. This is to seize those territories and hold them. So I'm not sure that the Russian side would agree to that, and I'm not sure they would have to. In other words, I think that those are territories that they will ultimately be able to seize and hold.
All right, thank you, Keith. We'll have to wrap it up there. Next, we have Sarah Wilson-Soki, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Colorado Boulder.
Hi, so can you hear me okay? Awesome. I think that what I'll talk about here will be a nice complement to what's already been discussed by Judy Twigg and by Keith Darden, in that I'm going to pivot to talking about from the Russian public perspective and sort of why Putin is doing this to some extent, not really why Putin is doing this, but I thought that what I would do is organize it around three questions, which was, did the Russian public back the war? Were they pushing for this? Does the public back the war now? And a third question of, will Russia back down, or would the public make him? Which I think is the most relevant to what Keith was just discussing in terms of the negotiations. And my answers to those questions, because this is a 24-hour marathon, I don't know how long people have been on, presumably not for the whole 24 hours, but I'll go ahead and give you the answers. No, the Russian public wasn't pushing it. It does seem for now that the majority of people in Russia are backing it. Not all, there's significant opposition, but that a majority of people are backing it. And will Russia back down, or will sort of the public force Putin or force the government to negotiate? And my best guess, educated guess, would be probably not for a while, or maybe not for a while, that would be likely to happen. So not a terribly optimistic assessment, but I'll talk about why those would be my answers to those questions. And I'll start with the sort of the perspective of, did the Russian public back the war? And it really seems that the Russian public was not the driving force behind the invasion to go into larger Ukraine. And so I wanted to share just a couple of slides, but one slide with really what we would normally consider very recent survey data, but things are changing so quickly that this may not seem as recent as it normally would. And so I think that you can probably see now this slide, which is Russians didn't want war, ? So what I think is interesting about this is that this is a poll from just December of 2021, so not very long ago, although these numbers have certainly changed, and there's more recent survey data from Russia about the public's reaction. But in December of 2021, so just a few months ago, there was a reliable poll. It was reported in the Washington Post. There was a team of scholars, a number of people that are in Ponars, are on this, or all of them, actually, I think, people behind the survey, citing the number that 8% of Russians thought Russia should send military forces to fight the Ukrainian government. And so that's a remarkably low number, and it's very different from what we see now, but it does appear that it wasn't the Russian public that was pushing Putin or pushing the government to go in, to larger Ukraine, that this wasn't driven by public opinion, people demanding that something happen. That said, that doesn't mean that this number hasn't drastically changed. So my second question is, does the public back the war now? I have a colleague at the University of Colorado, John O'Loughlin, who has done a lot of survey work in Ukraine, and unexpectedly to me likes to use this quote from Mike Tyson about everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And so it's sort of a like everybody thinks they know what's going on until something big happens, or we think we know what public opinion is until it happens. And so the question has been, will there be this rally around the flag effect? Would Russians get behind this? And so I think even though we have some very early survey data from the past couple of weeks, it's a little bit too early to really definitively answer that question. But the survey work that we have from the past couple of weeks does suggest that these numbers have changed, and that probably more than 50% of the Russian public does support the military action. We also, I mean, I think is well known, the Russian state is cracking down on independent media, TV Dozhd, Novaya Gazeta. These outlets are either being significantly suppressed or closed down for independent media. And the Kremlin is able to pretty well enforce its own narrative about what's going on. And it does look like, from what we know, that more than half of Russians probably support the military action. There's questions about that survey data because they're not using terms like war. They're using the Russian language of special military operation and intervention, which would make us question how good that is. And we know that there's a lot of protests, and we know that there's arrests against people who are protesting. We know that Russians, not a majority, but that thousands of Russians are leaving Russia, that are getting out. So there are clearly people that are very opposed to it in Russia. That doesn't mean a majority of the population is. But so my point here in putting this up and mentioning that is both that public opinion didn't drive this, but it appears that a lot of the public will get behind it, at least for the time being. And then the big unanswered question is if that can be sustained, right? So what happens moving forward? How does the Russian public react to things like what Judy Twigg was talking about with, like, if you see humanitarian and health crises and people who are being attacked, civilians, crumbling infrastructure, how does that continue to affect Russian support, domestic support within Russia for the war against Ukraine? And so the third question that I had here was, will Russia back down, or will the public make Putin back down? Will public sentiment turn against the war? And we don't really know if and when. There are some reasons to think that public sentiment would eventually turn against the war, but eventually turn against the war can entail a lot of collateral damage and a huge loss of life and catastrophe before that can actually, that might actually happen. And so what I would suggest actually is that Putin's illiberal ideology, this ideology of we have to assert Russia's national sovereignty, the West is out to get us, the Ukrainian government is run by neo-Nazis, which is entirely fictitious and made up, that there was a humanitarian crisis being enacted by the Ukrainian government against people in Eastern Ukraine, which was also made up by the Russian government. That illiberal ideology that motivates Putin can keep this going for a while and makes it very difficult to negotiate with him. So speaking to what Keith Darden was just saying about the negotiations, possibility for negotiations, there's high costs on both sides. So they should have an incentive to come to the table. In principle, I agree with that they should both have an incentive to come to the table. But it appears as every day passes that we're getting further and further away from that actually being, there being some sort of common ground, or like that Venn diagram of what the Ukrainians would accept and the Russians would accept, that commonality, that common area, or even NATO countries or other European countries or the United States and what Russia would accept is getting smaller. And so at the moment, I would end on a not terribly optimistic note that it seems like the possibility of negotiation is not very high in the short term, but I very much hope I'm wrong about that. But in any case, to kind of circle back to these three questions I had, it doesn't seem that the Russian public was clamoring for this, but in the short term, a lot of Russians will accept it. And the amount of time and organization and sustained damage and loss of life it will take to see an en masse turn of Russian public opinion against this that would actually force negotiation, it's a bit hard for me to imagine how long it would take to get to that, even though there are some, of course, very vocal and prominent signs of opposition in Russia, but it's difficult to know how to interpret those on a large scale. The Western media, I think rightly, picks up on stories like the news broadcaster who runs in with a sign in the background that says, "Don't believe the propaganda," right? It's a lie. And people quitting en masse from state media, people leaving the country, protesting. That's significant, but it's still a small percentage of the population. And so it's those two things, trying to figure out when the tide is actually turning is a very difficult thing. I haven't kept a good eye on my time though, so I think that I'll go ahead and stop there.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not seeing questions yet, so I can start kind of following up with what you ended on there. So given the increasing legal and physical repression of protest in Russia, how do you think we as observers here can tell, or can we tell, if that public opinion is shifting to that point of going mostly against the war?
I wish that I had an answer to that question. That would be a great question to be able to answer. I don't know is the honest answer. If I were like a news pundit on CNN, I think I would come up with an answer of the one thing that we should look for, and then we would know the tide was turning. But truthfully, people aren't good at predicting the future in general, political scientists, but everybody else as well. And so it's the kind of situation where I think a day ahead of time, it will seem like it's never going to happen. And the day after it happens, it seems inevitable. And so I don't think we will, to be honest. All we can do is keep looking for these signs of protest. I mean, we will know things like the number of people trying to leave the country. If the Russian government starts significantly restricting the borders and not letting people leave, that suggests that there's a sign that they're worried there's a tipping point. They've already done things that suggest the Russian government is concerned about people leaving and money leaving the country. They've restricted the amount of money people can take out, that kind of thing. I mean, those signs are there, but there's no way to know if that actually continues to escalate. And we know that the propaganda and the limited free and independent media in Russia that's increasingly restricted by the hour in Russia makes it harder. And other people have noted that the people who would organize these mass protests are not there or are not available to do it. So Alexei Navalny and his foundation, Alexei Navalny, of course, is in jail. And there's not another prominent leader who can as easily organize these mass protests. And so there's a lot working against them, but there are also suggestions that this is very, very unpopular with some people. And so, yeah, I guess that's my long-winded academic way of saying we don't know.
Thank you. We have a couple questions in the chat now. I'm going to combine two of these. So first grouping is, has daily life for the average Russian changed at all from our sanctions, credit card problems, no McDonald's? And do you think Russians will be affected or swayed by the US media's reports and actions?
I don't think that they'll be swayed by US media reports. If they're even seeing them, I don't think that they would buy into them as much. If they're even seeing, that's a big if. And the question about, does Russians' daily life change? Yes, but it would depend on who you ask as well at this stage even. So I don't think that Russians are devastated by the loss of McDonald's, even though McDonald's had big sales there, right? I mean, there's other, that it's symbolic, but it doesn't change people's day-to-day life necessarily. Yes, they're affected by the fact that the ruble is weaker. My understanding is that the internal credit card system within Russia is working just fine. So people are using their cards on a day-to-day basis, as long as the people affected by that are the Russians that left the country. which is this awful kind of irony of Visa and MasterCard leaving, is that the people who opposed the war and left the country are the ones that can't access their money in the same way, or their credit cards, use their credit cards in the same way. But people within Russia, that's operating fine. I think that there's probably, for the time being, a good number of Russians who they're affected in the sense that they know what's going on. They know that the ruble is weaker. They're likely to see inflation going up, but their day-to-day, there may be this kind of reactive defensive, like, no, I'm fine, everything's okay. On a very, very anecdotal level, I mean, having been in touch with people who are currently in Moscow and in Russia, some people, I check in with them and they don't even mention the war, right? They're like, oh, I got a new job, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like, and so part of this is like personality and who cares about talking about politics and that kind of thing. But there's some Russians for whom at the moment, I think the day-to-day is not feeling tremendously different yet. But they're going to see prices go up. They, of course, know what the news is about the war. And so there are many Russians for whom the day-to-day is a lot worse, right? And who are concerned about things like losing the value of their savings, right? Which are held in rubles. And so if the ruble gets weaker, they lose a lot of the money that they have in savings, and who are going to see a day-to-day effect of the economic isolation of Russia.
All right, thank you. And you've generated a lot more questions, but unfortunately, we're at time to move on to our next panelist. So if you would like to answer in the chat or the Q&A, feel free to type in those responses. And our last panelist for this hour, we have Supyan Zhemukhov is Associate Research Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University. His recent book, Mass Religious Ritual and Intergroup Tolerance, was co-authored with Mikhail Alexeyev and explores how in-group diversity reduces intergroup tension. The book received the 2019 Best Book Award in Religion and International Relations.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. In my time, I will talk about four things. First, why Russia is conducting the war, in my opinion. And there I will argue at least one unorthodox opinion, and I'll try to be unorthodox as much as possible and provocative as possible in my talk. In my second point will be about Russia's capabilities as militaristic state. Third, I'll talk about how is this Russian invasion different from the past Russia's aggressions in 21st century. And finally, I will talk about what's next to expect in this war. So why Russia is conducting the war? There is this general view in the West, the fall of Soviet Union, not only Soviet Union collapsed, but the Cold War ended. And that's how the West, the United States, has been behaving all these years since 1989, fall of the Berlin Wall, in 1991, the disintegration of the Soviet Union. However, there are all signs to suggest that the Cold War never ended for Russia. My colleague Robert Orton and I explored how Russian foreign policy and Russian the Kremlin's views of the international order developed over time, from Yeltsin to Medvedev and Putin, and we came to a conclusion that this idea of Russia standing up from its knees didn't start with Putin. It started with Yeltsin, and Yeltsin participated, Yeltsin's government participated in a number of conflicts, which I will talk a little bit later about. The same with Medvedev, Putin. So for the Kremlin's, for Kremlin, the Cold War didn't end it seems that the West was not aware of that for a long time. And Russia got away with a number of conflicts that it initiated or participated. And now it seems that there is a realization that we are coming back to Cold War, re-entering it, but on more sophisticated level. And the United States national security doctrine in 2017 actually indicated that United States is probably re-entering confrontation with Russia and China. However, while for the United States it's 2017, as I mentioned, for Russia it was from the 1990s. What about the society? And we can also say that for the society, the Cold War also never ended, because polls after polls indicated that Russian society had revanchist sentiments. Of course, they were more pronounced after Putin's speech in Munich, when he called the disintegration of the Soviet Union the geopolitical catastrophe. But Kremlin on its side and the Russian society sentiment on the other side, on grassroots level, they were synchronous in this way. And Kremlin was not building on nothing. It was the Kremlin was not just brainwashing people, but Kremlin actually was building on sentiments that were there. And one of those sentiments is pretty clear, because the second most popular party in Russia is Communist Party. There's huge nostalgia for Soviet times. Stalin's one of the most popular heroes of the contemporary Russian society, if not the most popular one. So the Cold War didn't end for the Russian society as well, and they wanted, many people wanted to bring back the superpower status that Russia used to enjoy in Soviet time. So those kind of two background issues why Russia, that allow Russia to conduct the war. And the third moment here, why Russia is conducting the war, which I almost never hear in the mainstream media, but Russian analysts, many Russian analysts talk about it. So this is Putin's re-elections in 2024. And right now, 2 years before his re-election, Putin is in strong position. And Gleb Pavlovsky, a Russia-based analyst, talked about this a number of times. And this is the best time for Putin to make a strong move. And he made a strong move. We didn't expect it would be a war, like an open war. Probably he also didn't anticipate it, hoping that it would be as easy as annexation of Crimea in 2014 or the Russian-Georgian war in 2008. But whatever the outcome is, we have to keep in mind that Putin's re-elections is really important for the cause of this war, because at this moment, what this war gives him. The war, first of all, helps him to project his power while he's strong, and to show the Russian society that my enemy is the United States. I can arrest an American. I can kill Americans, and meanwhile, you Russians, like nobody's gonna defend you if they allow me to get away with all this. And that way, he projects power domestically to prevent mass protests in 2024 before his elections. And we've seen the impact of those protests in 2012 and 2013, and that was really a scary moment for Russian authorities, for the Kremlin. So this is really something that he can deal with right now. And the second thing, what he's doing is he polarizes Russian society now, and the majority supports the war, but there is a minority who is willing to risk and go on the streets to protest, or even like run to live TV stream and hold a flyer, stop the war. And this is the time for Putin to deal with those people, because now he's strong, he can arrest them, he can put them in jail for 10 or 15 years. He can, the law enforcement agencies have been reported that they were torturing people who were arrested, to intimidate people into supporting people. So this is the time for Putin to deal with the biggest problem that he has, his re-election in 2024, which might not be recognized by the rest of the world, because he changed the constitution, and as much unjust were his previous elections and re-elections, this one is the most contradictory, and it's really a big problem for him. The second point that I wanted to make is Russia's capabilities as militaristic state. And we've seen that Russia participated in two kinds of wars so far, in alliances, when like virtual alliances or military alliances, the most recent one in Syria. Also, the second Chechen war was conducted as a war against international terrorism in Yugoslavia. But we always observed that Russia pursued its own interest in those conflicts, ideological or military. And another kind of war were solo wars, which all were conducted quickly, like Russian-Georgian war in 2008, annexation of Crimea in 2014. And when it was not quick, Russia, we observed that it withdrew from the war, like it did with the first Chechen war. Like Russia withdrew from Novorossiya project when it was losing. However, in 2007 through 2014, the Kremlin conducted very effective military reform, and this really boosted the confidence of the Kremlin that it can conduct a longer war, apparently. So how is Russia's invasion different from past aggressions? It's quite obvious here. I'm not talking about anything new. We've seen how the world, how Europe united and on the scale that we've never seen before. Also, we observed how Russia's losing but not quitting like in the past. So it keeps pushing. Because here at stake, as I mentioned, are elections of 2024, and this is life and or death situation for Putin and his inner circle, because if they don't win 2024 elections, they're gonna end up either in jail or even worse. So what's next? I would say there is a negative scenario. We are in uncharted territory because we've never seen this scale of aggression and this scale of unification of the world on the other side. And we see the Kremlin is unpredictable, and we don't know what the Kremlin is going to do, since we haven't seen this kind of war in Russia's modern history, when Kremlin has been losing but not quitting. On the positive side, we've seen three light moments that give hope. The first one, how Ukraine is so brave and is able to stand up against the Russian military machine, which nobody, I think, expected, including those who participate in the war. Second positive moment is that the Western intelligence's accuracy, predicting the war like even days when the war would start. And the third moment that gives us hope is the unity that the West demonstrates standing behind Ukraine.
All right, thank you, Sufjan. And it's already time to move on to our next hour of panelists. So I'm going to pass the chairing baton, I believe, to Lauren McCarthy of University of Massachusetts Amherst.
Thanks so much, Katie. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I'm really delighted to have my turn to chair this hour of the Ukrainathon. I'll remind all audience members, of which there are over 75 of you, to post questions for our panelists in the Q&A box. We also encourage listeners to contribute to organizations that support displaced Ukrainian students and scholars, and I'll paste some links in the chat as our presenters are presenting. I'll ask the panelists to keep the remarks to around 10 minutes so that we have a chance to take audience questions for each of them. So first up is Erica Murat from the National Defense University in the United States. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lauren, so much. And thank you, Ponars, for organizing this incredible event. I've learned so much already. And my presentation today is very much inspired by what Ukrainian colleagues said yesterday, that we're not, before the Russian invasion, that we did not notice enough of the incredible democratic progress that Ukraine made, and we tended to focus on the negatives. I was one of those scholars researching police reform in Ukraine, and I want to correct the record now, because I think by looking at what has been achieved in reforming police forces in Ukraine, pretty much since the independence, not just post-Euromaidan, can help us understand the amazing, impressive mobilization of Ukrainian civil society in the state right now, into support networks, into a resistance force, anything from building together Molotov cocktails to distributing help to refugees. I first came to study police reform as a comparative project to Kiev 2 weeks before Euromaidan, the beginning of Euromaidan. And what amazed me is this dissonance between consolidated civil society that had elaborate ideas about what kind of policing Ukraine needs, and then Yanukovych, on the other hand, completely incapable of transforming the country towards a more democratic future. And when Yanukovych fled the country on February 22nd, and Poroshenko came to power, reforming police forces became priority #1 for Ukraine because of the shocking violence that special units within the police, Berkut, Griffon, and Sokol, engaged in protecting Yanukovych and shot at civilian protesters, killing over 100 people in Kiev alone. So most of us observing Ukraine after the Revolution of Dignity saw how police reform was one of the more successful projects, although we became more discouraged by it a couple of years later. But we saw how new men and women were recruited into the Interior Ministry and tried to conduct new way of policing, a more civil way of policing the society. And although those reforms were impressive, when tens of thousands of new recruits were flooding the streets across cities in Ukraine, a lot of work had been already done before Euromaidan. And despite ineffective and corrupt governments, dating all the way back to Yushchenko, when civil society actors developed reform projects for the Interior Ministry, but Yushchenko learned to rely on the Interior Ministry and political loyalty within the police, so he was not as interested in transforming the agency. And even under Yanukovych, who was worse, but nevertheless, civil society actors continued to try to influence the way Interior Ministry functioned, even under an autocrat. And civil society actors were able to achieve incremental changes. For instance, they created new oversight mechanisms that prevented torture in detention facilities. And in some parts of Ukraine, police forces, police officers were forced to conduct their torture business in private apartments as opposed to in typical detention facilities. They were also able to convince Yanukovych government to adopt a new criminal procedure code that included the creation of Special Investigation Bureau that oversaw some of the malpractices within the Interior Ministry. So after Euromaidan, there was a whole range of voices within civil society in Ukraine that included really different types of organization patterns. There were lawyers like Alexander Panchuk, who offered elaborate legal expertise to Interior Ministry on the ways policing, democratic policing should be conducted in Ukraine. There were individual actors like Andrei Didenko, former inmate who was wrongfully convicted for serious crime, and he knew the system from within, and he built networks within the Interior Ministry to convince police to use less violence against inmates and detainees. There were even, of course, there were many different NGOs participating in the discussion on what kind of police reform is needed for Ukraine. But there were also more ad hoc movements like Dorozhny Patrul, basically motorists in urban areas in across Ukraine, reporting on video malpractices by police officers, so creating this ad hoc oversight mechanism from the streets. And then there were many initiatives from Kharkiv to Lviv on creating different forms of policing, patrol policing, the new systems on crime reporting, rapid reaction policing, and neighborhood policing. But the biggest achievement for civil society in Ukraine was really the adoption of the new law on police in November 2015. That actually changed the name from militia to police. And it included a wide range of statutes that satisfied both the Interior Ministry and civil society. It was a matter of really intense debate. The Interior Ministry tended to default to more control over policing and more less oversight, of course, whereas civil society, this whole range of voices within civil society requested more openness, democratization of police forces, for instance, electing regional police heads in Ukraine, which they were not able to achieve, but they were nevertheless able to bring in some human rights ideals into the law on police. And to me, this really is what police reform is about. Police reform is not about top-down measures from the political regime or interior minister, but it really is a process of consensus building between bottom-up initiatives, so civil society and the government. And it is a democratic process that leads to more inclusion of civil society ideals into the reform. So where does this lead us? Why is this important? I think it is important because today in Ukraine, we really have elaborate ideas about what kind of, and lots of a history of robust discussions about what kind of policing the country needs. Seeing the Ukrainian society mobilized today, I really see the bigger pictures. I tended to criticize the efforts, but I really do see the bigger pictures of how the individual level political efforts, and again, I'm talking about Banchuk or Didenko or even human rights activists within NGOs, and just the collective idea of a nation, what kind of nation is Ukraine, really coincide in Ukraine. So going forward after the war, whenever it ends and however it ends, doesn't matter. Policing in Ukraine, I think will be even more democratic because of how civil society is, again, civil society robust across the Ukraine, across Ukraine, and how there will be more localized discussions about what are the local needs in terms of how the state and how the state responds to the local needs. So it will be more decentralized, and by becoming more decentralized, it will be less Soviet policing, less autocratic, of course, policing, and it will be necessarily focusing on, again, less violence perpetrated by police against civilian population. And this is an incredibly important Soviet legacy that is very difficult to shed for all the former Soviet countries. It will be really part of Ukraine's genuine transformation into a democracy. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Erica. I don't see any questions yet in the Q&A, so I will use my chair's privilege to ask a question of Erica. So you talked a little bit about the possibilities for a future Ukrainian police force, and I'm wondering how you also see some of the more human rights aspects getting incorporated into that process, in addition to the sort of structural decentralization that you talked about.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic question. I think the most important part of it is allowing election of regional heads of police. This is something that civil society in Ukraine really tried to achieve after Euromaidan, but they were not able to. But I think it will become more tenable right now. I want to mention that violence during the Revolution of Dignity was so transformational for civil society actors that the effort to change policing was guided by the principle of not allowing it to happen ever again. And they were able to do that. They were able to achieve exactly that public protest was policed in a more humane, in a more civil way. And public protest was protected by police as opposed to contained by police. And I think the war right now, it will, the unimaginable level of violence in Ukraine right now will again push policing to new, new level of thinking of how is it that the society is able to live in a more, in a much more peaceful and predictable conditions, as opposed to experiencing constant fear from domestic or external forces.
Great, thank you so much, Erica. I don't see any, going back and forth between the chat and the Q&A, I don't see any questions in either, but if those come up as audience members are continuing to listen to the panel, please feel free to put those in the Q&A, and I will encourage all of our panelists to answer anything that comes up in the Q&A. Yeah, Erica.
Yeah, so since I do have a couple of minutes left, I just want to also mention that the transition and the transformation of policing in Ukraine, it allows a really useful model for other countries in the region and in Central Asia as well. I'm from Kyrgyzstan myself, and I see similar dissonance between strong civil society and inadequate government. But experience of Ukraine just shows that it doesn't matter who's in power, the efforts matter, they all matter, and there will be windows of opportunity for more influence from bottom up. And it is what Ukraine is trying to achieve with policing is remarkable because of just the nature of Soviet police, how centralized it is in its control, and at the same time omnipresent across the territory of any given country, and how quickly it is able to change its loyalties to whoever is in power, doesn't matter how that person came to power. And even democratically elected leaders, they quickly learn how to rely on politically loyal police. And police is one of the least, policing is one of the least reformed institutions across former communist bloc in general. So it's not an easy task. And Ukrainian experience shows that it's a long process, but it's definitely worth engaging in.
Thank you for following up on that. I appreciate it, especially as somebody who's done a lot of work in the same region on the same topics. I like that dose of optimism at the end. So I'd like to turn the floor over now to Jean-Francois Rattel, who is at the University of Ottawa. Is that correct? Or are you at
It is correct, yeah.
Okay. I think I emailed you at a totally different email address, which might be why you didn't respond.
It could be, yeah.
So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Today I'll discuss about Kadyrovites and Chechens in Ukraine. So I'll start by discussing about Russian units, pro-Russian Chechen units in the Russian army and their role in Ukraine. If I have time, I'll move to the Chechen battalions fighting for Ukrainians, and then discuss about the impact on the North Caucasus. So regarding the Kadyrovites and their actions in Ukraine, we have seen that Kadyrov at the beginning of the war has boasts having up to 70,000 Chechen fighters ready to fight. They filmed them in Grozny. Kadyrov posted a lot of material on Telegram announcing that the Chechen forces would be hunting down Nazis, Bandera forces, Azov battalion forces. For Kadyrov, it was framed as a dedication to the Putin regime, to Russia, most likely adopting the narrative of the war. We've seen Kadyrov pushing a lot the narrative of the strong part of the Chechen forces. In a couple of days ago, Kadyrov even filmed himself claiming to be in Kyiv itself and Hostomel. We know now that he was not. He was filming himself from Grozny. The SBU was able to locate his activities in Chechnya. Kadyrov has really boosted up the idea that the Chechen forces are there to fight, to kill, and to take over Ukraine. What do we know about the amount of forces that were sent? With intercepted communication by SBU, we know that at least 1,200 Chechen military forces from the National Guard, or Rosgvardia, from the North and the South Battalion, and the Oman Akhmat Grozny unit have been sent to almost be on the front line of the battle in Ukraine, most likely in Kyiv and in Mariupol. I'll come back to this. So we have seen online a lot about the commander of the North Battalion, Magomed Tushayev. We've seen a couple of other warlords from the Chechen regime, from Daniil Martyov to Hussein Mejiev. Analysis claim that the number should be between 2,000 and 10,000 pro-Russian Chechens fighting in Ukraine, mostly conscripts, but also people that are randomly recruited now by a campaign launched by Kadyrov, offering over 300,000 rubles to join and some income to fight. Also, we've seen Kadyrov openly sending convicts and people from prisons to the battlefield in Ukraine. We see that this battle is extremely important for Kadyrov and the image of his regime. The question we have is, how successful is the Chechen in Ukraine? Are they more or less successful than the Russian army? Overall, Kadyrov forces has been just like the Russian army, struggling a lot to achieve military performance. The fighting performance was way below what was expected from them. The reason is that the Chechen forces or the Kadyrovite forces rarely fought into a conventional warfare. So a conventional war with artillery, tanks, Air Force. Kadyrov forces was mostly focused in the 2000s to fight a counterinsurgency where they had the control of the sky, where they had the military advantage on the insurgency, and they had access to a lot of intelligence from FSB and the Russian army. What we're seeing is when Kadyrov forces were put to the front line, particularly at the beginning of the war around Hostomel, they were destroyed extremely quickly. We've seen that a Turkish-made drone targeted Chechen forces, leading to 70 to 100 casualties within the Chechen forces. Overall, the Chechen forces and the National Guards have been used behind the line more than the front line in the last 2 weeks. Chechens are used to do mop-up operations in villages that are usually controlled by Russian forces. We've seen mass execution in Borodyanka. We have seen them in battle in Irpin and Bucha recently. And we have seen videos of Adam Delihanov being involved in Mariupol, cleansing region controlled by Russian forces. So the myth of the Chechen fighters being this special forces ready to take over Ukraine, having a kill list of Ukrainian nationalists, the president, and all that, it is a myth that is slowly dying. Chechen forces are not particularly made for that war. They will be ready to do cleansing operation. They will be ready to engage in war crimes as they've done in Georgia and in Chechnya and around the North Caucasus. But at the same time, as long as this battle stays a battle, a conventional war, it will be extremely difficult for Chechen fighters to rise above the performance of the Russian army. Overall, when we see the beginning of urban fighting, maybe in Mariupol more and in Kyiv, at that point, Chechens might be more used to engage with the enemy. It can be good to mention that Chechens are also used as a battalion behind the lines to kill Russian soldiers fleeing the battlefield and to scare the conscript to keep fighting. So there is extreme violence used against conscript by Chechen fighters, which is not very good for the moral or for the future of the relationship between Russian and Chechens in Russia. I can answer a question with regard to the battalions and what's going on in various cities later. A couple of words here about the pro-Ukrainian battalions and Chechens. We observed so far two major battalions, the Jokhar Dudayev battalion that has been fighting in Donbass since 2014. Adam Osmayev is its leader, and we think there's roughly 300 members fighting mostly in Kyiv and engaging directly with Chechen or Kadyrov forces. We've seen also the Sheikh Mansour battalion, much smaller, maybe a couple dozen of fighters, including maybe Dagestanis, Crimean Tatars, fighting right now in Mariupol. They have been active also for a couple of years in Ukraine. Finally, we've seen that Ajnad al-Kafkaz battalion that was fighting in Idlib in Syria has announced that they are making their way to Ukraine. We estimate roughly between 500 and 1,000 Chechens and other North Caucasian fighters have been active in Idlib in the last year or so. They went underground after clash with Ayatollah al-Sham. According to their leader, Abdullah Hakim Shishani, we should see them reaching Ukraine very soon. If it's the case, it would bring one of the first more radical extremist or Islamist battalion within Ukraine. In the last couple of years, we've seen that there was Islamic State fighters and Imarat Kafkas fighter in Ukraine, most like in Kyiv and Odessa. Those fighters have not announced their intention to fight so far against the Russian or for Ukraine. What we have seen is a fatwa that from the Islamic State suggesting not to fight the Crusaders' wars because Crusaders are fighting each other. Finally, we have seen a call for volunteers in the diaspora in Chechen and North Caucasus diaspora in Europe, called with Ahmed Zakayev. Overall, we can expect the second generation of Chechens and North Caucasian in Europe to move toward Jokhar Dudayev battalion and Sheikh Mansour battalion in the near future. I'm not sure if I still have time. I'll say a little word of what is the impact on the North Caucasus. First of all, the weakening of the Kadyrov regime. All the most important anti-terrorist forces have been moved to Ukraine. Kadyrov is much weaker now in Chechnya. We've seen him moving his family away, along with families of Chechen warlords, to Dubai, smelling the risk of potential insurgency in Chechnya. We've seen also a number of North Caucasian conscript and fighters killed in Ukraine, most likely at least 130 professional soldiers from Dagestan, weakening the government in Dagestan also, and feeding the level of discontent against Moscow in the North Caucasus. Difficult to predict what can happen, but it certainly gave an edge to an insurgent in North Caucasus. Finally, one aspect that is extremely important, we've seen more and more transnationalization of the Chechen civil war, or the Chechenization of the conflict that goes across the border of Chechnya. In the last couple of years, Kadyrov has engaged in targeted assassination in Europe. Now he has openly said that he will fight and hunt pro-Ukrainian Chechen forces in Ukraine to destroy what is left of the Ichkerian fighters in Ukraine or abroad. So this transnationalization of the Chechen civil war is particularly interesting because suddenly it gives more leverage to Chechen insurgents to fight the Kadyrov regime. Overall, thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer questions. I thought there was one in the chat with regard to Chechen battalions, but I can answer others.
So I don't see any other questions other than the one that came in for the last part of the panel, but if you wanted to weigh in on that, that would be fantastic. So the question is about, can you tell us more about Kadyrov's role, and are his Chechen cadres meant to be part of a brutal cleanup operation after takeover?
We believe so. We believe that the role of the Kadyrov forces will be, Kadyrov has been shielded from any prosecution for war crimes and crimes against humanity in Chechnya. We believe that part of the deal with the Putin administration, the Kadyrov administration and its forces will be the one waging the dirty war behind the line. We're already seeing that. Obviously, the Kadyrov regime are advertising that they are engaging in humanitarian activities, providing help to Russian-speaking population in the east, but at the same time, reports of looting, killing, and potentially torture has been very common now on Telegram and other social media around Mariupol and around Kyiv.
Would you have a couple more minutes, Jean-Francois? Do you want to add anything else for the next 2 minutes?
I see in the chat, someone is asking, can you speak on the Ukrainian Chechen diaspora fighters who have taken the arms to defend Ukraine? Ukraine was for a while a safe haven for Chechens. They moved there during the war in Donbass. A lot of them were have been supported by the Ukrainian government. In the recent years, the Ukrainian government has deported a couple to Russia, which make their status more at risk before that war. I think in this point, the diaspora in Ukraine are hoping that the war will really help them secure a permanent status in Ukraine. We've seen a lot of them mobilizing and fighting very hard straight to the battlefield, having very modern military equipment, US equipment given by the Ukrainian government. So overall, to answer your question, the mobilization is strong. I cannot compare it to other ethnicities or diaspora, but certainly we see more Chechens openly advertising their engagement with the Ukrainian army than other North Caucasian minorities and diasporas like Dagestanese, Ingush, or even Crimean Tatars. The diaspora that's leading the resistance against the Ukrainian army and the mobilization are certainly Chechens.
Great. Thank you. So that's all the time we have, but there are several questions that have just popped up in the Q&A. If you wouldn't mind trying to answer those with writing, that would be fantastic.
Sure, okay, I'll try to do that.
That would be great. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to Bryn Rosenfeld from Cornell University in the United States. Bryn, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much to PONARS for organizing today's event. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. 1 second. All right, so hopefully now you're seeing just my slides. Give me a thumbs up that that's the case. Super, thanks, Lauren. All right, so I wanted to begin this incredible event of solidarity with Ukraine with an acknowledgement that this war is deeply personal for so many of us who do scholarship on the region, more deeply personal for some who've in the midst of events and media appearances relocated parents, deeply personal for those of us who have family connections to the region that go back many, many years. This is a picture of a much younger me with my father in Ukraine 20 plus years ago. This was a turning point in my personal and professional life, and very much affected what I went on to do as a scholar of the region. This is a picture from that same trip of very, very dear family friends. Their young daughter, now grown, still living in Ukraine, and her mother. This is a family that's now split across borders. And I think about this little girl, I think about her birthday parties so many years ago, and I think about all of my dear friends and colleagues in Ukraine and all of their children and their parents, grandmothers and grandfathers still living in Ukrainian cities under bombardment today. So I just wanted to pause to acknowledge that and how much they're in our thoughts. All right, so what I wanted to share with you today from my scholarship is a project that was co-authored with Grigo Papelikas, Graham Robertson, and deals with protest participation in Ukraine's Euromaidan revolution. And the article's ironically just out this month in the Journal of Politics. And I think it offers both a frame for thinking about the attitude change, very, very deep and broad, that was occurring in Ukrainian society over the last decade, pushing Ukrainians towards a broader embrace of the European Union and other institutions that others like Olga Onwich and her colleagues have looked at, the growing embrace of NATO in the years leading up to this war. And it also, I think, if we more broadly about the effects of protest participation and attitude change, not just for those who are bystanders to protest, but to those who take part in movements, and the very profound effects that protest participation can have on participants themselves. It helps us to think about sort of the stakes of all of the varied forms of nonviolent civil resistance and protest that we're seeing around the world and within Ukraine and brave Russian citizens against the war. All right, so the question at the heart of this paper in very simple language is what happens when people participate in protest? Right? How does taking part in a protest, affect one's attitudes? We know that the people who took part in Ukraine's Euromaidan were different, unsurprisingly, in many ways than those who did not actually participate in the protests. We know that from the get-go, they were more pro-EU, more Western-oriented than others. But we also show in this paper that their participation in the Euromaidan movement galvanized their their pro-EU attitudes in particular ways. It made them more sophisticated in terms of their understanding of foreign policy and what goes with what, the possible constellations of Ukraine's foreign policy orientations. And so when we ask, how and why does protest shape participants' attitudes in this paper, right? We then use survey data from 2 waves of surveys that were done in Ukraine before and after the Euromaidan protests. And we argue in this paper that frames, the kind of framing that you see here in some select images from the protests, particularly the protests early, the largest, broadest, most civic phase of the protest, the Euromaidan protest, right? These framing in terms of the European Union and European integration, right, really impacted what protesters took away from their participation in the movement. And what we find is that protest participation increased, the alignment of protesters' policy preferences with this protest frame. In other words, they became even more pro-EU than they already were. And it did this by both, protest participation did this both by making the group that was already pro-EU more likely to remain pro-EU, and by taking those who participated in the protests for other reasons and shifting their attitudes to become more pro-EU. Right? So it's important to keep in mind that people participate in protests for a variety of reasons. Right? And even though many were more favorable towards European integration to begin with, when these kind of broad coalitions, right, different avenues of recruitment, there are people who don't initially support the protest frames who we show become more likely to support the protest frame through their participation. All right. Also importantly, attitudes on core protest issues became more coherent. Okay, so kind of classically, right, if you ask people what they want in terms of foreign policy orientations in Ukraine, there are a pattern of, well, we'd like to maintain good relations with Russia. We also want to integrate with the EU, this kind of maximalist, sort of maximizer, let's say, orientation, right, that we sort of want it all. One of the things that participation in the protests did was to, and we show in this paper, was push participants towards what we would call a more coherent view that there were trade-offs, that you couldn't both be part of the customs union and integrate with the EU. And we find evidence of that. We also find no comparable effects for issues that were less central to the protests. And so all of these effects vary as the framing and the protest environment changes. All right, so let me just please show you the findings and pictures that I've just described. Okay, so as I mentioned, we're looking at two waves of protest data, public opinion data, and looking so we can compare those amongst the attitudes amongst the general public and attitudes amongst protesters. So general public here obviously on the left, protesters on the right. The first set of bars are before the Euromaidan protests in 2012. Second set of bars are after the Euromaidan protests in 2015. Right, as you can see, there's an increase in pro-EU sentiment amongst both the general public and amongst protesters. Okay? But it's important to keep in mind that as you see, the bars for protesters are much, much higher. Right? Many protesters, right, more than 70%, started these protests with a pro-EU orientation. Right? But so there were many fewer protesters whose attitudes could change. And so that attitude change amongst them is even more significant. So let's take a look at how Euromaidan protest participation shaped attitudes on key foreign policy dimensions. I've just shown you the increase in the desire to integrate with the European Union. And you can see that here in the first bar. Right, what we're doing here is estimating how much of an effect protest participation had on the likelihood that protesters expressed support for, in the first case, joining the EU. We see it increases. In the second case, it's looking at opposition to joining Russia's customs union. Okay, so in this case, protesters over time, we argue by virtue of their protest participation, and we have several ways of pinning this on protest participation in particular, makes participants in this movement more opposed to joining a customs union with Russia. And then finally, we look at foreign policy coherence. So that idea, as I mentioned before, that these things hang together, that it's not possible to become a member of the EU and also a member of Russia's customs union, that kind of tough choices have to be made. So we see that protest participation increases sort of the sophistication, the sense of what goes with what in the foreign policy sphere for participants in this movement. We also find that which frame kind of dominates in the protests, the frame of European integration that dominated again in particularly at the protest outset, it really matters. So, there are ideas that were perhaps present, but were in no way central to the protest frame. Ideas like Ukrainian as the only official language, idea that the state should take a more active role in the economy, gender equality, gay rights. All of these ideas existed in the Euromaidan movement, big tent coalition, but they weren't sort of central to the frame. So what we find is, as you can see here, that protest participation had no discernible effect on these attitudes in the way that it did for any of those key foreign policy attitudes. So I think it underscores, right, if you're not already familiar with this context, that nationalism, particularly of exclusivist Ukrainian nationalism, or nationalism that, for example, sought for Ukrainian to be the country's sole official language, was very marginal to the framing of these protests and was not something on which protesters' attitudes were affected. And I'll just close with this last one. Again, as the frame changed, so did the impact of protest participation. Right? Euromaidan messages in the early phase, messages like, sign the association agreement, Students for Europe, Youth of the Nation for Integration. These were some of the most prominent kind of slogans and signs that we saw in the movement in its early phase, right? These frames really affected the foreign policy coherence of participants' attitudes. And they did so more in that early phase and less so in the later phase, as you can see in this figure here. Of course, the later phase marked by violence against protesters and a shifting frame that focuses on appealing, much less to the values of European integration, but a kind of broader framing that unites kind of all of Yanukovych's opposition. That desire to be closer to Europe doesn't disappear, but the emphasis is really on anger at the repression of peaceful demonstrators. Right? So I'll stop there and take questions with the last minute. But I think this work demonstrates the power of protest to have a significant catalyzing effect on the attitudes, not just of bystanders, particularly of participants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bryn. I don't see any questions for you in the Q&A, and we're at time. So I think I'm just going to move to our next participant. If audience members have questions that come up for Bryn, please feel free to put them in the Q&A so that she can answer them. So our next and final speaker of the hour is Paul Good at Carleton University in Canada. Take it away, Paul.
Thanks very much, Lauren. And also thank you very much to the organizers at PONARS for putting together this important and in many ways unprecedented event. I am not an expert on Ukraine. I want to be very clear about that. I'm an expert on Russian politics, or at least I consider myself one. But I think that the Russian political dimension obviously is important to this understanding and contextualizing the ways that this war has been launched and the way that it's been received within Russia and possibly what follows from there. So what I'm going to focus on in my time is the way in particular that Russian television has helped to essentially prepare Russians for the onset of war. And I'm going to share my screen here quickly. The key aspect, I think, of any debates about Russians' response to the war has been the information environment, and particularly the kinds of news that Russians have received through the media. It's well known that most Russians get most of their news from television. That fact is only likely to increase, I think, especially with the ongoing crackdown on foreign news and social media. It also seems pretty clear now for most of us that the military campaign was planned well in advance. It's well worth considering, therefore, how the state-controlled media helped to prepare the Russian public for the buildup to war. Now, one caveat I want to make quickly is that this should not be interpreted as meaning in any way that the Russian public is zombified, is the preferred term that's often used in the Twitter sphere. And I don't think that this kind of research can measure or justify the public's mostly ambivalent reception of the war. But I do think it's important to demonstrate the Russian government's cynical and instrumental mobilization of humanitarian claims in the name of war. And perhaps this kind of research also helps to provide some insight into the public's ambivalence and the regime's domination of discursive space. Now, the data for this study are drawn from the Integrum Profi database of television broadcast transcripts, which were analyzed on a week-to-week basis, starting from the week of December 13th through to last week. The week of December 13th, I chose as a starting point for just before Putin initiated a crisis in relations with his ultimatums to the US and to NATO. The idea being that if there was a principled set of claims that were being made on behalf of the Russian government, then you would expect to see those consistently signaled as well in the way that the Russian public communicates with its domestic audiences. Now, turning to one of the central claims, the idea that Russia invaded to stop genocide has been a prominent part of its discourse. The idea that there is an alleged genocide in eastern Ukraine, and it is worth recalling that a similar claim was made and quickly dropped at the start of Russia's 2008 war with Georgia. Now, Russia similarly invoked preventing genocide and opposing fascism as justifications for occupying Crimea and supporting separatist republics in eastern Ukraine from 2014. So if the concern was principled in this case, in the most recent crisis leading up to the invasion, then you would expect to see a fairly consistent signaling of this concern throughout the ways that the government's stances were being reported on domestic television. Now, turning to the ways that these were reported, this is looking at 5 television stations in particular. The opposition Dozh TV, which was actually taken off the air as of March 3rd, NTV, state-controlled Первый Канal, and Russia 1, and then also Moscow's TV Center. And what we see here is that there is basically no interest whatsoever in genocide. It barely rated mentioning, save for a very small surge in mentions by One TV in late January. By the time the decision to war had been taken, however, mentions of genocide skyrocketed on state-owned and pro-government television channels. The effect actually was even more pronounced if you look at online, and sort of the next stage of what I'm going to be doing is looking at the extent to which you can draw direct connections between broadcast and online circulation of these kinds of claims. But what we see is that if we compare mentions on television with the number of mentions on online press agencies, television barely rates anything. So that massive peak that we saw with regards to mentions on television reduces almost to nothing in comparison to online press agencies. This is significant. This is important because online press agencies are easily reposted and recirculated on social media. And so it's a way of really dominating not just the airwaves, but also the discursive space that surrounds the discussion of the justifications for going to war. We see a similar pattern more generally on national websites, and this is from Integrum's database of more than 13,000 websites. But it's worth drawing attention to the fact that while the number of mentions of genocide on general websites increases along with the increases in press agencies and on national television, that increase of mentions on national websites is being driven by a very small number of websites, as in the light blue line here barely increases along with the increase in mentions. In fact, looking more specifically at the last couple of weeks, what we find is that 40% of the mentions of genocide are being provided by just 3 websites. And that tells us a lot. That tells us that this is very much a top-down mobilization, and that a lot of the attempt to present this as a groundswell of public concern is very much a case of astroturfing. This confirms perhaps what many of us already believe to be true, but it provides us at least with some concrete grounds for understanding how that occurs. We see a similar pattern with mentions of the separatist republics, DNR, LNR, for the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics that were self-proclaimed starting in 2014, as well as mentions of Nazis on Russian television. Of course, the 2 republics abbreviations, DNR and LNR, are mentioned frequently insofar as Russia's invasion is framed on public television as a special operation in support of the peoples in the Donbass. And of course, Nazis are an important part of the justification for going to war, especially since denazification is one of Putin's proclaimed war aims. In fact, what we see, however, is that aside from the similar surge in mentions at the time that the invasion occurred, both have started to drop off fairly significantly in public discourse on broadcast television. We see further evidence of the instrumental mobilization of humanitarian concerns and the shifting narratives on Russian television in the weeks immediately following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In the 2 weeks after the start of the war, genocide almost completely disappeared from mentions on Russian television. A new narrative emerged almost immediately concerning fears that Ukrainian nationalists might get a hold of nuclear materials to make dirty bombs. But this also quickly dissipated, especially after the messy and alarming seizure of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant by Russian forces. Instead, that narrative was quickly replaced by a new claim about the purported threat that an increasingly desperate Ukraine might resort to using or had already planned to use chemical and biological weapons. In short, Russia's humanitarian justifications have not been consistently signaled via state-controlled television, either before or after the invasion. Rather, these themes were scarcely mentioned until a brief coordinated surge starting in late January and then massively spiking around mid-February. And even with the war still raging in Ukraine, they started to decline in broadcast mentions. Now, these patterns of mentions on Russian television are striking. There is a question as to how likely it is that they were actually noticed by Russian viewers. And one way that you can establish the extent to which a topic rises above the background noise of everyday life is to use a simple measure, which is the number of mentions of a topic relative to reporting of the weather. Right? The weather is perhaps the only thing that is reported objectively and consistently across Russian television channels. And so it's a helpful measure of what constitutes normal background noise on Russian TV. Now, if we revisit then some of these themes, what we find is that mentions of genocide, the separatist republics, and Nazis barely rate mentioning more than the weather up until the time of the invasion. In fact, none of the topics warranted mentioning up until mid-February relative to the weather. This is not the case for other things, like, for instance, mentions of the US and NATO, which I'm happy to talk about separately. I didn't prepare slides for that today. Another thing that emerges, though, from the background noise is simply mentions of war. And this is where I think we see some clear instances of priming the public for war well in advance. All uses of the word war and its various forms really start to surge already in January. As it moves out across the background, Russian television suddenly elevated mentions of war in all sorts of ways, none of which were initially related to Ukraine. If we zoom in on the various ways that war was mentioned, starting from the spike, this initial surge in January 24th and going through to March 13th, what we see is a lot of war talk in reference to, say, for instance, the Great Patriotic War in mid to late January. This is on brand for the Kremlin. The Kremlin has made the memory of the Great Patriotic War a cornerstone of the regime's legitimation. Also present were references to the Cold War, and various references to Western aggression in equal proportions. But by February, this war talk expanded to include substantial mentions of information warfare, particularly in mocking claims that Russia was preparing to invade Ukraine. Now, unsurprisingly, those references disappeared after Russia actually invaded Ukraine. This was soon replaced by the emphasis on the separatist republics in eastern Ukraine and the depiction of Russia's invasion as an intervention in a civil war. The speed with which Russia lost control of the online narrative about the war is reflected in the immediate reappearance of information warfare as a priority topic on Russian television, with particular emphasis on discrediting Western social media platforms. Now, the prevalence of war talk in the run-up to the invasion is darkly amusing because, as we all know, the Russian government refers to its invasion of Ukraine as a special military operation, and severe legal penalties have been introduced for those who discredit the Russian military or spread fake news by using the words war or invasion. Correspondingly, mentions of Ukraine on Russian television ramped up in advance of the invasion and continue, of course, to skyrocket, while mentions of war started to build towards the end of January and then basically held steady through February. So while there are increasing images of war on television, nobody's calling it that. So what can we make from this kind of data? The first, I think, is that this close examination of Russian television helps us to make sense of the cognitive dissonance experienced by Russian viewers following the declaration of war. Russian TV primed viewers for war with a steady doses of war talk prior to the invasion. It reminded Russians of past victories as well as betrayals. In doing so, it accomplished what is known in the literature on memory politics as chronographic suturing, as knitting together past and present, such that people can experience a personal connection with national history through their observation of the present. For Russian viewers, this state-controlled television deftly merged together war talk with narratives about Western and Ukrainian aggression before fully joining the war effort by advancing claims about the prevention of genocide and fighting fascism. So I see Lauren's reappeared. That means I should probably stop here, and I'm happy to take questions.
So thank you, Paul, for that unbelievably interesting presentation. I had long sort of bought into they weren't actually being prepared for war, but now I see that that was not correct at all. And that's been really interesting to read. I don't see any questions in the Q&A. Yoey does have a question though. Yoey, please.
Hi, thanks. It just, for some reason can't access the Q&A. Anyways, thanks, Paul, for the interesting talk. But like Lauren, I also thought, oh, okay, initially I thought the shifting narratives means people are unprepared, but you end with they sort of are prepared. So I guess if you could just clarify what maybe clarify the takeaway, because isn't the shifting narratives kind of a problem for an inconsistent story about why there's a war in Ukraine? And what about the banning of the word war? Thanks.
So this will have to be a really short answer, Paul.
Okay, very quickly, I think it's first of all, a very important question. And the shifting narratives, I would say, are part and parcel of the very shifting forms of war talk, as in normalizing war talk, normalizing people's exposure to it. And that in a way encourages ambivalence, right? It encourages people to disengage from it. But that's conjecture to a certain extent because we don't have reliable public opinion data that we could use to really sort of like assess that in any rigorous sort of way. So, but I think you can make the case that there is a plausible connection there.
Great. Thank you so much. There's a question also hanging out for you, Paul, in the chat, if you want to answer that, or sorry, not the chat, the Q&A. So it's my pleasure now to turn over the moderating duties to Erica Marat.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's continue. I will be moderating the next hour of our marathon here. And Lauren McCarthy, Dr. Lauren McCarthy from the University of Massachusetts Amherst is the first speaker today. I'll ask all speakers to please limit your presentations to about 10-12 minutes. Thank you. Lauren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's funny to go from being the moderator to being the panelist in like 30 seconds. Okay, so today I also, much like Paul, am not an expert on Ukraine, and I don't pretend to be. And so today I'd like to talk about something that I do know about, which is the use of the legal system in an authoritarian regime. And in particular, I'm going to talk about the way the Russian state has been using the law against anti-war protesters. So we know that authoritarian governments use a variety of extra-legal pressure techniques, including torture, forced confessions, preventative talks, arbitrary arrests and killings. These are also true of Russia. But what we also know is that the Russian state and authoritarian regimes more generally use the mundane and ordinary machinery of the law to dissuade people, in this case, from protesting and punishing those who do. One of the most effective tools that the Russian state has used to deter and punish protesters has been the Code of Administrative Violations. So for most of the post-Soviet period, if you had asked anybody what is the Code of Administrative Violations, they would have been like, you know, that's where like businesses get fined for breaking the fire code and like you pay your traffic tickets. And those are all true. Those are all in the Code of Administrative Violations. And they're these kind of petty misdemeanor violations. Usually they're disposed of with a fine, and that's kind of the end of it. But over the past decade, and particularly the past 5 years, the Putin administration has increasingly effectively used the Code of Administrative Violations to silence opponents and keep protests under control. So depending on the violation, administrative code article penalties on the articles that they've been using to suppress protests can range anywhere from a 2,000 to 300,000 ruble fine and jail for anywhere up to 30 days, which is called in Russia administrative arrest, not criminal. So those are kept separate in the jargon. So I'm sure that most of you have heard about the large fines getting handed out to people and jail time getting handed out to people who participate in unauthorized gatherings, in other words, protests. As you probably know, all gatherings have to be approved by local authorities before taking place. And if they aren't approved, then that means that they're unauthorized, and anyone who participates in them can be charged with the administrative violation of participating in an unauthorized protest. If they do this 3 times in a year, that subjects them to criminal prosecution and jail penalties. So far, this has only happened a couple of times that it's flipped from administrative to criminal, though. Other administrative violations that they use to suppress protest include failure to obey the lawful order of a police officer, violating the function of urban infrastructure and interfering with the movement of transport and pedestrians, in other words, blocking traffic. And in the time of COVID, violations of public health protocols meant to prevent the spread of COVID. In the 2017 anti-corruption protests, we really saw this method of suppressing protests take off. About 5,000 people were charged with administrative violations. In the 2021 Navalny protests, over 11,000 were, and in the protests that have come up in the anti-war protests that we've seen, about 15,000 people have been charged with administrative violations. And we expect that many more will be. So during the first 3 weeks of the war in Ukraine, the government continued to use this tactic very effectively. And on March 4th, the Russian State Duma, in a super sketchy legislative maneuver, and over the course of about 15 minutes of debate, passed a new law that created a new administrative violation that was sort of specific to the war. And that was called, quote, public activities aimed at discrediting the use of Russia's military, Article 20.3.3 of the Administrative Code. And this can include anything, any statements opposing the military, even any ones that are made on social media. This one has a 2-strike penalty. So if you do it twice in a year, it'll become criminal, and the criminal penalties are anywhere from 500,000 rubles to 3 years in prison. This has quickly become a favorite of the Russian police and the court system, who are arresting people for pretty much anything that could be possibly considered a protest move, wearing green ribbons, which is the emerging symbol of the anti-war protest movement, holding anything blue and yellow, dressing in anything that's blue and yellow, no matter how subtle. And as of yesterday, about 180 cases in 48 cities across Russia had already been opened under this article. And remember, it's only been in existence for less than 2 weeks. The standard fine that the courts have settled on for discrediting the Russian military is about 30,000 rubles. And the highest one we've seen so far has been in Vladivostok at 80,000 rubles. We could spend a lot of time talking about the many creative ways Russians have found to protest the war, and I think they're well worth looking at. But I'm not going to talk about that as much today because I want to talk a little bit more about the other ways that the Russian police have used the law, or the Putin administration has used the law against protesters. With regard to administrative violations, the detentions that we're seeing at this point kind of border on the absurd. People are being arrested for holding up blank pieces of paper where there are asterisks instead of words, bumper stickers on cars that are painted blue and yellow. They're detaining people in places where they think there might be a protest after announcing that there might be a protest here. And if you're here still after this announcement is finished and you don't leave, we'll assume you're a protester and ask you to leave and arrest you. So they're kind of becoming increasingly absurd in the way that these laws are used. I should also note that the level of violence in the arrests in this wave of anti-war protests, particularly during large protests, has far exceeded anything that we've seen in protest-related arrests, and exceeds even last year's violence against protesters, which exceeded any previous violence we had seen before. So there are a lot of horrific stories of detainees being abused, severely injured, and tasered, whether on the streets as they're being arrested or later on in the protest or in the police station. Lawyers are not being admitted to police stations to see their clients. Police are forcing detainees to take mugshots and to give fingerprints, which are not supposed to be done under administrative violations. They're being kept overnight, again, against rules for detentions, driven around for long periods of time in police detention vans without access to food, water, or bathrooms. And the sentences coming down from these administrative violations have been pretty harsh too. Most of them have been fines, but there's already 700 cases of administrative arrest on these various protest-related violations, with an average of people spending about 10 days in jail. And I expect that this will also rise over the near future. Russian police have also made liberal use of the criminal code to punish protesters and other anti-war activists. And they've been charged with all sorts of things, including ironically, violence against police officers, hooliganism, vandalism, and extremism. In that same March 4th legislative session, they also received new tools from the Duma to use the criminal code against anti-war protesters, when the Duma created the crime of spreading knowingly false information about the Russian military, which essentially means anything that does not keep in with the Russian media line or the official state line, and including calling the special operation, quote, the special operation in Ukraine, a war or an invasion. So this is the new Article 207.3 of the criminal code. And the punishment there can go from a fine of 700,000 rubles to imprisonment for up to 3 years. Under aggravating circumstances, it can go up to 5 years. And if it has serious consequences, it can be up to 15 years. And the actual contours of what that actually means in practice have yet to really be defined. We haven't seen any of those. We've only seen 3 of these cases so far, and that's to be expected. It just simply takes longer to create a criminal case than it does to write up an administrative violation, which is usually done in the police station and sent home with the person. This new criminal code article has been used once in Moscow and twice in Tomsk. And I also expect more of these to come as the investigative committee starts to put them actually together. And I think another thing that's worth mentioning is there's a really long tail of fear for protesters in Russia. Facial recognition technology, particularly prevalent in Moscow, has meant that even if you don't get detained at the protest itself, you can't go home and assume that you aren't going to get detained. The facial recognition technology allows for a week later, a police officer to come to your door and say, okay, you've been charged with this administrative or criminal violation, and take you in. Likewise, with the state's extensive monitoring of social media platforms, you can post something on social media and a week later, the police will show up at your door to charge you with an administrative or a criminal offense. So this is a pretty bleak picture that I've painted so far, and I want to end with some small piece of optimism. So for the last several years, I've been studying the various ways that ordinary citizens can hold the legal system accountable in an increasingly authoritarian Russia. And one of the things that's been happening over the past 5 years in particular, but for a little bit longer, is the creation of a legal aid infrastructure that's meant to help people, ordinary people who are protesting for whatever reason and end up in court in either an administrative or criminal case. Over the last 5 years, the organizations Russia Behind Bars, Rusidyasha, OVD Info, and the Sakharov Center have teamed up to run a school to train ordinary citizens like us, not legal professionals, to participate in legal defense work, particularly in administrative cases. Where you don't actually require a lawyer to represent you. You don't have to have anybody to represent you in an administrative case, but if a lawyer is there, they don't have to be bar certified, unlike in a criminal case. So in a criminal case, you can be you can get the status of a defender and you can help out the bar certified lawyer. So it's a slightly different process. But over the past 5 years, this school has educated around 2,000 people. That's a small drop in the bucket, but it's not nothing. Mostly concentrated in Moscow and St. Petersburg, but also have done, particularly in the time of COVID, a lot of remote work. Many of these schools' graduates have served as really critical resources in the post-protest aftermath, when there's a sudden surge of a need for legal aid. Many volunteer for OVD Info, which runs a hotline and Telegram bot for protesters to report detention locations and ask for legal help. The volunteers then go to the police stations, though they're not always let in. And then they're stationed at courthouses for days and weeks after, as this steady stream of people comes in to have their administrative violation hearings. There are few legal victories in this situation. So the most that any of these legal aid defenders and advocates can do is get an offense recategorized, get the fine slightly dropped. They always end up being convicted. But I think what's equally important to think about is the process and what the process means for the people going through it, and the ways that people can learn in the same way that Bryn was talking about. People in protests learn about new things and change their attitudes. People who encounter the legal system and its dysfunction in these very banal and ordinary ways for the first time are enraged. Many of them are demobilized, of course, that's the point, but a lot of other ones are mobilized. They're mobilized to learn their rights through the process of defending themselves and having these defenders with them. They are able to learn their rights, learn about how to protect other people's rights, share information about rights. And some of them are even mobilized to participate in future iterations of the school, where they can then actually do this in a more sort of semi-professional way, because again, they're not trained lawyers. OVD Info and these other organizations have really done remarkable work in this way. And again, it's a small drop in the bucket, but for those of us keeping a close eye on the increasing repression in Russian domestic politics, I think this ongoing work gives us a sliver of light in what otherwise is an extraordinarily dark time. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Lauren, so much. Thank you for your positive note in the end. We are out of time, but audience, please send your questions in the Q&A chat, and our speakers will be able to respond to you directly. So our next speaker is Dr. Maria Popova from McGill University. Maria, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks for having me, and it's a pleasure to go after Lauren. Since our topics fit so nicely, what I'm going to talk about is the progress that Ukraine has made towards judicial reform and anti-corruption reform in the last few years, but especially in the last year and a half or so. And the broader picture here is that, as you probably most of you already know, Ukraine has applied, wants to be in the EU as soon as possible. Of course, the EU has not been super quick with offering a solution. The question is, should Ukraine be in the EU? And progress on rule of law and corruption is crucial to the EU accession process. Not only is it part of the Copenhagen criteria, but also the EU has been dealing with rule of law backsliding and problems with judicial performance and judicial independence in member states that it has already admitted from the post-communist region. So, rule of law issues are really crucial to how realistic Ukraine's accession to the EU would be whenever it happens. So what I want to argue today is that first, Ukraine made more progress than people realize in the last year and a half or so, but over the longer period also of the last 8 years. Second, in terms of state capacity that is being built right now as we speak during this war, as Ukrainian institutions come together to withstand this aggression, is also touching upon the judiciary. And thirdly, and most importantly, once this war is over, hopefully as soon as possible, the political will to complete judicial reforms will be even greater. So, so I want to paint an optimistic picture here. So let me start with the progress over the last years. So in the in the first post-Maidan term, in Poroshenko's term, it was a term in which there was humongous institutional creation around the judiciary. There were many new institutions built with European support and guidance, new courts, new anti-corruption Bureau of Investigation. So there was a proliferation of institutions going in this direction. Now, what was the issue though was how this institution building translates into actual output and into actual shifts in the way that society perceived the role of the judiciary and the judiciary perceived its own role. And of course, most crucially, in the way in which politicians perceived the role of the judiciary in the Ukrainian state. And that's where in Poroshenko's term, things were really kind of lagging behind the institutional creation. We saw a lot of continuation of previous practices, informal practices of politicians working with point men in the judiciary to push through their political interests, to lean on the judiciary. And that had a big role in actually bringing Zelensky to power in 2019, as people were growing frustrated with this pace of anti-corruption reforms and also rule of law reforms. And then comes in Zelensky and what has he done on that front? And here, I think we are, in fact, running up to this war, we were sort of on the brink of a potential breakthrough. Why? Because with a lot of push from European partners and from civil society working together, the Zelensky administration was moving in the right direction in a couple of important ways. First, the creation of the anti-corruption court, as tortured as it was through a lot of delays and a lot of sort of foot dragging, was going in the right direction in the sense that civil society organizations and the international experts involved, by the end of this process, were quite happy with the selection of judges to serve on this court. And there was a lot of optimism going in that these people have been vetted by the Ethics Council and are going to hit the ground running with meaningful and important cases to tackle corruption in the country. The second and perhaps even more important issue is the reform of the High Council of Justice. As anyone who is familiar with the role and the structure of the post-communist judiciaries, the High Council of Justice ends up often being the biggest obstacle towards obstacle on the course of effective rule of law reforms. It was usually an institution where entrenched judicial elites were trying to dig in, use the excuse of judicial independence as a facade and as a way to actually entrench their power further, while at the same time colluding and cooperating with the politically strong of the day to basically stall potential further reforms or anti-corruption specifically. And anybody who has looked at Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, a lot of the EU post-communist members knows that the High Council of Justice, if you manage to reform the High Council of Justice, then you're on the right track to some sort of breakthrough. And again, the Zelensky administration moved slowly on this, but with a lot of push from civil society through the Ethics Council and from the international community, European partners specifically, was on the cusp of making a big difference. In fact, just a couple of weeks, if not even shorter than that, before the war started, 10 members of the High Council of Justice announced that they would resign rather than go through the arduous ethics vetting, which was probably going to reveal things that were not in their favor. So slowly but surely, things were really moving in the right direction. Salaries of ordinary judges had also significantly increased during Zelensky's years. So things were prepared for and were going in the right direction. Now, during this war, it's also striking that, in fact, the judiciary continues functioning. I've been in touch with people, and I'm hearing that even in the southern part of the country that is most at risk right now, courts continue to go about their business. And I think that is actually going to have the effect of increasing the trust in the judiciary after this war is over. Sort of courts are working with the state, and they're going to benefit from the enormous trust increase that's going to follow this war. And finally, I want to end with some optimistic speculation here that after the war is over, and if you know, we all hope Ukraine is victorious here and preserves its sovereignty and independence, political will finally catch up with the institutional creation of the last 8 years, because the country will rely even more on European funds and guidance to rebuild, and because of this strong alignment with European values, we can expect that that things will move in the right direction even faster in terms of rule of law reform and judicial independence. So I'll end here and take any questions.
Thank you, Maria. I don't see any questions for now, but they might be coming throughout the hour today, this hour.
Can I use then my couple of minutes to ask Lauren a question?
Go ahead.
So Lauren, I was wondering if the administrative violations tool. If you've been convicted of an administrative violation, does it stay on your record? And can people law enforcement in other cities access at other times access information about the fact that you have been subject to an administrative violation conviction?
So the answer is yes, and they have to do that in order to be able to do, like, to have these kinds of 2 strikes or 3 strikes laws. They have to have a centralized way of figuring that out. How well it transfers from region to region is a really interesting question. Like, if you get arrested and convicted, you have to be convicted. You can't just be arrested. So it's actually the court conviction that gets on your record, not the arrest. So if they later decide to drop the case, if something else changes, if it gets reclassified into a different administrative code article, that'll go on only at the point of conviction. So you have to actually, that's the final moment.
So potentially even employers, when they check your record, will be able to know that you have this on your record.
The court data.
I mean, that's a really strong, because, administrative violation just sounds so innocuous in some ways, but that makes it really serious, right?
Yeah, and it's not clear to me how much everybody sort of understands the potential ramifications of this, but the court data is all public, it's all transparent. And so if you're, the website that carries it all is not super well organized and very complicated to search. So it may be that your employer could not actually find this, but it does exist. Thanks for the question though, Maria.
Great, Maria, you have a couple more minutes. Is there anything you still want to add to your presentation?
No, I think I've covered everything.
Okay, my question then, what kind of civil society actors are involved in judicial reform process in Ukraine?
There's a highly organized civil society sector dealing with judicial reform, and they have been sort of the genesis of this sector, or rather, I shouldn't say the genesis because they existed before, but they expanded dramatically during 2013-14 as one of the focuses of Maidan was to try to roll back judicial repression of Maidan protesters. And after the end of the Revolution of Dignity, they continued organizing to try to hold accountable the judges who had delivered these biased decisions during Maidan. So it had the effect of really creating a network of grassroots organizations around the country interested in judicial reform, monitoring judicial reform, and then eventually getting involved in this ethics vetting process done through the Ethics Council, sort of researching individual judges, their family members. And there's a lot of work, monitoring work that civil society organizations have done.
This is fascinating. Thank you so much, Maria. Our next speaker is Dr. Sebastian Pirous. He is a research professor at the Central Asia program at George Washington University. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Erika. So I'm going today to talk about the impact of Putin's war in Central Asia. I mean, obviously, this war, the impact of this war goes well beyond Ukraine in a different way, of course, but it's really impacting Central Asian countries. So I'm going to mention a few points how this could impact, or it is already impacting the economies, the societies, and also the foreign policy of Central Asia countries, although I need, of course, to specify that first, it is too early to know precisely the impact of this war, and second, there is also a lack of information coming from Central Asia. So first point is that the announced economic decline of Russia is likely to have a considerable impact on Central Asian economies and society. I mean, Russia is an essential economic and commercial partner of the states of Central Asia. It remains to be seen if Russia will transfer to Central Asia part of the many investments and economic exchanges it is losing all around the world due to the sanctions. But for now, we have seen a decrease in economic exchanges, and Moscow has already reduced its exports to the region. This includes, for example, flour and sugar, which in countries like, let's say, Tajikistan, where food security is not guaranteed, raises serious questions. And the prices actually of several food products have already soared in some Central Asian countries, for example, in Tajikistan, which depends a lot on Russian food exports. Russia has also interrupted the exports of fertilizer, which in states where agriculture remains a very important sector raises a lot of concerns. And a key question, of course, is the impact of the war on Central Asian migrants and on their families. I mean, in 2021, for example, even so during the COVID-19 crisis, more than 4.5 million of migrants from Uzbekistan, 2.4 from Tajikistan, and 900,000 from Kyrgyzstan were officially registered in Russia. So a total of more than 7.8 million migrants, at least, because this does not include the number of non-registered migrants. So remittances are an essential part, a very important part of the economy of several Central Asian countries, and they accounted, for example, for 30% of Tajikistan GDP, nearly 28% for Kyrgyzstan's one, and 11% for Uzbekistan's one. And remittances are essential for many families to repay loans and just to live, I mean, to feed their family. And according to some economist estimates, Tajikistan, for example, is going to lose at least 33% of its remittances. And of course, I mean, the devaluation of the ruble against the dollar and of Central Asian currencies has already considerably reduced the remittances. So, and also a very important point is that declining migration is likely to significantly increase unemployment, which is a serious problem in Central Asia. Also, there is a lack of data on this sector. So, I'm mentioning there's economic points to illustrate the potentially destructive impact of Putin's war on Ukraine on Central Asia. I mean, this region is facing significant economic and social issues which have worsened with the COVID-19 pandemic. And the 5 Central Asian countries are, of course, different. But despite the difference, I mean, all to varying degrees share an authoritarian and a kleptocratic style of government. I mean, political elites have prospered while many average citizens struggle to obtain adequate healthcare, jobs, or some good education for their children. So, and even in Kazakhstan, this country which has been viewed for, I mean, in a way, for some good reasons as the regional economic power, is facing a significant social difficulties. And the uprising in January, which that some observers came so as a surprise, actually was not a surprise at all if you take into consideration the feeling of frustrations of the population. Another point I would like to address briefly is the impact of this war on Central Asia's foreign policy, and especially on Central Asian countries' relations with Russia. I mean, Russia has or had at least a positive image in Central Asia. I mean, this does not mean that there's no anti-Russian feelings, that there are some nationalist circles, but Russia is a country which, according to all polls, all surveys we get, has the best image in Central Asia, far ahead of that of China or the United States or the European Union. So with this war, several facts, I mean, several foundations of this image could be called into question. Russia is perceived as in Central Asia as an important guarantor of regional security. So the question is to what extent Putin's war in Ukraine will impact Russia's image in the region. I mean, it's hard to assess precisely how many in Central Asia support or do not support the war. There are, of course, no polls, but for sure, Central Asians' opinion on Putin's war in Ukraine are very divided. Some support it. I want to specify that we need to take into account that the Russian media and the influence of Russian media are very strong in Central Asia, but the Russian intervention in Ukraine also shocked part of the Central Asian population, who sees now Russia, or could see now Russia more as a threat than as a security guarantor. I was also talking about the suspension of exports of a number of products. This suspension includes exports to the Eurasian Economic Union member countries, meaning so Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, which calls into question the basis of a common market. I mean, everyone knows that Putin largely pushed Kyrgyzstan to join it. He's still pushing Tajikistan and Uzbekistan to do so. So the war in Ukraine will certainly not help the image of the EU, especially since the EU is criticized in Central Asia. I mean, many consider that it benefits Russia much more than Central Asians. And in Kazakhstan, for example, this increasing criticisms on the Eurasian Economic Union even led the former President Nazarbayev to declare, that was a few years ago, that Kazakhstan could withdraw if this union would not bring enough benefits. Another question is what will happen to Russian investments in Central Asian human capital? I mean, Russia is conducting a soft power policy in Central Asia, and so I would say relatively effectively, for example, by being particularly present in the education sector, not only by hosting many Central Asian students, but by opening education institutes or funding education in the region, or even by sending teachers to some of the poorest countries like Tajikistan. Or by being present in the health sector. So with the decline of its economy, let's see that Moscow might revise this policy, and which would certainly not help Russia's image in the region. Another impact that will have to be observed is that a possible reduction of the Russian economic presence in Central Asia could open up new avenues for Beijing, including, but not only through the Belt Road Initiative. Also, of course, I mean, China is very present, very involved in the region. And for China, I mean, increasing its engagement in the region will also depend on the evolution of its own economy, which might be also impacted by the war. Well, Turkey or Iran might try to be more present, and especially Turkey, which has been doing that for a few years now, but they will never be able to compensate for the Russian presence and the many commercial connections that exist between Russia and Central Asia if these connections were to decrease significantly. And maybe a last quick points that we will have to follow is a possible impact of authoritarianism. I mean, it's a combination of the economic and social crisis in Central Asia might increase the risk of demonstrations, of turmoil, which in turn will increase the anxieties of political authorities and could lead them to take measures to reinforce their authoritarianism. So this raises a lot of questions. So to wrap up again, there are so many points of uncertainty on the duration of war, on the very impact of this war on Russia, and on the capacity of Moscow to resist the sanctions. But this war will undoubtedly impact on Central Asia. The question now will be to monitor, to estimate the extent of this impact on Central Asian societies. And this, of course, raises also questions of how to react to this, including for foreign states, or including for the United States, on how to help Central Asian countries. And I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. I received a question directly to me, but addressed to you. What do you think of the widespread shortages of sugar in Russia? That's one question. And a question from me is, what are your thoughts on Uzbekistan's recent announcement that they recognize the integrity of Ukraine's territory that was out just a couple hours ago?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to start with your question, Erika. I mean, I think that all Central Asian countries now are in a very difficult position. I mean, I understand that, well, there are, I mean, when you see the geography of the region and their connections with Russia, as I was saying in my quick presentation, all these countries are very economically and even politically significantly connected with Russia. And it's very hard for them to go without Russia and to enter in a direct confrontation with Russia, especially at a time of crisis, especially after 2 years of pandemic and so on, and considering the very difficult situation I was explaining. At the same time, I mean, they don't want to go also against the international community. By the way, as I was also saying, I think that a lot of I mean, people in Central Asia are worried about what Russia could do in Central Asia. I'm not saying that Russia is going to invade Kazakhstan, but there are some really discussions there. I mean, among not only nationalist circles, but people really worrying, hey, are we going to be the next ones? And so they're really trying to balance. I mean, it's part of for Uzbekistan, and I guess for all Central Asian countries, it's a way to try to balance between not confronting Russia, but at the same time trying to balance and keeping good relations with the international community. And well, on the food, the sugar shortage, I mean, I said that in my briefly in my presentation. I mean, it's a real concern for Central Asia. I mean, a lot. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact figures in mind, but a significant part of sugar and flour in Central Asia, for example, from to Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, are coming from Russia. So we all know. I mean, we have seen these countries, or even Turkmenistan, facing significant food security, not only this last year, but that's pretty recurrent. It's not this systematically every year. So if you combine this food insecurity plus the poverty of people at a time when prices of food are soaring in Central Asia, we've seen that, or even are disappearing from the food stores. For example, in Tajikistan couldn't sell flour for several days. This is a real concern for these countries.
Yes, both food and flour and other products are now rationed in parts of Central Asia.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You have 1 minute and a question from Jos Bunstra in the Q&A section. Nervousness about Central Asian leaderships concerning potential Chinese dominance. Should Russia drop out from the region militarily? And just within 1 minute, if you can answer it.
Well, yes. I mean, I really do think that they're worried because about China. I mean, we've seen that already in some debate. I mean, if you check the news on Central Asia, the topic came very, very quickly in the comments. I mean, they really think that China, on which, I mean, they have some concerns about its growing influence. I mean, I'm not saying that China is systematically negatively viewed from Central Asia, but there are some concerns. And you have really increasing debates on the fact that what will we do now that if Russia withdraws a lot of investments, and we've seen that China before the war is very often jumping on investments that, for example, Western countries or other countries were giving up and were seizing this investment. So for Central Asian countries, it's really a point of concern. And I'm sorry, I forgot to read your second.
No worries. Thank you so much. We need to move on. Sebastian, thank you so much. Maybe you can use the chat or room to kind of continue responding to this question. Thank you. So we moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Gerard Toll. He is a professor at Virginia Tech University. The floor is yours, Gerard.
Could you make me co-host, Erica?
I can't, but I think others can. So
okay, well, let me see if this works. I think it is going to work. Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. So first of all, I want to say that I'm very happy to be here to express solidarity with our Ukrainian colleagues and the Ukrainian people suffering under this criminal war. What I want to do is I want to talk about some research and then talk really about, speculate really about what this means for the Donbass. I come at this as a political geographer, not as a regional expert. And the research I'm presenting relies upon the collaboration with a number of other folks who are listed here. Let me begin by a contention, which is that the Donbass conflict is really the result of the Russian state looking for a strategic lever in order to control the geopolitical orientation of Ukraine. But it's faced with a contradiction in that it has to sell that particular geopolitical, pretty instrumental use of the Donbass for geopolitical purposes. It has to sell that. And so it sells it using a storyline of the Great Patriotic War redux, this, how this is fighting fascism in Ukraine. And then, of course, Ukraine has its own response, which is that this is occupation, this is imperialism. But the thing that I think is really, really important here is that the Donbass has accidentally become a center of this conflict and has within it all of these other scales of conflict. And there's a it's quite interesting to look at the transition between them. So you have the initial kind of cultivation of the rebellion there by the Russian state, the instrumentalization of that. Of course, there was a regional identity. Of course, there were economic grievances. Folks that are inponers have written on that and documented that extensively. But you could also argue it was bottled by the Russian state and then turned into these particular entities, the DNR and the LNR. The upshot of all of this is a particular landscape of territorial partition, division, and what I want to underscore here is the considerable population displacement, and this is forced displacement as a result of war. It may be not something that happens after shelling, but it is in part, although that does happen, but it is also in part of the collapsed economy. So the existing, we're looking at population decline of roughly 40%. So now what I want to do is present some research. It's extremely difficult, of course, to do research in conflict regions. And then COVID has only made that even more difficult. But I want to begin with the research by colleagues at ZOIS. Gwendolyn Sass has led this research project. And she conducted research in 2016 and then 2019. And I'm presenting the 2019 question here. I'm looking at the status question. In one sense, this is giving into the geopoliticization of this, when actually this question may not be the question which gets at the thing that is most important to people on the ground. And in other presentations, we've argued that that is really economic issues, that those are front and center for everyone rather than what country I'm going to live in here. But the initial findings from the research here in March 2019 is that you have within the government-controlled Donbass, you have sentiment that the status of these regions should be within Ukraine, but then when you ask in the non-government controlled areas, the DNR and the LNR, there is support for autonomy within Ukraine, but there's also support for being within Russia, and there's a high do not know in this. Then what John O'Loughlin, Kristen Bakke, and I did was we built upon that research, and we added a new option, which is independence. And we asked both in the DNR and in the LNR in 2020. And there's a clear divide here in terms of particular attitudes. And this is the survey which indicates that there within the DNR and the LNR, there is majority support for being part of Russia. Independence is not really an option that attracts much attention at all. Now, we were still concerned about the fact that the research in the DNR and the LNR was conducted by Levada, so it was associated with Russia, a Russian polling firm, and so did that influence the particular results that you're getting? In other words, were people giving a geopolitically favorable answers, desirable answers to surveyors. And so what we did is in 2022, in January of this year, we had a very, very large survey. This is ZOAS that was funding this particular survey. 2,000 respondents on each side of the divide in the Donbass. This was a phone survey, and we involved 3 different firms. And the upshot of it all is that the one firm that we had calling in both locations, which was KIS, the Kiev International Institute of Sociology, their findings in the non-government controlled areas here are very, very interesting because they contradict the findings of Levada. So if Levada is calling, people will say that they want the DNR and LNR to be part of Russia. If KIS is calling, they give a different answer. So the result of this is that there's a lot that is still unknown in these particular areas about actual preferences. And as I made the point earlier, the point may be that its status is of secondary concern, although it is nevertheless very, very significant. What has happened since then, of course, is the situation has been radicalized by the actions of the Russian state, by Vladimir Putin and his particular policies, and the war crimes that have occurred. So these are some shots that probably the most iconic photograph, or one of the most iconic to come out of the conflict so far, the bombing of the maternity hospital in Mariupol. This is a particular screenshot from a video just yesterday from Channel 4 News coming out of Mariupol and the use of genocide. And then there was a ruling yesterday by the International Court of Justice on the Russia's justification of its special operation by using the language of genocide. And this was overwhelmingly rejected by the ICJ yesterday. So what I want to suggest is that after Minsk, since the Minsk process has been rejected by the Russian state, and they're looking for a settlement which is even more favorable than Minsk, you've had this ramped up genocide storyline, recognition of DNR and LNR, the launching of the invasion, the heroic resistance of the Ukrainians in Ukraine, but also in these in Donetsk and also in Luhansk, particularly in Mariupol, and the war crimes that are coming out of that. So all of this has resulted in a very new situation, a situation that I'm just kind of scrambling to try to theorize here as a Donbass knot, where you had the genocide story, which was front and center by Putin, is rebounded on Putin and on Russia, where they are seen as essentially, that's the term that comes to mind when you look at the pictures, the horrific pictures that are coming out of Mariupol, killing of women and children. You also have, and I think this is an important thing, if they're going to claim DNR and LNR and extended out to the whole oblasts, that is effectively territory which is cleansed of its population. And that, I think, is something that reminds me of my previous research in Bosnia. You also have the complete overwhelming of any kind of strategic logic by the affective stakes involved here, so that these particular territories take on meaning because of the crimes committed there rather than because of their access to the sea and things like that. You have the criminalization of the very bloody statecraft that we see. There's, as a consequence of this, I think there's no way in which sanctions, there are conditions under which the lifting of sanctions can be seen as legitimate. So therefore sanctions are permanent. And if sanctions are permanent, then we're dealing with a situation which is intractable, which is a smoldering war condition. And that may be the most optimistic scenario, which is this one where it is in some sense contained, but it is one that is nevertheless on the ground, not going to be resolved in any way anytime soon.
Thank you so much for staying in time. We have 3 minutes left, and there is a question from Henry Hale to you. On the KIS Levada difference, do you think this is mostly likely respondents telling pollsters what they are believed to want to hear, or does it instead reflect response rates, i.e. people who want to stay in Ukraine refuse to take the survey?
Yeah, so that is a great question, and there are other issues we have to look at in terms of who the particular the population that end up getting surveyed, because that is another factor that needs to be taken into consideration. The answer is I do not know at this particular stage, and that's one of the things we're going to have to look at. But what I can tell you is that it's very imperfect, this research, as to doing this type of research in a war zone and doing phone interviews. It's very imperfect, and so this is the best we can do, but it's a great question, and we just have to have further research and see what that reveals.
Okay, thank you so much. We have another question from Dr. Joshua Tucker, and I don't think we have time. I'd like to pass it on to the next and final panel, and maybe Dr. Toll, you can answer the question in the chat, also in the chat. So it was my pleasure to moderate this panel. I'm passing the role on to Dr. Volodymyr Kulik, and there you go. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be chair in this final panel of this unprecedented marathon. And I rely on the Ponar's support team to remind you that that you should consider donating or engaging with the Scholars at Risk or Science for Ukraine initiatives. They will provide information in the chat in a minute. And we have for this hour 4 speakers. I will introduce them in order of they listed on the schedule. So our first speaker is, so I assume we will adhere to this model that was kind of tested in the previous hours. Namely, each speaker has 10 minutes, and then we have roughly 5 minutes for Q&A. And I will, if you are out of time, I will remind you 2 minutes in advance. So our first speaker is Dr. Serhiy Kudela from Baylor University in the United States. Dr. Kudela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the organizers of this unique event. Thank you especially, and great cheer to our Ukrainian colleagues who are participating in this in Ukraine in the middle of the war. I will talk today about neutrality. Neutrality has been mentioned over the last couple of days as a possible compromise that may emerge through the talks between Russian and Ukrainian delegations. We have heard Zelensky's advisor mention neutrality as something that would be acceptable to Ukraine. And we also heard repeatedly from Zelensky over the last couple of days the mention of NATO as an alliance that has failed Ukraine, has failed to provide adequate defense for Ukraine. He accused NATO of being responsible for the murder of the Ukrainian people. And he also suggested just a couple of days ago that now he understands that the doors of NATO are actually closed to Ukraine. And so Ukraine can never be a member of NATO. So that change in rhetoric coming from Volodymyr Zelensky, I think indicates that neutrality indeed may be part of the package that may be agreed on as a result of these negotiations. So let me talk a little about what neutrality means. What are the preconditions for the success of neutrality as a security policy? And then we can talk about whether or not it will be effective in the case of Ukraine. So neutrality is a long-term commitment. That's one important element of the definition of neutrality. It is not something that you accept for the foreseeable future. It is something that you accept for the entire period of state's existence. It reflects a state identity, so to speak. And it is based on a multilateral agreement that includes all key major powers that have an interest in that particular region where the state is located. And based on this definition, Ukraine, in fact, has never been a neutral state. And one of the key misconceptions that we've heard a lot over the last years when there was a discussion on neutrality was that Ukraine at some point in time supposedly was a neutral state. Well, we know that there was a declaration of independence and neutrality was mentioned as a goal for Ukraine. We also know that in 2002 or 2003, Ukraine already identified membership in NATO as its strategic goal. It already happened under Leonid Kuchma. And this commitment to integration with NATO continued up until 2010, when under Viktor Yanukovych, the foreign policy doctrine was changed. And Ukraine became what was called in Ukrainian позаблокова держава, or block-free or non-aligned state. Again, the non-aligned state is not similar or is not, it's not the same as neutrality. Non-aligned state just is a unilateral declaration, a statement that the country will remain outside of the blocks, but it does not denote or reflect a long-term commitment to neutrality. And that, I think, has been crucial in 2014, when, as we know, as a result of the revolution of dignity, pro-Western elites came to power. Those elites that long opposed neutrality and that, in fact, campaigned on the need for Ukraine to join NATO. And so when many critics of neutrality argue that the attack on Ukraine by Russia happened despite the fact that Ukraine was allegedly neutral, it is not so. It is not accurate, because Ukraine, A, was not neutral, and B, we know that the elites that came to power were actually willing to reverse the block-free status. Now, what are the preconditions for the effectiveness of neutrality based on the experience of some of the European powers? Well, first key precondition is that major powers that enter into agreement with a neutral state need to have symmetrical interests in respecting the independence and integrity of that neutral state. So there has to be a symmetry of interests. Austria is oftentimes mentioned as an example that Ukraine should emulate. And we remember that in 1955, Austria signed an agreement with the Soviet Union. And then it signed an agreement with the United States, with the United Kingdom, in which they agreed to respect Austrian independence in exchange for recognizing that Austria will become neutral state like Switzerland. And actually that comparison to Switzerland is mentioned in the agreement itself. But the success of the Austrian neutral policy rested on the fact that neither the Soviet Union nor the West had any other reasons to violate Austrian independence. In other words, for as long as Austria remained outside of NATO, that was sufficient for the Soviet Union to accept Austria as an independent country and not to engage in any aggression against it. So that symmetry of interest is a crucial precondition. In those instances when there is no symmetry of interest and one of the major powers actually is interested in violating an integrity for the sake of its own security, we see that neutrality does not help. An example of that is Belgium, whose neutrality was violated twice during World War I and World War II by the Germans, despite the fact that the Germans recognized initially Belgium's neutrality. But once they viewed Belgium as crucial, taking capture or seizure or occupation of Belgium as crucial for their further military plans, they had no reservations about violating Belgium's integrity. Second important precondition is that neutrality needs to be a voluntary choice of the country. It has to be a declaration of voluntary, or rather, as it says in the Austrian Declaration on Neutrality, we choose to become neutral on our own accord. It has to be part of the public will, and gradually neutrality becomes something that many societies are proud of. I'm in Switzerland right now, and many Swiss people are proud of the fact that Switzerland is a neutral state that participates as a moderator in, as a mediator in the conflicts. Another important precondition for the effectiveness of the neutrality is neutrality needs to be understood similarly by all parties. And here it's important that some of the major powers, for example, require that neutrality or view neutrality as incompatible with the membership of both in NATO and in the European Union. And others suggest that the European Union may be acceptable for some of the neutral states. We see that some of the neutral states in Europe are members of the EU. Others, like Switzerland, is not a member of the European Union. So there needs to be an agreement of all major powers on what neutrality actually means. And finally, another precondition, of course, is the ability of the neutral states to have their own defense policy and to engage in accurate defense spendings as needed for the protection of the country. We see that many neutral states, their defense expenditures actually vary depending on the severity of the threat. So there is no fixed imposed limit on defense expenditures that are possible for a neutral state. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, and I have about 2 or 3 minutes left, when it comes to Ukraine, I see significant difficulties as far as the adoption of neutrality is concerned. And I said that as someone who actually advocated for neutrality for Ukraine, and a number of articles, and in fact, about 25 years ago, when I was a student, I wrote a graduation thesis which was devoted to neutrality. But clearly, right now, we don't have an elite consensus around neutrality, and major political forces in Ukraine strongly oppose neutrality. We also know that for a long time, even members of Zelensky's government, for example, Dmytro Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, wrote an article where he says that neutrality's demands of Russia are unacceptable on Ukraine. They should be ignored, and that under no pressure we will ever reject our course on joining NATO. So the commitment to joining NATO was very strong, even within the Zelensky administration. And it seems like many allies of Petro Poroshenko now are very concerned that neutrality is the direction that Zelensky wants to go. It clearly will also not be voluntary, because it will result, the neutral choice, the choice of neutrality, will result from an aggression against Ukraine, will come as a result of thousands, tens of thousands of Ukrainians who are being killed, civilians and the military. And so it will be an imposed choice. And that is something that I think would not have legitimacy with a large segment of the Ukrainian public. If before the society was, I think, divided on this issue, we've seen gradually more and more people supporting NATO membership. And we at some point saw even the majority of people supporting NATO membership for Ukraine. But still, I would say that if neutrality is an imposed choice. I do not think that a large enough number of people would actually embrace it. There will also be no enforcement mechanism for neutrality. Some are talking about some kind of bilateral defense agreements between Ukraine and the United States. At this point, it is not clear how exactly will Ukraine enforce neutrality. In other words, how will it ensure that no outside power will engage in aggression against Ukraine that is still a neutral state? And the question about Crimea,
please wrap up.
Yes, I'm wrapping it up. And the question about Crimea and Donbass, that is the contested borders of the Ukrainian state, is also crucial, because if Russia guarantees the integrity of the state, it should be within the borders pre-2014, not within the borders that Russia imagines for itself that Ukraine has. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. So you have a question from Sarah Wilson-Saki. What do you think the EU can or should do for Ukraine in this moment?
Provide membership. Very simple.
Immediate membership, do you mean?
I'm all for it.
Yeah. Okay. There is a very long question in the Q&A addressed to all US and EU participants. So I urged all of you to read it carefully. I didn't have time to reply if possible in Q&A. And in the meantime, I see no other questions, so I will ask one myself. You mentioned that a neutral state should have a capacity to build its own defense policy. So would you agree with this logic that Ukraine can have either NATO membership and weak army, or neutral status and a strong army, and it's either or, but by no means both?
Yes, I do not think Ukraine can afford to have a weak army, but I think, well, based on the data we see, countries that are neutral actually have lower military spending or defense spending than countries that are members of NATO. But irrespective of that, I certainly think that the strength of the Ukrainian army is a must under any conditions, as long as Russia is our neighbor, and Russia, unfortunately, will be our neighbor.
Thank you. Another question from Peter Rutland. Neutrality was kind of imposed on Finland after a loss of territory to Russia, but it worked well with them, no?
Well, yes, and the question is whether Finland can serve as a model, and my answer is no, because Russia never, or Soviet Union never claimed Finland as part of its homeland, and it does claim Ukraine as part of its homeland. As we know, Putin thinks that Russian and Ukrainian people are the same. I don't think we ever heard from the Soviet leaders that Finnish and Russian people are the same. So Finnish model is not applicable.
Okay, thank you. We don't seem to have any more questions at this moment. So thank you very much. And let's move on. Our next speaker is Dr. Volodymyr Dubovik, Odessa Mechnikov National University. Volodymyr, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Volodymyr. Well, first of all, let me say thank you for everyone who contributed to organizing this event. I hope you can hear me well, and let me know if there is a problem with connection. I've decided today to bring up the topic that was hardly addressed in recent days, even though it should have probably been addressed, but it somehow remains in the shadow of all this analysis and news coverage about Ukraine and what's going on in Ukraine, because all eyes are on Kharkiv and Mariupol and Kyiv, of course. And some people also, cast their glances towards Odessa, what's going to happen to Odessa. But what is also happening is a fundamental, comprehensive, total sea blockade of Ukraine's Black Sea ports. Prior to this massive invasion, some experts were wondering if not for invasion, then maybe Russia would choose an alternative course of action, which would be going, with a sea blockade, but they've decided to do both. So right now we are also having invasion and also a sea blockade. This is nothing new in China. Times in last year, for instance, even during the captured by Russians, Mariupol is hammered in a most horrific way.
There seems to be a connection problem.
But at the same time, it's a problem. What's happening with a bunch of ports that are blockaded completely. There is Russian Navy outside of this area. They have declared unlimited in time anti-terrorist operation in this area of the Black Sea, northwest of Black Sea. They decide for themselves what they're going to do here.
There is a suggestion to turn off Volodymyr's video. So maybe we can hear him better then. Would you please do that?
Hello, I'm back. How long did you?
Oh, great, but
how long did
please
you
repeat, like a minute or two, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. I'll try to catch up, and I hope that the connection stays.
Okay.
Yes. In this occasion, I'd like to say that all ships that were in Black Sea ports at the time of Russian invasion, when it started on February 23rd, American time, 24th Ukrainian time, they are all blocked in Ukrainian ports. And here we're not talking about a dozen or two. We're talking about, imagine this, 94 different ships from various countries. They are not allowed to leave. And their crews are in the ports and aboard of those ships. So that's a huge issue. That's obviously a huge issue. Ukraine is not in position to fight back right now in any way. The international community is basically not noticing this. I suppose the people who are following development specifically in the Black Sea would know about this development, but I don't see much in terms of analysis and even news coverage about this. There have been several shelling of the ships, non-Ukrainian ships, cargo ships, non-military ships by Russian military. At least 5 prior to yesterday, and this last 24 hours were particularly bad because 3 ships under Panama flag were shelled. One of them sank. The crew was saved by Ukrainian Coast Guard efforts, so everyone's safe. But what was going on here? You basically have piracy here. Actually, prior to this situation, when the Serpent Island or Zmeyiny Isle or Snake Island was attacked, famous episode when our defenders of that island told the Russian ship where to go. There were several attempts from Ukrainian ships to reach this island to find out if anyone is alive there. And those ships who went to look for survivors of the defense of the Zmeyiny Island or Serpent Island, they were captured by Russians and not allowed to move freely in the region. So this is a huge issue. Obviously security-wise, because today we also have in Odessa we have these Russian battleships on the horizon. They're visible, with the eye, with binoculars even better. We don't know what their intention is. Are they still planning some kind of amphibious sea landing? We don't know that. They might. The delay, of course, obviously, the major delay in terms of attacking Odessa is probably about fighting near Mykolaiv. They moved to Kherson quickly, but Mykolaiv became a really hard nut for them to crack, and still is. They probably would like to bring more land troops by land from Mykolaiv closer to Odessa, but they first need to go through Mykolaiv. They're trying to go around north of Mykolaiv towards Voznesensk and then south towards Odessa, and also cut the road between Odessa and Kiev. But there also haven't been any successes. Actually, quite a big battle of local territorial defense unit and some military units of Ukraine the other day at Voznesensk, the town in the Mykolaiv region, where they've been defeated decisively, and therefore they couldn't do it. The amphibious landing had been known to be a risky thing with all the beaches and the terrain on the shore being fortified. Not only hedgehogs, but also mines. And of course, there is a coast artillery. And of course, there is anti-aircraft weapons which have been used not just against aircrafts, but also against the ships. And one of those ships some time ago, I think it was about a week ago, Vasil Bykov was actually sank by defenders of Odessa. So they are worrying about all this. Their chances of being just killed in vast numbers the moment they step on the shore. And therefore, they're probably planning to do something outside of Odessa. And of course, several objects outside of Odessa were attacked. Several villages, little villages in Odessa region have been attacked, not the city itself. So I don't know what's going on. There've been even rumors about riots on board of those ships for the people not willing to go and attack Odessa. But going back to the blockade issue, I mean, that's a clear violation of international law, no doubt about it. I mean, come on, they're also mining the sea. That's some information we're getting that the Russian Navy is mining the sea. And obviously, I don't know, only them perhaps know where the mines are. So it's not even impossible because you'll be attacked by Russian Navy to leave any of those seaports. But it's also dangerous because you can hit a mine and then you're gone as well. Then there is an explosion. So the situation is acute. I mean, it's a really serious challenge. I mean, of course, if that blockade will be sustained for a long time, that would be a tremendous blow against Ukraine's economic interests. Right now, there are two river ports. They're working in Odessa region, working overtime, working really hard. That's Reni and Ismail on Danube River. So all the goods are being streamlined that way. But that's still, it's a dangerous situation around here. And there's a clear violation of maritime law as well. So it's a huge issue there. What's going on, and no one's really paying attention because, of course, everyone is focused on the even more horrific scenes of, that are happening in Mariupol, Kharkiv, or elsewhere, and of course, defense of Kiev. But this issue should be addressed. I mean, it should be addressed by international community. I think it should be addressed also by Ukraine, bringing this to the certain authorities, international authorities, which are in control of maritime law, and so on, and that should be probably put to stop. But for right now, of course, we know how Russia is behaving. They're basically ignoring all the signals for them to stop, be it on the sea or be it on the land. I don't know if there is a ceasefire, and I've heard Sergei talking about the neutrality issue, which is a part of this conversation about the possible ceasefire. How durable would it be? Would it actually stop, cease that blockade? I have no idea because we don't have any idea what the Russians planning to do. Elsewhere in the Black Sea zone, there is a traffic. There is a traffic from Russian port of Novorossiysk where a lot of tankers, oil tankers, are coming in and getting the maximum load of 100,000 tons actually of oil and bringing it to the Western European ports and so on, including of all countries. Actually, there's been some information. There is this colleague Andriy Klemenko who is documenting all this, including an American tanker, by the way, which also took some of Russian oil, and brought that oil to some particular destination in Europe. So while blockading Odessa and Mykolaiv, Kherson, and other places, they are at the same time benefiting from those oil and gas sales. And I think many of you have seen this information. Since February 24th, Russia actually recorded the record number of sales of both oil and gas. Considering that the prices are high for both, I mean, that's also easier for them to get a bigger price and so on. So that tells us a lot about the sanctions and the loopholes that are remaining in the sanctions. And I think it's unacceptable. I mean, you should do something about sanctioning energy corporations within Russia, and definitely not participate in this traffic and this trade of oil right now when Ukrainian ports are blocked and innocent ships on Panama flag are being shelled. And yet at the same time, you're bringing Russian oil on tankers of the countries which are presumably part of the sanctions regime against Russia. So I think it's really crying out situation, and it's desperate. And I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Volodymyr. I don't seem to see any questions at this moment, so I will ask two questions myself. First, Mariupol. Mariupol is also a big port, And of course, it's particularly vulnerable now. So what do you know about the ships in Mariupol port? I mean, how affected they are by this terrible fighting? Maybe some of them were hit directly, or so they are not just blocked. They are worse than that, probably. Yeah. And second, about other parts of the Black Sea, you mentioned Russian ports, but what about? I assume Russians do not dare to touch Turkish ports, but what about Romanian and Bulgarian ports? They are very close to Odessa and other parts of Ukrainian shelf. So how is traffic from Bulgarian and Romanian ports is affected by this fighting and by this blockade?
Yeah, thank you, Volodymyr. It's two great questions. First of all, about Mariupol, I don't have immediate information about the number of ships. Maybe some of them have left prior to the conflict. Maybe some are still there. Also, it's a smaller number of ships anyway, and smaller ships as well, comparing to what you have in Odessa or Herson, Mykolaiv. I assume if some of them stayed there is no chance for them not to be hit. I mean, with this carpet bombing and everything, they're definitely being hit. And that's a problem. I mean, I think a lot of countries and the private owners of various ships, they should move forward with claiming compensation for what they are doing, what Russian troops are doing there. So, but Mariupol, of course, is not functioning as a port, that's for sure. And Berdyansk being captured, as I know. And Azov, of course, as we all know, has been in a specific situation different from the Black Sea. Black Sea was more or less open for traffic and transportation and so on, but Azov had been restricted. And they've been, the Russians have done several times blockades or very long, lengthy process for the Ukrainian ships to pass in and out of Azov Sea. With Romania and Bulgaria, they're terrified as well, because actually the information that we were having, it's not confirmed, but it's more like people saying that that's what's going on. So there is no immediate independent confirmation. There are mines being put even in that part of the sea, which is closer to Romanian and Bulgarian territorial waters. So they are basically very much afraid of going through in this direction. It's becoming more of an internationalized blockade in a way. And there's been even talk about the NATO countries in this region, specifically Romania and Bulgaria, are not even having enough of a mine sweeping abilities or capacities to deal with those mines. So, I mean, it's really outrageous what's going on. And of course, Romania and Bulgaria support us in many ways right now with immigration, with refugees, I mean, many other ways, and humanitarian support coming specifically to the city of Odessa from both of these countries. And I have quite a few colleagues and friends who already found their shelter with their kids in both of those countries. But this is another, signal for everyone in NATO as well, specifically here in the southern part of eastern flank. And you probably heard that the other day Russian drones, UAVs, have entered the airspace of Poland and also Romania. And that's terrifying development. I mean, that's already sending us signals that, it's not just about Ukraine and not just about Ukraine's ports, but definitely about the situation in the entire region. And right now there is a growing anxiety, not just in Baltics, and the focus is somehow again on Baltics and Poland, as always been in the recent years, but also here on the Black Sea.
Thank you, Volodymyr. So move on. Our next speaker is Dr. Yaroslav Pelinsky of Southern Ukrainian National Project University. Yaroslav, the floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. So I want to begin from one quote. Sometimes it seems like Russia exists only so it can show the world how not to live and what not to do. This is Pyotr Yakovlevich Chadaev. He wrote this in the beginning of the 19th century. So let us imagine that war is over. One day, and I believe it will come soon, this will come to reality. The citizens of Ukraine, supported by the liberal world, will defeat their totalitarian enemy. Other scenario is so terrible, and not only for the Ukrainian people, that we would not discuss it now at all. So, as for Ukraine, it is more or less clear that next chain of events, refugees will return, then the reconstruction of industry will begin, and so on and so forth. But this scenario will be achievable only in the case of the realization of one very important condition. Russia should become a new peaceful country as well. become the country that will overcome its fears, hatred, and envy, and resentment against other nations and all the moral flaws that first and foremost aimed against its close neighbors around. That could be happen to reality only if causes that resulted to this desperate situation will be clarified by Russians themselves, as well as by the rest of the actors involved in the horrible disaster of widespread moral disengagement that rule among Russian people and causes first all by the Russian propaganda and education. These moral disengagements make possible the atrocities of this war, which are so positively appreciated by the predominant part of the Russian society. They are still called in Russia as a special operation of denazification or demilitarization of Ukraine. But in reality, this operation represents just a genuine genocide of civil Ukrainians, independently of their faith, ethnicity, or linguistic preferences. I am ultimately sure that today is a right time to talk about how it has happened that every day thousands of Ukrainians dying under bomb, artillery, and missile strikes, and more than 6 billion of Ukrainian people were turned into refugees, 3 million of which are now scattered around the world. It is really incredible for the most of the people all over the world how brave Russian soldiers, pilots, artillerists are shooting and bombing Ukrainians, their brothers and sisters, as they always claimed in the nearest past. It is right time to ask what is happening in their hearts and souls at that time. How the nations which begot Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, Chekhov and Pushkin, Tchaikovsky and Rachmaninoff could be so insensible to sufferings of other human beings, just killing them as some pests. How such a deep moral disengagement could happen with such a big nation. How it has happened that so many Russian soldiers began to totally dehumanize civilian Ukrainians. To my mind, today, this is one of the most important issues for scholars and politicians whom professional obligation is to in preventing of such global catastrophe. Let us look in the past. In his book, State Building, Government and World Order in the 21st Century, Francis Fukuyama gives us a very interesting observation of the state building process in sub-Saharan Africa. In his book, he argued that after colonialism abandoned this territory, the new independent states in their political culture and state regime return in some sense to the pre-colonial political culture. That assumptions get a rather comprehensive confirmation if we take a look on the former post-Soviet states. Thus, the Baltic states rather quickly became democratic republics. Armenia, Georgia, and Ukraine also recalled their democratic traditions and became democratic oligarchies. Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan turned into contemporary sultanates, and Russia very quickly and naturally turned into absolute monarchy. By the way, some Russian scholars also claim that communist regime for Russia, in fact, was a colonial one. So the social model that contemporary Russia thus continues the Tsar-slave paradigm, according to which the Russian authorities cannot have real and earnest friends or partners within the country or beyond its borders. Instead, they can only have loyal or treasure-hold serfs on the one hand, and enemies that should be subdued or converted to serve Russian interests on the other. Russia's neighbors can hardly hope for a rapid change of this approach, and we see that this paradigm is work in this case. On our opinion, this dichotomy perfectly explains why, from the point of view of the average Russians, Russia as a state has no friends. Friendship involves equality of relations, mutual recognition, and the right to personal freedom in thoughts and action. The serf-tsar paradigm totally excludes such possibility. This is why today's Russian sovereign as in the past, can so easily justify in the eyes of their own population any violation committed inside or outside of the country. Finally, it is worth mentioning that the serf-tsar paradigm could not only existed through centuries and continued its successful continuation into the 21st century if it had not relied on the great and all-embracing myth of Russian exclusiveness and superiority, on deeply rooted and inherited Russian pride. With the help of this myth, which simultaneously engaged and united representatives of different nations, ethnic groups, and tribes, the empire expanded its borders and promoted its power paradigm in this territory. It thus induced the active and ambitious representatives of local population to voluntarily and with seeming enthusiasm to join this imperial expansion. To these days, this myth of and Russian pride holds the minds not only the majority of ordinary citizens, but also the political elite, which uses it to justify their misappropriation of public property over recent decades, as well as its economic and political violation both inside the country and in its foreign relations. This today war, continuously killing thousands of Ukrainians, still is presented at Russian media as holy war of Russian world against damned West. Indoctrinated by the official propaganda, the most of the people in Russia are sure Ukrainians getting a lot of evidences from their close relatives in Russia that Ukrainian Nazi making all the crimes and mass murders in Ukraine. Therefore, they call up to clean off all Ukrainians from Ukraine by means of carpet bombing, and so on and so forth. Mariupol, Kharkiv, Volnovakha, Chernihiv. So there is plenty of evidences that this is unfortunately true. This war is actually a result of constant application of all possible means of moral disengagement onto Russian people, and first of all, moral justification, Ukrainians are fascists. Euphemistic labeling, not war, but special operation. Advantageous comparison, holy war like great patriotic war. Displacement and diffusion of responsibility. We fulfill the battle order. Disregarding and distorting of the consequences. That is not we are bombing their cities, but they are doing this by themselves. Dehumanization. They crucified the boy in Slavyansk, and arbitration of blame. We attacked them because they wanted to attack us first. As a result of all these means that were constantly applied to consciousness of Russian people, all the actions of Russian government used in the past against Chechenians, Georgians, and today against Ukrainians looks in the eyes of Russian people not only legal but desired, and get a full approval and justification by predominant masses of lay people. I would never use my time and your attention to talk about Russia's future in this situation, but I want to stress once again that if Russian population will not get free with pride, resentment, and weigh against other nations, and will not concentrate on solving its internal problems, they will remain a great threat to the rest of the world as a constant source of terrorism and destruction. Therefore, democratization of Russia is a premier task for all Russians, Russian elites, their neighbors, and other global players. After the war, the real federalization must be introduced in Russia that will help to redirect attention, hopes, ingenuity of Russian people on local problem solution, far away of the dream about world or at least regional domination, from threatening their own population and to neighboring nations. That will demand implementation of decisive political, economic, and educational reforms oriented on federal subjects. The deemed paradigm, tsar-serfs, should be replaced by a new one of freedom, equality, social justice, rule of law, and so on. And finally, without international aid new Russian Federation will never come to the reality and its infamous ideological predecessors, Nazi Germany or militaristic Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yaroslav. I don't see a question. Oh, there is a long comment from Tamila. Unfortunately, I don't think I can quickly summarize what she is asking. So I suggest you respond to her in chat. And I cannot submit a question on my own as I tried with the previous speakers because I don't have high hopes for Russians being able to democratize themselves. I believe it's for the world to contain them and then help them to come to the situation where there is no other choice but to change, like change or die. Maybe this sanctions supplementing Ukrainians' heroic resistance is such a moment when Russians will understand that they are heading for self-destruction unless they manage to change their course of development. But that remains to be seen. Thank you. So I suggest we move on. And our final speaker is Dr. Uliana Movchan from Kharkiv Karazin National University. And as a Kharkivite, she will be speaking about Kharkiv and how it deals with this awful situation in a best noble way. Uliana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Volodymyr. I would like to thank the organizers and participants of this event. And today I will talk about the war in Kharkiv and especially about the civilians' response. I decided to talk on this topic as I am from Kharkiv. My colleagues and friends have been suffering during this war. Several buildings of my university have been destroyed, and I can evaluate how not just military and government respond to the war, but ordinary residents do. Before the war started, it's hard to tell if people were prepared or not. But maybe starting from January, a lot of people began sharing the map of bomb shelters around Kharkiv. There is some booklets written by Ukrainian NGOs about what you should put in your alarm backpack, what kind of medicine you need, what kind of snacks, and these things were discussed at least in different groups with many followers on Facebook. Also, people went to train themselves how to give first aid, for example, like to Red Cross. So as I can see, the people in Kharkiv just think that war is impossible, but some tiny person still exists that Russia can invade Ukraine and they want to be prepared. Then the bombing started. It was about 5 a.m. on February 24th. Some people decided to leave the city as soon as possible to region towns and villages or nearby regions, but these were people who have relatives there. Others went to subway station, where almost every Kharkiv resident knows that the subway is the best bomb shelter. The first reaction of most residents was that this is not for long, and some expressed the opinion that it does not matter whether Russia would be here or Ukrainian government is still in office, may just such bombing stop. But just after a few days, everyone understood that who will be in office really matters. And all people in Kharkiv became united for Ukraine. They changed their mind as residential districts have been and is still under daily missile strikes by Russian Grats, hurricanes, tornadoes, and everyone, then those who believed before to Russia propaganda, understood that Russian soldiers just want to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. So Ukrainians start hiding from continuous bombing. Some people hide in bathrooms or corridors, some in the basements of the apartment buildings, some in bomb shelters, and some people still be in the subway station. Supermarkets and pharmacies start working just a few hours per day. The worst thing was that then people just wanted to go to buy food. Russian soldiers began to shoot and bomb the city. And also the weather in Kharkiv is still cold, and this causes a lot of other problems related to health, like getting pneumonia if you spend the whole time in shelters or basements. But despite this constant bombing, the people have been able to organize themselves. The volunteers groups were created. They provided food to people who stay in bomb shelters, to old people who are not able to walk far or even use stairs, as all elevators were turned off in all apartment buildings due to the safety reasons. So volunteers use their car, even bicycles, to drop food who is in need. The local business also responded. For example, their cafes offered their kitchens. There it's possible to cook food. The furniture stores delivered mattresses to shelters for free. So how the life inside the shelters looks like? I would like to share the story of my friend who had, they spent 10 days in the bomb shelters together with approximately 250 people in Saltivka, and this is the area in Kharkiv that is the most suffering from artillery and cassette bombs. It's like all-time constant bombing have been there. In the early morning, like each day about 6 a.m., they noticed that there were no bombing, so they just went out for food that left in their home, or a local store would still be open for a few hours. On the 5th day of war, then they ran out of food, and that local stores was already closed. They just tried to find some volunteers who will be able to bring some food and water for them, as there were a lot of children with them. Not a lot of people agreed to go there because of the constant missile strikes. But there are some heroes who brought food, even not just snacks, but some cooked hot food like meat. As I mentioned before, the group of volunteers organized fast enough. I think it's because in Ukraine there has already been civil society, and due to decentralization reform, people used to think that they should do something on their own and don't just wait for a government response. And their contacts of volunteers were easily to find. They were spread across Instagram, Telegram channels to get information on how to find a volunteer, how to become a volunteer, how to find a driver to evacuate. Also, the information about psychological aid was spread a lot. And returning to the story of my friend, she told me that, of course, some people in bomb shelters start panic, but other people just try to calm down them. And even sometimes during the day, people from the shelter go home to find out that their home was destroyed. On the 10th day of the war, my friend decided to evacuate from the city, as staying in shelters became dangerous for children. It was cold, wet, and health became pain and risk. Even on constant missile strikes, you still can find taxi driver who can get you to the train station. She said that while they were going, it was so scary as they all the time heard the bomb explosions, but in the end, they can get the train to Ternopil. It was a long ride of about 22 hours. 3 times volunteers come to the train to provide some snacks and water for passengers inside this train. People in Ukraine doing great and show that there is civil society in Ukraine. It was formed since 2014. I think it developed due to Euromaidan, Russian aggression, and international foundation that grant money for Ukrainian civil society organization. The decentralization reform also played its role despite some risk that it brings, and help people to rely not on just government, but for their own. And I just want to end with a story that tells a lot about Ukrainians. These friends of mine, whose story I shared with you, she has a son, and there was his 5 years birthday while they were in bomb shelters. And there were some kindergarten teachers there who organized some celebration. Children sang happy birthday song, and after they were playing, other people started to give this boy some candies and cookies, whatever they have, and greet him. In the end, he shared all sweets with other children. I believe such brave and glorious children, women, men deserve to be safe. Ukrainians have all time asked about the no-fly zone, and for now, they were provided with weapons and will be able to protect the sky for Ukraine, but I think they still need more help and hope to get it. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
Героям слава. So let me check. The The question there is a question to you. How do you think civil society may be changed by the experience of the war? Uliana, could you please answer?
Yes, I think it's like become more united, and actually we see like not some like united as a nation, yes, but as a people. I mean, not in some like ethnicity or so, yes, but like some civility. So like for some like universal values, yes, not like some nationality or so.
Thank you. And there is one question which I take the liberty to answer myself. This is the question. Oh, it disappeared. So there was a question. Let me check. There was a question about how many more lives is needed. It's here.
I already answered it. Yes.
Yeah,
but you can answer it yourself.
Yes, yes. I want to read it for everybody to hear from John Mueller or Mahler. If it is true that all the Russians want in order to leave is neutralization and the recognition of the Crimea and Donbass secessions, and if the first has already been essentially accepted, how many more dead Ukrainians is it forced to refuse to recognize the secessionist reality? To me, this is a dangerous and ethically problematic framing of the situation. It somehow implies that it's Ukrainians who are refusing to have peace and not the Russians. If it's like Russians are making kind of legitimate demands and Ukrainians are refusing to grant that, and I believe it's completely the other way around. And I will give one figure how Ukrainians perceive what Russians want. In a recent, yesterday or the day before yesterday, there was a survey, and the Ukrainians were asked, what do they think Russians want by this terrible war? And fully 56% said that what Russians want is complete destruction of the Ukrainian people. So Ukrainians do not believe that Russians only want neutrality or Russians only want Donbass and Crimea. Ukrainians believe that if granted what they want now, they will want more. And Ukrainians believe that Russia should be stopped and possibly defeated rather than just acquiesced, rather than just given whatever they chose to want at this very moment. And it is far from clear, as he explained, that neutralization would be an acceptable solution. And right now we see some promising figures in terms of making a deal that about a third of Ukrainian respondents agree that Ukraine could refuse renounce its NATO aspiration. But on the issue of Crimea and the Donbass, it's only some 10% of respondents who are willing to give that up. The majority of Ukrainians believe that Ukraine should not give up its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and it's highly problematic to present the situation as if Ukrainians were to blame. So I urge everybody to keep in mind who is the aggressor here, who is the murderer here, who is doing all these terrible things on Ukrainian soil, and who is suffering here. And at this, I thank you, all the presenters and all listeners for their attention and for their participation. And now I'm turning on to Henry for his closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Volodya. I just want to thank everybody, first of all, to say congratulations. We made it through 24 hours with 100 speakers from over a dozen countries, from multiple disciplines, political science, geography, history, economics. And I think this is a very important statement that all together we've made. First of all, a show of unity among scholars, demonstrating the depth of scholarly support for and interest in Ukraine and affirming its importance and what it reflects and what it means about the broader world in which we live and what it's fighting for right now against the Russian aggression. Secondly, it's been a chance for everybody here to improve our understanding of Russia's invasion by listening to each other and using this as an occasion to think about things from different angles. And particularly valuable here have been the insights from our Ukrainian colleagues with whom we began and with whom we've just concluded. They can enlighten us like no one else here, not only because of their location, but also because they have a whole body, as you've seen throughout this whole 24-hour period, of just outstanding scholars who have much to offer, not only about their own country, not only even about the post-Soviet region, but about, certainly for me, about political science generally, from the other disciplines that they're coming from. And so I think this has been a great opportunity to showcase that in the context of our general learning experience. And finally, we've hoped to have called people's attention to important efforts to support displaced Ukrainian scholars and students and Ukrainian academia generally. We've suggested a few in the chat. You can probably find them real quickly now if you want. I've learned some others that people have suggested throughout the day. So I hope this will be just a start for encouraging people. I think most people probably have already done this already, but to continue to search out new ways to help the cause. So I want to thank everyone who made this possible. First and foremost, I think the people who made it work logistically. This was all put together in less than a week. It's a kind of an unprecedented event. It's like nothing else that we've done before. I'd like to thank a co-director of Ponar's Eurasia and director of our Institute for European Russian Eurasian Studies, Marlene Laruelle, and also Sarah Huser, Sasha Schmeman, Matt Cooley, John Schrobach, Jeanette Akhmadirova, and Merhaba Rahimova, all of whom kind of did the heavy administrative lifting behind the scenes. It was a lot of work, as you can imagine, to put this together and just sustain it over 24 hours, making sure all the speakers got together when there was a problem, rearranging things at the last second. So very excited that it all came together. I want to thank the chairs, people, different scholars like Volodya Kulik here, and many others who took the time to, again, at the last second, volunteer to organize and oversee the discussion during this period. Certainly, Marlene and I, could not have done this by ourselves. And so this was invaluable. And also, of course, all the speakers and people were remarkably generous and flexible in indicating their willingness to often speak in the middle of the night or early morning or late night their times. And I think some people actually woke up specially for this and then went back to sleep. So that's also been a big part of the event itself. And I think, again, reflects the dedication that people have and commitment they have to support Ukraine in this time. And of course, last but certainly not least, I want to thank everybody who attended during this 24-hour period, whether it was just for a small block of time when you could fit it in, listening somewhere on the road, or like a number of people who listened for hours and hours and hours and hours. I mean, there are some people I think who almost went, if not actually went the entire time sleepless. So hopefully people can get at least a little sleep now. Again, most of all, I want to thank our Ukrainian colleagues for their contributions here and to scholarship generally. And also, I'd say just more generally for their kind of unfortunately unwilling direct combating of crimes against humanity being committed by Russia's military and other Russian forces today. So may these crimes stop and never happen again. Thank you all. And we look forward. We hope this has been just the start of the continuation really of a larger community discussion. And so we look forward to engaging with everybody in the time ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Henry.